Ini tuan lagi. Crossy करा नहीं बैटरी फुल आपको वहाँ कभी
Everything seems really, really good. The crowd is gathering. The weather seems really, really favoring of the play. So talking about the toss, St. Anthony's College won the toss and they are going to have a bat first. Talking about that, the pitch, it's a really, really good batting wicket. Maybe that's the reason that Anthony is going to have a bat first. I think the fast bowlers will have some kind of a chance here, but the spinners, not really their day. Well, according to the reports so far, we can expect 300 plus innings in the both innings as well. So Anthony is going to have bat first. It's going to be really, really exciting. The outfield and everything is really, really dry compared to the first encounter. So it's going to be a really good match here. So having a bat first, St. Anthony's College, they have a very strong side, as well as the Trinity College Pacers. Matisha Patanan is back as well. So a lot of things to expect today, and the pitch, really, really good batting wicket. The batters, it's going to be a paradise for them.
On top of the morning to all of you who have joined us from various parts of the world. This is the Trinity College Media Unit and the Antonian Media Unit coming to you live from the Trinity College International Cricket Stadiums, Asgiria. And today we have the two greats clashing, St. Anthony's College versus Trinity College Kandy in this 40th one-day encounter. St. Anthony's College won the toss early on and have chosen to have a bat first. And the action has begun, and stay tuned as we are expecting a lot of aggression and a lot of fun out here today. Vinut, very good morning, and as usual again we are in the combox. How's your feelings today?
Good morning, Yusuf. Exactly. After one long week, we are meeting again the 40th Hill Country Battle of the Blues, the Richard Alvihari Trophy. So far, everything has seemed really good, isn't it?
Exactly, and what a long week it has been. The preparations by the teams, by the media units, by the students. Been quite a week this, and finally we are here.
Definitely. So talking about the toss, St. Anthony's College captain Shamidu Wickramasinghe won the toss and they decided to bat first. So Trinity has been invited to bowl first. Well, when I gave the pitch report, I realized that this is a batting paradise. It's going to be a huge batting wicket. But I think in the beginning with the new ball and with the conditions of the weather, the Pacers would have a really good chance as well. So within the power play, if the Trinitians do something really good, I think the Trinitians are on their way. But I think the power play, the first 10 overs, will decide a lot in the game.
It certainly will do. With the field restrictions on as well, the batsmen will try to make the most of the runs, and that would also be given opportunity for the bowlers. Mohammad Akil is the man on strike, the highest scorer for the Antonians in the last week in the just concluded big match. Here we go, the first ball. Straight away, just nudged to third man for a single.
Here's Mohammad Akil. We know about that man real lot. What an innings by him in the first game, isn't it?
It was a real headache for the Trinitians in the big match.
I don't think it will be a headache today.
Hopefully for the Trinitians.
Trinity skipper Akram Muttalib setting the field. Manula Kularatna to start the bowling. A tall young lad. He picked the first wicket that day. An early breakthrough for the Trinitians on the first day of the 103rd two-day encounter.
I remember certainly some good talent, and Trinity have some really good pacers in terms of speed and good lines and lengths. Hopefully they can execute some good stuff.
Definitely. It's Bimsara Jayasekara, the other batsman on the other end. Did he open on the two-day encounter?
He wasn't the opener on the two-day encounter, but he is today opening with Mohammad Akil, who also opened in the two-day encounter.
Yeah, we're talking about limited overs and the longer format. We can see that most of the players who are the openers in the shorter format comes to bat in the middle order of the longer format. So I think Bimsara Jayasekara is doing that exactly. Talking about Quinton de Kock, Niroshan, Dikwella for an example. They all are the openers of the shorter format, but they come to stable their middle order in the longer format. So we can see an example here as well.
Really nice analysis there. Well done. It's Bimsara Jayasekara on strike. He got out quite cheaply in the two-day encounter. We'll really hope to put some runs under his name today. We can see this straight away. The Antonians are off the mark and have already scored 2 runs now.
Some quick fielding by the Trinitians. Probably they have improved a lot within this week, because 1 week we know how impact that can make. So Trinitians, they are going to be very different compared to the two-day encounter.
Just as we are talking, the Antonian Papare is just entering the ground, as you can hear the glorious sounds.
So giving you a small brief about the two-day encounter. So the match was drawn, but St. Anthony's College won the first innings and the trophy was back home. Very close. Mandakur Ratna showing his class.
This is what the Trinitians will want, and that's the end of the first over. 2 runs for no loss.
Well left. Well, the batsman has realized that Malna Kurran can do a danger in the early morning, so he's trying to make sure that he's patient enough in the first over.
Pardon. Now is when the first over ends. At the end of the first over, the Antonians are 2 for no loss.
So once again, the pair, the magic pair for Trinity College, Vibhavitha Halapola and Manla Kurrathan to continue the first spell. Vibhavitha Halapola now bowling. Actually, talking about this pair, they did a quite handsome job in the first game, and I think the captain having faith in them in this game as well. Really good to see that.
They certainly were quite impressive in the 2-day encounter. They really put a lot of pressure on the Antonians first up early on before they really started to flourish, the Antonians.
Vibhavitha Halapola, a great all-rounder. The opening fast bowler for Trinity College as well as the number 3 batsman most probably. So
similar to Chamindra Wickramasinghe,
exactly.
the Antonian skipper, isn't he?
So I don't think there's much difference compared to the qualities of the both teams. It's going to be a really good match.
Again,
pushed away.
Beautifully nudged for a single. Bimsara is off strike as well. You can just see in the background the school kids so encouraged, having high hopes for their respective teams.
And the best part hasn't arrived yet. Both the schools, the parades are on the way. On the way to the ground, I saw both the schools preparing.
Is that a wicket? Yes, it is, and it is Mohammad Akil, and the Trinitians have struck early on.
They strike early. The first wicket, Vibhavitha Halapola picks up.
And Mohammad Akil it is to fall. Oh dear, he was the highest scorer of the 2-day encounter. Wouldn't have expected to depart so early in the innings. Trinitians, and it is Vibhavitha Halapola, the man who's done the trick for the Trinitians. Very early on.
This is what I was talking about. The paces, the early strike between the first 10 overs. And the Trinitians, well-disciplined Trinitians, doing it exactly as we talked about.
New batsman is in, and it is Kavindu Shehan. He is here because of the departing of Mohammad Akil very early on in the innings.
What a start for Trinitians. But it was the same in the 2-day encounter as well, early strike. It was 2 wickets on that day.
Coming to Chauhan, the new batsman is on strike. Straight away off the mark in his very first ball.
Not the start that Antonius expected. Once again, I think that will be called a wide. Yes, it is. Vibhavith Halepola.
Vibhavith is trying to be straight here, but that was just a bit too straight.
Really good discipline length. Very handsome lengths by the Trinity.
And the ball that got Muhammad Akil was a really good one. Really, I think he found some swing there, and the length and the channel, the bowling channel was literally perfect. And the place where the batsmen are mostly feared of at exactly the 4th wicket.
Well, yeah, from the time that Muhammad Akil started to bat, we saw that the away from the off stump was quite a bit. He was struggling in that area, and Vibhavith Halepola executed the plan really, really well.
Vibhavith again, here we go. Oh, that is short and wide. Just couldn't get bat onto ball. Bimsar Jayasekara.
Tried to cut it away, but didn't contact the bat.
That was bunt. Wide and left well. At the end of the second over, the Antonians are five runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Just with a bounce as well in the good length. These some good things to see from the fast bowlers.
For sure. Trust me, Vinut, I'm in love with these surroundings. Just good scenes, aren't they?
Definitely, definitely.
Coming to Shahan, marks his crease. It will be Manula continuing from that end.
Manula Kularatna to continue from the other end. The Antonians, I don't think they're happy with their current achievements. 5 runs for 1 wicket. And the man who went was Muhammad Akil. What a cost. Muhammad Akil, we know how talented he is.
Bit of a slow start for the Antonians. The Pacers bringing in the attack. Turf is looking very well for the Pacers today. Unlike last week when the spinners were capitalizing. Today it looks like the pacers will play a major role. But then again, the clouds are rolling in. Let's see what the Kandy weather brings us today.
Well, yeah, the weather hasn't been our friend because apart from Kandy to the other provinces, it's a bit of rain, not a bit of rain. It's raining quite heavily and the clouds are rolling in, as Fadi mentioned. And well, it was like this the first day of the 130 encounter, but we didn't get any interruptions. So far, everything's been good, but the clouds, I don't like the clouds. The look of the clouds doesn't seem much friendly for the play.
We cricketers don't like clouds, do we?
Definitely. And the saddest part is like one whole week, good sun, and now why today? Why today?
As I said, even in the two-day encounter, that if you need rain in Kandy, you need a match between Trinity and Anthony's. Here we go. It happens pretty much every time, doesn't it?
It's gonna rain, but it's not gonna rain. They're just giving us a sign of that heat of the battle. I hope.
Certainly. Probably the heat of the battle is too much that the sun can.
Yeah.
The rain is the clouds are
The
out
clouds
to cool
cannot
it down.
stay. Exactly, the clouds cannot stay in their correct form.
Now the single is Bimsar on the strikers end at the moment, and Manula Kularatna will continue from the other end.
Some good reflex by Manula Kularatna.
That's the energy we like to see.
We invite you, who's watching from home, come here and witness this live. It's the one-day encounter, and the best part of it is we are going to get a confirmed result at the end, and hopefully I wish that it would be Trinity College the winners today. I don't think that's going to be your intention, Yusuf.
I am supposed to wish the exactly opposite.
Definitely, and we can see the Anthonian parade is entering the field with the long flag of theirs.
The Antonian parade is here. Just what the schoolboys really look forward to at the beginning of every year. This parade, so much of fun, so much, dancing inside, and you hold the flag. So much pride. Just good stuff to see.
Just tapped away. Well, definitely the Anthonians should look to up the run rate in the first 10 overs, because as the pitch report, they told that we can expect 300 plus scores in the both innings, right? So we need more runs and board with the Anthonians. And we can see the Anthonian parade entering the field. Yusuf, how do you feel about it?
Certainly excited and sad that I'm not there, but I'm pretty happy I'm here. Oh, you can hear the sounds. And now I think the Trinity parade is on the other end as well.
Oh yes, we hear the sounds.
Just
This
good
is what we
stuff.
want. This is what exactly we want.
Not scenes that you see every day, every time. Just exclusive big match stuff. Please just come join us here at the Trinity College Stadium's Asgiria. It is a Saturday. You can enjoy your free Saturday, and I don't think there's a better way to do it if you are an Antonian or a Trinitian.
Definitely. The Lions parade entering the Ascari International Cricket Stadium, while the Eagles are on the other side.
Good scenes, nice sounds. Really hope that the play doesn't get interrupted in the meantime. Just as I'm saying, the sun is just coming out. Meanwhile, on the pitch, it is Kavindu Shehan who's on strike. Vibhavita Halapola will continue his bowling his second over.
Both batsmen on 3 runs.
Oh, that was a lot of swing.
What a pace there was, and the swing.
That is just like a banana strike in football.
Definitely. Wow, this is sensational by Vibhavita Halapola. Aggression and discipline.
Good signs for the Trinitians, this swing in the early on in the morning, which resulted also in the fall of the wicket of Mohammad Akil.
Comes the Shehan on strike to Vibhavita Halapola. Here comes the big one. Trying to cut it away.
Bouncer. Well directed one. At the end of 4 overs, the Antonians.
Well, I think so far it's the Trinity Pacers who have dominated the play.
No doubt about that, Vinod. The Antonians should really look on to switch their strategy here. Let's say counter-attacking is one option. No matter what, the momentum has to be going.
There's a bit of a discussion between Mohammad Akil and Kavindu Shehan. I beg my pardon, Bhimsara Jayasekar and Kavindu Shehan. Senior player Bhimsara Jayasekar.
He has loads of experience. Of what I know, he's been playing since I was a little boy. And here he is playing the one-day encounter, the Trinity Antonian one-day encounter, certainly a highlight of his schooling career.
Definitely.
The parades are approaching to their respective camps, both the Eagles and the Lions. Hope you can hear the chantings.
Really well active in the field, the Trinitians. I think that's Dinuka Tennuk on there.
Bhimsara couldn't just get it through the gap. They're trying, but they haven't yet found exactly the gaps this morning. I think the Trinitians have done, the captain, Akram Muttalib, has done a good job with placing the fielders.
Yeah, so far the Trinitians have been the star players of the day. Antonians not their time yet. Well, if they want a 300 plus score, the first 10 overs has to be really crucial. What do you think, Yusuf? I think 60-70 runs within the first 10 overs, right?
As they're the power play overs, it becomes really crucial, especially in this format. Well, we saw in the two-day game there the Antonians dominated later, but that is not really a very viable option in a one-day encounter.
Definitely. Talking about the countries like West Indies, they are not much good compared to the other countries in Test cricket. But talking about the shorter format, they are just blasting it. They own the paradise of T20 cricket, and so we can't judge the team by the shorter format and the longer format performances. So far the Trinitians have done quite well, but partnerships, you can change the game. Kavindu Shehan and Bhimsara Jayasekar have been quite stable so far, so we can see some good stuff by them as well.
But we should never underestimate the power of the Antonian lower order, which we saw in the two-day encounter. They just blasted the ball and sent it flying all over the ground.
Oh dear, the best is yet to come, that's what I feel.
But it is certainly a good start by the Trinitians, I'd say. They're like really on top of their game at the moment, and they'll hope that they can continue this.
Yeah, definitely. They have to keep the momentum up. They have to keep the momentum going on. Because one small place can just take so many things from you.
Our power hitters are yet to come, especially Chandimal Jayasingh. And there we go,
On the
as we're
way.
just talking.
Will they go for the boundary? Yes, it is. Beautifully cut away.
On top of the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, and that was all the way for 4. This is the start. Not really Antonians have wanted, but the first boundary for the Antonians. Nevertheless,
And that's the first boundary of the 40th Richard Aluvihari Trophy by Bimsar and Jayasekar. Coming to Shehan, I beg my pardon.
is it just me, or are we having a little drizzle in the playground?
So I think
Oh, not good signs.
what we are seeing now, I don't think the crowd will like it. I don't think the players will like it.
Rain God, please. Vinit, I see you already dancing on your seat.
Yes, it's very hard to stay here when there's Popper playing in the background. You're very close, very close.
Careful not to break that chair.
I'll be careful on that. But the feeling you get in your big match, the experience, once in a lifetime. Once after school, true, you can come as an old boy, but the time you
Experience you get as a student, as in uniform, is something that it is something else, I'd say.
the dancing, the poppery, and the times you try to break out from the ground.
Exactly, when you are surrounded by the prefects, the times
surrounded by
how
the
much you try to break out from the, the camp. Really good, exciting times, and will stay as long memories.
Viva with Harabola back again. Spell continues.
Antonians are quite on the back foot at the moment, not really trying for the big shots. I mean, they're being quite cautious. There was one quite bad delivery the previous over, and they managed to put it away quite well. It was Bhimsara who hit that ball for 4 runs.
That's how the game should be. You have to get your chance when the bowlers are doing the wrong things, and
It's very important that you punish the bad balls, as you say.
you have to take the chance while you can. This is the shorter format. You have to take risks. Definitely you have to take risks. You have
Oh, firecrackers. Here they go.
the Lions roar. You can see the people heading as the Eagles gather to their nest, and the Lions gather to their den. Bit of a full sound from the back.
Vibhavit, I'll tell you, has been very decent with his lines and lengths and haven't really given any room to the batsmen to free their arms and go to their conventional, comfortable shots.
Certainly not. Really, really well. The length and the swing and the variations he used, it impresses the people who are watching it. Obviously.
He certainly does. I mean, he's an all-rounder. The way he bats, the way he bowls, they're all elegant. Such a handy player to have in the team.
Definitely. Such a young, talented all-rounder. he is.
Oh, shot,
Once
and
again,
just couldn't put away, just couldn't find the gap there coming to Shehan. That deserved to be
our point.
punished.
Look at Demakon. He
Well
was the
fielded,
best
that
fielder.
was
He
well
was the best
stopped.
fielder when he was playing under 15 cricket. And he's showing why he deserves that award. He's doing really well job at the power point area.
So far, not any runs conceded of this over of Vibhavit.
From far. The Anthonians are in a bit of trouble too, that they have lost 1 wicket, but 5 overs completed and 14 runs on board.
Their run rate is definitely
Very,
disappointing.
very low compared to a 50-over match. 2.69. This is really, really sad. And here's the Canadians with their buffering. So good to see this wave.
And trust me, I really love the view around Assyria Mountains. Side of the hotel.
That's called a wide. That's surprising.
Because I think
not happy with that.
just focusing on the line.
Once again, cut away, but finds the fielder. That's called a wide as well. Well, we can understand what Hyderabad is trying to do. He's bowling away from the off stump. But
Really a good line, but
yeah, it's
he's
really
just
good line. And
just a
did
bit
you
going a bit
observe
wide.
that bounce he generates at that good length? It's really great stuff, but the umpire doesn't seem very happy with that off stump. Away from the off stump, he's calling.
I think
the
since
only
he's
call for
bowling around the wicket, that is just going, just passing the wide line there.
Maybe he's bowling around the wicket to generate that over the wicket. That's the end of the 6th over. St. Anthony's College can 70 for 1 loss. The man on strike, Deepsara Jayasekar and Kandy Shehan. Deepsara Jayasekar, the senior player for St. Anthony's College Kandy. Kandy Shehan. Indians have gathered in their den, but Eagles have gathered in their nest on the other side.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Definitely, what a view to see. We've been observing this for a while from the top of the ground, and it's so much beautiful stuff to see. You should come. Definitely the ones who are watching from home, just spare 1 or 2 hours of your day and come and witness this match. It's not only about the match, the community you meet here, the relationship you form here. Those are some really, really quality stuff, the Trinities and the Anthonians. That's called the wide as well. The lens by the Trinitians have been really, really great, but
It's just been a bit wide at times.
it's pretty clear what they are trying to do, but they should be a bit more careful about the placement of the ball.
Certainly have to. This is Kandy Shehan on strike, and Manula Ratna continuing from that end. Oh, that's a good length. That's a good line and length.
Respectfully defended.
Indians have been doing this quite well this morning. They've been at that corridor, at that length where batsmen feel uncomfortable and haven't really given them much opportunities to free their arms. And once they do, they once manage to score a boundary, but on any other occasion they either manage to find the field or either miss the ball.
And the inner fielders of the Trinity College have been very, very active in the field. They don't like give chances for the ball to travel beyond the 30-yard circle. And there's only 2 fielders above the 30-yard circle. So I think what the Trinity fielders are doing is really, really great. What's needed to be done, that's what they're doing.
Certainly.
I think these 2 paces for Trinity College will continue.
They should continue. They're doing a good job, I'd say. That's to third man. Another single there.
Two batsmen having a bit of a chat. I think they're having a plan in their mind, but at the same time Trinitians are having a great plan in their mind as well. So that's where the collision occurs. And there has been a change of bowling in the 7th over. This is really, really interesting.
Is it a spinner who's in?
It is a spinner, and that's a part-time spinner, which is Bhati Ranuda Somaratna. This is going to be really interesting stuff. This change, we'll see whether it can make a difference. The wicket doesn't support that much spin. There's a bit of grass in the wicket as well.
I think it could be to give a rest to fast ball and probably switch ends.
Maybe to switch ends, I think. Definitely.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Straight away, nice length.
what I've seen Bhimsara Jayasekar is the flexibility of him while batting. I think he'll be really safe with the spinners because he's very flexible. He's moving in the crease, he's doing his job, and the good length spinners, I don't think it will be a headache for him. Exactly.
That was hit quite hard, but straight to be done. He was aiming to go straight, but couldn't just get it where he intended it to go.
He was pretty confused what his intentions were there.
Oh, this certainly is good stuff from the Trinity. They're not really letting any room to score runs, and the run rate of the Antonians is dropping quite rapidly. This is not good for the Antonians on one hand, for the Trinitians. Can they get two here? The fielder cuts it off, just a single.
Well, unfortunately, we can't see a good crowd around yet. And there's another bowling change. I think it wasn't going to be the change of the ends. It's going to be a change of bowling plans. And Dinuka Tennakone introduced. The left-arm orthodox spinner. A very young, talented spinner from the Trinity side. Start. The length did work for Dinuka Tennakone.
Didn't really get into the gap.
It has a full toss. The batsman didn't take his chance either.
Dinuka Tennakone will continue from that end. Kavindu Shehan and on strike. Where the crowds are not in, but the boys are here.
That's a high call.
Shout is a big shout. No,
big
the
shout.
the umpire turns it down.
And that looks really close.
That looked quite straight.
That's
to be
out.
honest.
That's very straight, and that must be out.
But you never know, could have been some bat on it.
Well,
We don't have the sound of bat here. We don't have stump mics.
Maybe the glove. Maybe the glove as well.
Yes, exactly.
But the shout from Dinuka Tennakone, the excitement in his face, showed that something has to be there.
They were all up in their feet though, and that is driven beautifully for a single onto long on. Dinuka is bowling some good ones here. He's been asking questions from the batsman.
Definitely. Straight away, he went for the attacking option, and
Antonians are very much on the back foot at the moment, I'd say.
once again, oh dear!
Good stop. Was it a drop catch though?
It was a drop catch.
But that was very
That
tough
was-
and that was hit very
That's
hard.
really good. The confident. He just put his hand into the ball. He came down the track, the batsman.
Really put his hand on the line. The batsman
tried to
hit
loft
it really
it.
hard, but just
Yeah,
couldn't get the
definitely.
elevation right.
He tried to
got
loft
the
it
power,
over the
but not the
umpire.
elevation.
His intention was to loft it over the umpire, but Dinuka Tennakon just stopped it. I think he saved umpire's face as well, definitely. We cannot stay without mentioning that part.
Ranudasa Maratna, the national player for the Trinitians, continues from the other end. Loud chantings from both the school teams. Good throw. This is good stuff from the Trinitians. They've been on top since the beginning of today's game. Just a touch wide that. That was flicked quite well. Will they get two there? They should. No, we'll just settle for one single.
Well, definitely. Things have been really quite interesting so far.
And so as well in the combox, isn't it?
Definitely.
To all of you watching from home, this is an exclusive production brought to you by the Antonian Media Unit and the Trinity College Media Unit. Join us live at the Trinity College Media Unit YouTube page as well as on POTV. We'll be bringing to you live action throughout the game, and you can also come here to the ground and support us. And the atmosphere is wonderful. Please come out here in numbers and support your respective teams. It'll just make the atmosphere only more energetic.
Definitely, it's amazing here. You should come and watch this for yourself. You're missing a huge number of a game here. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the first power play. St. Anthony's College 27 runs for the loss of 1, and I don't think they are really happy with it. The Trinitians, it's the Trinitians' share. They have won the first 10 overs of the game, and the man's on strike, Bhimsar Jayasekar and Kavindu Shehan on 8 and 12 respectively.
Definitely
and the run rate 2.84.
This is definitely disappointing in terms of a one-day encounter, because you come here to see the ball going around the field and not exactly what an Antonian fan would like to see. Trinitians would be on top of their minds in terms of restricting the Antonians from any runs. Just to let you know, this is the live stream coming to you from Trinity College International Grounds, Asgiria. The boys are doing a great job providing you live action directly from the grounds. You can watch from your homes if you're far away. Support your teams and keep in touch.
Down the track and down the ground towards mid-on. Finds the fielder.
Change of voices in the com box. We have a legend, an Antonian legend here joining us. Mr. Fazal Majid, the 1981 captain who won the big match for the Antonians here at Asgiria in the Trinity College home grounds. Sir, over to you from now on.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, sir. It's good to have you back after one long week.
Yeah, pleasure, we know, same here.
I don't think there are much reasons for you to be happy today, sir, so far.
Yeah, are you taking a dig at me? Pretty slow going for the Antonians, is it? 10 overs gone, 27 runs on the board. Not much to intent looks very, very poor at the moment. They got to start keep the scoreboard ticking and keep rotating the strike. That's very important. Singles are very important, I think.
So what do you think the reason that the pace pair of Trinity College, they bowled 7 overs and then the captain decided to give it to one part-time spinner and one main spinner? So like the wicket is a batting wicket. So what do you think, what happened there?
Well, he's making some changes and nothing wrong with that. But I'm a bit disappointed with the Antonian batters. There is hardly any intent. They're not trying to play the big shots, or no, are they trying to rotate the strike? They're very, very quiet, and that's has put Trinity right on top after 10 overs of cricket. Still another 40 overs of cricket to be played by the Antonians, at least the batters. But they shouldn't get bogged down.
But the first wicket fell in the second over for the Antonians, and so after that position, these two batsmen have been staying in the crease without going anywhere. So I think that's a that's a bright
Yeah,
sign for the
that's a plus point. You're not the main thing is not to lose wickets, but you can't get bogged down. And you know the score reads a very poor 30 runs of in the 11th or 12th over. That's not good going. And apart from that, what I'm concerned about the body language of two batsmen. They're not really. The intent is very poor. They're not moving their feet. They're not trying to work the singles around. So singles are a very, very important part of any cricket, even T20 cricket for that matter. You got to keep rotating the strike. You got to keep working the ball around. And I didn't see a single shot over the top. That's another, especially in the power play.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about singles, if you maintain singles throughout the game within the 50 overs, still you'll be achieving 300 runs.
Absolutely, so you got your arithmetic correct.
Yeah, so
run a ball means 300
runs. 300
runs.
Exactly.
If you just check with the scorers, you'll find out how many dot balls so far. That's not good for the game.
Because compared 11 overs, which means 66 balls, and 30 runs off 66 balls seems pretty really slow for me.
What concerns me, the intent. They're not using their feet. They're not going down, and they're not trying to break the shackles. A bit surprised, Chamindu Wickramasinghe, the captain. He's not opening the batting. I remember when he started his cricket career at St Anthony's the first year, he got 100 as an opener at Katagasuta. And then even for Sri Lankan under-19s, I see him opening the batting at times, and he made 100, I think. And recently in one of those tour games. And you are captain only when you're fielding. As a batsman, you are just a batter. Even if you're the captain, you got to play like a batsman.
Definitely, because when you're fielding, you're doing it as a team. But when out there batting, it's your responsibility to do the part for your team. So I think if he opened, and maybe Bimsara Jayasekara would have came one step down.
Yeah, that's one way of leading from the front, because like both of us agreed, when you are batting playing as a batsman. And only when you're fielding, your thinking comes. Your thinking process as a captain. Have you got a good head on a good cricketing brain? That kind of thing comes. But as the swept away, there could be runs there.
Finds the field at the end, really sad. But that's actually the first shot we saw from the Anthonians. They are trying to get some runs. It's if they should continue this momentum, but so far things have not gone their way.
Forget the cricket in the middle. It's very, very noisy out there with the two schoolboy supporters, St Anthony's and Trinity. Being very, very vocal. At least 3 bands playing out there. That's the sort of atmosphere at Asgiria. Sun has not really come out. Seems to be a bit shy coming out, the sun, even this week.
Yeah, definitely. What me and Yusuf was talking about is the heat of the game is melting the clouds. Definitely. Down the guy goes again, that's gone.
Beautifully stumped, brilliantly bowled and nicely taken behind. Stumping, smart with the stumping. The left-hander walking back to the pavilion. Good piece of bowling.
Bimsara Jayasekara, the opener, have to depart. Dinuka Tennakon strikes. He was bowling really, really well from the beginning, and finally he gets the deserving result.
So that's the second Antonian wicket to fall. 32 runs on the board. 12th over in progress.
This doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, they'll be very disappointed after their performance last week. They put up a really good show. They had the better of the exchangers. Their batting came together, even though there was a few hiccups with the frontliners. Same story repeated this week again in the one-day encounter. The new batsman walking in.
Asitha Vandinayaka, the new batsman, in at number 4 for St Anthony's College Kandy, and still Chamindu Wickramasinghe. We haven't seen him. Maybe he's keeping his part as the master blaster at the last minute, is it?
You don't have to do that kind of thing, because this Antonian batting lineup is quite strong, as we saw last week.
Especially the low and the mid order.
Yeah. Chandimal was pocketed dynamite. Lahir Abhysinghe. They are big hitters. So for Chamindu to stay back, I don't think that's a good move. And there is no left and right combination. It's all left-handers. That's another area they got to look at, especially in a one-day game. It's always good to have a left and right hand combination, so you put the bowlers off the line, off their length.
Definitely, and you can confuse the opposition skipper as well with the fielding settings and etc. So, Anthonians, I don't know what their plan is so far. Dinuka Tennakon maintaining a great plan.
At least a couple of runs there. Nudged away to short fine leg.
He's targeting the leg stump along with the pad.
Asitha Vandinayaka, he had a tremendous season, but last week he had a very poor game. So another chance for him to rectify that and make amends and put up a good score, because I remember he was the replacement captain at the beginning of the season when Wickramasinghe was off on national duty. And Asita, he started the season with something like 5 consecutive 50s, and then he went on to make 100. He did well with the ball, and he enjoyed that responsibility as captain. So last week was a poor game for him. So this week he's got to become good. They got to get past that infield. They're hitting the ball straight to the fielder there. And they got to get those singles, or at least start looking for those singles.
Definitely, the ball hasn't passed the 30-yard circle for a while, especially in the first 10 overs. And again.
Yeah, so they're putting the bowlers on top. That's adding a lot of pressure to your batting, because once you see the scoreboard is not moving, you may get a rush of blood into your head. That's well played. Once again, brilliantly fielded.
The Trinity fielding has been just impressive since the morning, especially at cover point and extra cover. It has been really, really great.
Yeah, the Trinity bowlers and the fielders have brightened up the day when the sun has not come out. Pretty gloomy for the Antonians at the moment. Not in terms of wickets, but definitely in terms of runs.
It's up. It was up in there for a while, but no man's land. Well, so what's interesting is how much changes have happened within this 1 week, because we didn't see this from the Trinitians in the 2-day encounter, because the Anthonians were just better that day. But today things have just changed entirely. This is the shorter format, true that, but I see improvements definitely.
Yeah, that's good. That's good because they must have gone back to the nets, rethought, had those little conferences and training sessions. They must have discussed and come back a better side, the type of cricket they are known to play. That again, he's not trying to. It could be 4 runs, is it? It's gone all the way. Now, I think he's topped a certain 4 there.
Yeah, it was just gone for 2 double.
Why don't they put the overs? 13.3. Yeah. Yeah, would be. So Wani and Icon strike. The left charmer to continue from the Asgiri end, is it? You call that Asgiri end?
Well, to be honest, I don't have any idea about what are the 2 ways.
So the 14th over in progress here at Asgiria Stadium. Antonians a bit bogged down. So the left arm are keeping it very quiet.
Yeah, we can see people gathering gradually compared to the morning hours. Now it's quite increased. And we can definitely expect more.
So that's 3 balls in a row, dot balls. So he's got to do something. Wani and I could just try and find the gaps, work the ball around. They got to keep the scoreboard ticking. The big shot will come, but you got to get the singles. That's very important.
Dinuka Tennakon, he has been very aggressive since the morning. Really, really energetic in the field. He didn't let any ball pass through him. And while he's bowling, there was a close drop as well. Let's see.
The sun has not really come out this morning, Vinod. Yesterday was a very, very bright sunny day. But today, a dog on the ground is disturbing play, holding up play.
Yeah. I don't think he has any idea what he is in the middle of. The 40th count of the Blues. Certainly he doesn't know that.
I'm sure quite some of these players are dog lovers. They know how to handle that kind of a thing. And rather than chasing the fellow away.
Professor, do you have any memories of fun with animals during the times you played in the middle of the field?
Once again, down the leg side could be a wide. Yeah, always, you know, a dog or a cat happens to stray, come to the grounds, you know. They want to see what the excitement is all about. And the odd bird, you know, is we have gone through all that kind of experience.
I think what the Anthonians should try now is to rotate the strike. Instead of going for big shots, because the Trinity spinners are doing a huge impact, so they have to try to rotate the strike as much as they can, because I think it's 4 dot balls in this over, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And another one. This is going to be a huge cost.
They made a huge score last week. They played it like a one-day game. You know, they got 280. So they got the batting. And it's very important they get at least 250 for the sake of the game. And Trinity either chases it down or comes close to it. You know, the match goes deep down, you know, goes to the wire.
Well, while I was giving the pitch report, what the ground curator told was like the wicket, it has the capacity of 300 plus runs in both the innings, right? So I think the credit goes to the Trinity's bowlers, because they have just restricted Anthonians, and 250, that's going to be a huge achievement with the current status.
I think there is nothing wrong with the wicket. The wicket is there, plenty of runs in it. It's just that the way the Antonian batters have been approaching this innings, they are not shown much intent. And one with all those hard hitters in the innings still to come, if they don't get a move on, that's putting pressure on the guys who are coming. It's always difficult when you come, you know, so they have to settle down. They can't play the big shots as they come in.
Definitely. So maybe there's a player who's really, really capable
That
of...
could be 4 runs. He went for the sweep shot. Yeah, that's gone all the way.
That was quite innovative, isn't it? He tried for a sweep shot, but he lofted it above the head of the fine leg fielder.
So you tend to innovate shots when you don't play normal cricket. You know, when you don't don't start getting the runs. That's where the rush of blood, you try to innovate, you know. Credit to the batsman anyway. You got 4 runs for the shot.
Definitely about the fact that Sir told that the batsmen who are yet to come, if these players doesn't up the run rate and just play their normal game, the players are going to come next are going to be really, really pressurized. So, I don't know, the Anthonians should have a plan in their mind.
Yeah, because Chandimal coming, and he's an exciting player. He takes a lot of risks. We watched him play last weekend. He got 250s, and players like him can get wasted at if there is no move on.
It's not about always protecting the wicket, because if they protect the wicket but doesn't score runs, it's going to be a cost as well. So they have to have a plan in their mind.
I'll take you back to the game. You know, this the one-day series started way back in 1980, and St. Anthony's College was captained by Angelo Lieneghe, and Ravi Ratnayake was the captain of the Trinity side, and we won that inaugural game. And then it was played in the small Askiria Stadium, Askiria grounds. Now it has been transformed into a big stadium here. And we had an easy win against Trinity. In 1981, under my captaincy, again we beat Trinity quite comfortably. It was a one-sided game. And talking about Ravi Ratnayake, he went out to play for Sri Lanka. He changed a few schools. He came from St. Peter's to St. Anthony's. Then he came from St. Anthony's, he crossed over to Trinity. and he played something like 5 years of first 11 cricket for Trinity. Lovely guy. Yeah.
5 years of first 11 cricket, isn't that amazing?
Yeah. He started playing in 1976, and he left. His last year was 1980. He captained in 1980. Then he went on to play for Sri Lanka. Now I believe he lives in Australia. Ravi Ratnayaka was a very tall, fast bowler, and he was quite aggressive. And he also played rugby for Trinity. He played as second row, I believe. But the most important thing what I want to say is the Antonian crowd loved to hate him. They gave him heaps on the cricket field, and he took it up quite well.
This is some really good bowling. I mean, the wicket, it doesn't support spin much, but the way that Dinukar Tennakone is bowling.
The wicket is a good wicket to bat, let's be honest.
It's
I don't see
definitely
any
a good wicket.
demons there.
Disagree.
You just got to use your feet, and the spinners operating. All
Again,
these.
trying to be innovative, and I think that's successful as well, but it won't go to the boundary.
Oh, he could be in trouble. You see, this innovation, we know that I'm not for it always. He can use his feet and play the ball down to long off or long on. In the way, there is an easy single. He's
Is there a
getting.
problem with his confidence? Or
Yeah, because he's bogged down, he's trying to find ways to score runs. Okay, he's got the shot. There is no question about it.
definitely.
But he's not making, most of it is dot balls. That's why, there you go. So he should be playing in the way. He should be pushing the ball to, those vacant gaps, open gaps, and then okay, he can play, do the innovation, but not all the time. There again, it was straight to the field, a bit of misfielding, otherwise he wouldn't have got the single. The intent is a bit disappointing. You got to be a bit busy at the crease, sure that you are looking for the singles, then the odd shot will come, the odd boundary.
And moving around the crease and going for multiple type of shots, hitting all over the park.
Yeah, absolutely, because you see a lot of people think footwork is just going down the wicket and playing the spinners. Everything at the crease is footwork, the way you move around, so that you put yourself in the right position and you have the time to play the stroke. So this is very important. Just check that I'm coming on here. So the drinks break here at Asgiria Stadium. Antonians inching their way to the 50-run mark. 15th over in progress. So Trinity on top at the moment. Lovely music being played right around the grounds. At least 3 bands playing here. The Antonian schoolboys with a band. I saw them marching from Katagasuta, and I was coming to the grounds. And then Trinity, they have a Papare band too, and so are the Antonian Sports Club, the old boys, at the far end of the grounds, close to the scoreboard. The sun has just is peeping from behind the clouds, but still we don't see bright sunshine. But I think it's very unlikely we have rain today. We'll get a full day's play of cricket. That's the most important thing for everyone who has come and who are watching the game live, this live coverage. And once again, the Trinity Media Unit and the Antonian Media Unit has come together and done a very, very, very good job. Done an excellent job here, and that's the reason you should be very, very thankful to these schoolboys who have done an excellent job to bring this coverage to you. So 15 overs completed, and Antonians 49 for 2, and they got to push on. They got to get a score of at least 250 plus in that region. It's a good wicket to bat, and the Antonians have the batting, and they did an excellent job last weekend. They put a good score in the first inning. They got up to 280, and then again they did it fairly well in the second inning. So they got the batting. Still a few batters to come, like the captain Chamindu Vikram Singh, and there is last week's hero Chandimal, and Lahiru still to follow.
Yeah, well, the sun is coming as well. Good to see that.
So Trinity keeping it very tight. They got at least 4 fielders in the ring, preventing that single, and they are doing it quite well. Antonian batsmen still to get past that ring quite frequently, and they got to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's the most important thing. I hope there was a message from the dressing room to keep the scoreboard ticking, not give too many dot balls.
Well, I think that the Trinitians can have 4 fielders outside the inner circle. But they are going for the option that they have more fielders inside the inner circle, maybe to drop the single. Supun Waduge introduced by Akram Mutarib. Supun Waduge, the spin bowler with so many variations.
I think the Trinity captain has done a decent job up to now. Has kept it tight, made the bowling changes, and is given something for the batsmen to think about. They have not had their own way, so that's good captaincy from the wicket-keeper batsman Akram Mutalib, the Trinity captain.
Well, talking about this partnership should continue, but they have to up the run rate. They have to score big runs, they have to rotate the strike as much as they can, and they have to do something really, really revolutionary. That's what I think.
I'm told we know that Trinity has won this match the last 7 consecutive years, and I think this is a good opportunity for the Antonians to win this encounter. They looked the better side last weekend, but anything is possible. Trinity is playing the better cricket at the moment.
7 years in a row, isn't that really, really interesting? That's so much. I'm so proud after hearing that.
I know, it was like music to your ears. You didn't know that part of history or
Not
part
really.
of statistics?
I can remember that we won the last 2 encounters, but I didn't know we have won that for 7 consecutive years.
Yeah, since 2013, it's been Trinity all the way. And this is what the Antonian cricket historian Afzal Lafir was telling me when I was talking to him yesterday, chatting with him. He lives in Australia. He's got all the facts and figures. We call him the Antonian cricket historian.
Mr. Taking you back to the first game, why do you think that compared to the old times, the outright victory of the 2-day encounters, it has been really low, because it has always been the first innings victory that they decide. So why do you think that the reason that in those days they always consider outright victory, but nowadays we have to go for the first innings victory?
The game, they are looking at, I think they played a lot of tournament games, and they are very much focused on the first innings victory rather than outright victory. During our time, we would declare behind our opponent's score. Say Trinity gets 250, say they get 200 runs, and we will close our innings at 150 sometimes to force a decision. But that kind of thinking is not there anymore. They're more keen on first innings victory. For us during our time, first innings victory didn't matter. We didn't play first innings win. We always wanted an outright victory, and that's how the match was. Like I said, the first innings victory never mattered. But times have changed. People are looking at things in different way. It's a bit disappointing when you play first innings victory, from my point of view.
Disappointing indeed.
So the Trinity off spinner in action against the left-handed batsman. That's played. There could be a single. They got to get 6 singles in an over. That's possible with the field. There are lots of open spaces here. You can work the ball around. And if you can't play the big shots, they still got to play the shots where they can earn a single. That was bowled a bit quicker. He caught the batsman on the back foot. So Antonians have got their 50 on the board. That's 51 for 2. Once again beaten outside the off stump. Playing defensive. He's doing a good job, decent job with the ball, the off spinner. A tall off spinner. He's not got a very high arm action as such, but keeping the batsman very quiet. Once again, beating the batsman, bit of churn. That delivery beaten, all ends up the left-handed batsman. I think it's Asitawani Nayaka, who is at the crease. He's on strike. There could be runs here, maybe 1, maybe 2 there. Yes, an easy couple down to final leg. Oh, nearly bowled him there. Once again, going on the back foot. Antonian supporters having a bit of fun. Firecrackers all the way.
Indeed, sir.
No particular reason.
That was tight over, bowled by Tharana.
So 19 overs completed. 53 on the board. Sasiru has joined me in the commentator's box. Good morning to you, Sasiru.
Good morning to you, sir.
That's played.
Nice play.
Straight to the field, mid-on.
The new bowler, Supun Waduge.
That could be 4 runs. He finds the gap, yes. Neatly done by the left-handed batsman, the opener.
That was a loose ball. Hit out by Supun. Batsman punishes it off the onside.
That was very much of a hit-me ball, a full, juicy full toss. And the batsman takes advantage of that. And he did not hit it hard, but he was able to find the gap.
A good follow-up delivery by Supun.
Once again, another full toss. I don't think you get 4 runs. Maybe just a single. I think the left-handed opener is not a big strike of the cricket ball. He's playing it within his limitations. That's a good sign. That's the way you got to approach the game. You got to play within your limits.
Indeed, he is doing a very good job rotating the strike.
That's swung away. That could be caught. Yes,
And
straight into the hands of the mid-wicket fielder. Asithe Vaniyanayaka finding the fielder at mid-wicket. Lofted shot. He went for the slog sweep. He got a bit of decent bat there, but straight into the left fielder. Straight down the throat of the mid-wicket fielder there. And he's got to go. Another poor game for him so far. Very well recognized player this season. Much was expected in the 2-day game. He didn't come good. Once again, here disappointing the Antonian crowd. So it looks like the captain is walking to the field. That's Chamindu Wickramasinghe, I believe. Another left-handed batsman. One of the best batsmen in the side. He's not only he has also played for Sri Lanka, the under-19. Very accomplished batsman. Poor game last weekend. I'm quite sure much lies on the shoulders of this batsman. The captain, he's got to play a captain innings and take the total past that important mark, 200 mark. Trinity on top, you would say. Yasiru? Sasiru, sorry.
yes, indeed. New bowler Dharma.
So, and he's a single, played down to extra cover, deep extra cover.
And his single brings the Antonian captain into strike. Chamindu.
Trinity bowlers will be looking forward to getting the Antonian captain early. But Antonian captain, another 30 overs to play. He'll be looking forward to a very good innings here.
Could this be the breakthrough for the St. Anthony's cricket?
So the right arm off spinner operating from the scoreboard end to Wickramasinghe. Nearly got through. He's off the mark. Looking for 2 there. Yes, he gets a very comfortable 2 off the first delivery.
St. Anthony's batsman.
Yeah, it's very important that you run the first run hard. So getting the second run will be very easy for you. And he'll be very happy to get off the mark of the very first ball.
Well bowled by Tharuna. Dot ball.
He's got a very cool approach to the game, Wickramasinghe. Beautifully bowled, beaten all ends up. The off spinner is doing an excellent job.
Wonderful turn. We can see the pitch is changing for the favor of the bowlers. It started off as a batsman's wicket, but slowly changing. Well bowled by Taruna.
Tidy over there. Over number 20 completed.
And there will be a change in the comment box.
Change of voices in the commentary box. Good morning. Here it's Ahmed Nasif and Akil from Antonian Media Unit bringing to you live the 40th Trinity Antonian ODI encounter.
Once again, a very pleasant morning to our viewers all around the world, and it's indeed a pleasant morning, isn't it, Nasif?
Indeed, Akil. Having a nice day today with a good weather to start with. And Antonian seems to be scoring at a lower rate at this stage of the game.
Indeed, the fall of 3 wickets at a very early stage has actually depressed them and reduced their ability to go on the offensive. Don't you think, Nasif?
Yeah, Kev, more pressure on the Antonians at this moment of the game where the captain along with Kavindushan who opened the game is still in the middle. But indeed, at this stage of the game, Antonians need to accelerate their runs and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Indeed, the Antonians fans and of course the team itself will be hoping that the captain could pick up the space and give a good score for the crowd to cheer and the team to live on.
Of course, Akif, Antonians having so many expectations on this game as they came to this game winning the 103rd Trinity Antonian Battle of the Blues. And the captain in the middle, there's a huge role he has to play for the college today. A captain's knock is much needed and much expected from him.
Indeed, that very pressure would be pressing on his shoulder at every single ball he will be facing, and he'd have to keep hold his ground throughout the game, don't you think?
Yeah, today weather being good and even the outfield being better than what it was last week. Antonians need to put up a good score, at least somewhere around 260, 270, so that they can defend it easily with the bowling varieties that Antonians got.
Indeed, they'd have to put
That
up a
was hit well in the gap.
Before it could reach the boundary.
Unfortunately, the Antonian skipper Chamidu wasn't able to score much on the 103rd Trinity Antonian battle, even though he scored a century on his debut for college. But today he got a role to play. That was hit well once again. Just a single there for the Antonians.
These back-to-back singles without being able to score boundaries would really be frustrating the Antonian batsmen playing out there, don't you think?
Yeah, actually, Akif, at this stage of the game, it's better to keep the strike rotating and read the pitch better, because already we have lost 3 wickets and on the middle it's Chamidu the man. So he needs to get a better reading on the pitch. It's also a batting pitch which will be in favour if he reads the pitch well. So he can go for those boundaries later on and accelerate the runs.
Indeed, Nasir.
The run rate has slowly increased to 3s now after being at 2s. Again, it's 2.95.
At the end of 22 overs, the Antonians 65 for the fall of 3.
there by Supun Maduge. Plenty of discussions between the batsmen in the middle from the start itself.
Indeed, they would really be hoping not to give away any more wickets.
Of course, Akif, that's clear because Chamidu is not the man who scores like this, goes with the defense and all. But still, he's playing his role here, trying to anchor the innings and put up a score that the team requires by him.
Indeed, being a captain actually it's a lot of pressure at such a moment.
Yeah, coming into crease after losing his core. That is gone. One more wicket for the Trinitians. 4 down for Trinity.
And the opener Kavindu Shahan walks towards the dressing room.
Just now we were talking about how important the wickets would be for the Antonians. And while we were talking, another wicket lost by the Antonians. Too many early wickets to lose, isn't it, Akif?
And now we really need a solid partnership to keep the game going, or else it will be over before it has even begun.
After playing a great piece of innings in the 103rd encounter, the 2-day match, Antonians losing back-to-back wickets like this, it's unfortunate to the team.
Indeed, the Trinitians are now really having a good time, having the upper hand and implementing their strategies through and through.
But guess what? In the crease, it's Chandimal Herat for the Antonians, the one who scored back-to-back 50s in the innings match. So he can be destructive for the Antonians.
Indeed, now the Antonians would be hoping for Chandimal to show his prowess as he showed last week, to go on the offensive and put the Trinity at a stop.
Of course, Akif. This man could be a big danger for the Antonians, and Chamidu on the other end. If they both settle in, they are going to be a destruction. That's against the Trinity College side.
Indeed. They would never have seen such a catastrophe coming should they get settled in.
But actually, hats off to the Trinity bowling changes, how they are using their bowlers, and the wicket keeper, the skipper, is doing a great job for the Trinity side with their bowling changes.
Chandimal off the mark on his very first ball.
Fielders are kept tight to the Antonian skipper. Indians have, of course, have done the homework that it requires to get these Antonian out. I mean, look at the wicket where Asita Vaninaga, the Antonian vice captain, went on to. The home study has been done by the Trinitians to keep the man on that position and get those wickets.
Indeed, the loss recently has taught them a good lesson. It's Antonians, on the other hand, are really struggling right now, and maybe now we'll see that this combination will bring on a good partnership.
Yeah, of course, Akif, but for the Antonians, wicket wasn't a big problem in the innings match too, in the 2-day match too. They lost 4 wickets for 75, and then came the 270 runs for the Antonians on board.
Yeah, indeed, Nasib. So we still have a lot to hope for and a lot to expect, and we'll see how the game continues.
Trinitians have, of course, learned a huge lesson from the innings game, I see, because the use of spinners in today's game has been prominent for the Trinitians, because they saw how spinners could make a change in this pitch, as Antonians did in the innings game.
Indeed, they really seem to be using their spinners and maybe saving their fast bowlers to the latter part of their bowling inning.
That is what you need from an experienced team, isn't it? Like to create that pressure on the team. And then at the end, the batsmen in the middle are playing with the pressure, so more chances for mistakes to happen.
Yeah, when the scores are slow and wickets keep falling, they tend to take more risks and
That was a wide. Thira Karanatunga, the man for Trinity, the one with the most wickets in the innings match, as well as the one with the most wickets in the school cricket season. 48 wickets under his name.
An attempt for a reverse sweep, but poorly timed.
What's nice to see on Chandimal Herath is that he got his own style of playing the game. Those sweep shots, those switch hits, and those shots where he takes those risks, he puts it all that he can for the college.
Indeed, he's a very vast and dynamic player, playing on very vast and various attacks. And another attempt to put it off on the offside, but still poorly timed. Chandimal Herath still struggling.
There was a thick cage and 2 was the call. Antonians will settle in with 2 runs. Thira Karanatunga to continue. That was hit hard by Chandimal.
Yes.
Nice shot. That runs towards the boundary. And 4 runs for the Antonians. The much needed boundary for the Antonians.
Indeed, Chandimal Herath seems to have finally settled in and started scoring on the outfield instead of singles and twos.
Just 3 balls and he is already settled for the Antonians. Of course, not to forget, Thira Karanatunga is not an easy bowler too. So if you can pick Thira Karanatunga, then of course there's a danger for Trinitians.
Indeed, then the next bowler should also be rid of. And yeah, indeed, Thira Karanatunga delivered again. And Chandimal Herath.
That's what I was talking about, how good Thira Karanatunga can be for the Trinitians. One more for the Antonians to lose. And this time it's Chandimal Herath, the one with lots of expectations, who's departing the pitch.
Indeed, now the Antonians have lost 5 wickets. They really need to have a solid partnership and a solid batsman who could hold on the other end while maybe Chamindu Wickramasinghe puts up a score on the board.
This is so unfortunate for the Antonians. How many wickets did they lose?
Chamindu Vikramasinghe just keep on strike and a huge appeal, but nothing given. The umpire seems to be not interested.
Antonians in the middle surviving hard at the moment with 5 wickets already lost. And in the middle it's Trevin Matthews along with Chamindu Vikramasinghe, the 2 national caps playing for the Antonians. Tarana Vimal Dharma continuing. That was hit hard straight to the fielder. There's a chance. The skipper safely passes the crease. That was well fielded by the Trinitians.
Indeed, they really seem to be in a very good mood with having the upper hand at this point of the match. Almost half of the Antonian batting inning gone, and they really have only scored 74 runs.
The field is being really energetic for the Trinitians this morning, whereas they are picking up those balls really easy and fast, as well as hitting the stumps.
Indeed, and they are really giving their full.
That was a close call to get rid of Trevin Matthews. A drop catch by the Trinitians.
Indeed, now the batsmen really have to be careful, or else this could really be a catastrophe.
Thira Karanatunga and Tarendu Vimaladharma from both ends.
Yeah, solid defense.
There will be a change in voice in the commentary box. Joining me, it's Bilal Fahmi from the Antonian Media Unit. Good morning, Bilal.
Good morning, Nasif. What a day it has been so far.
Not the best of the days for the Antonians, as they have lost too many early wickets. But still more belief remains on the Antonian batting lineup.
Yes, Nasif, so far nothing has gone in the expected way for the Antonian batters at the moment. And like all of a sudden the entire game has changed in favour to the Trinitians, and there's no doubt in that. So at the moment, what would be the key factor for the Antonian batting lineup, Nasif?
Of course, it's to take off that pressure that Antonians are at this moment, because at the early stages itself, the running rate was really slow, and that was what made the Antonians to make those mistakes and lose the 5 wickets. So it's must for these two men in the middle to get off that pressure situation and put some runs on the scoreboard. Once again, a good one from Tirakaratunga.
Exactly, Nasif. When it comes to limited over cricket, it's all about keeping on scoring runs, and there's no doubt in that. At the moment, Antonian batting lineup is suffering a bit.
That was underage, and the ball is racing towards the boundary. Well fielded by the Trinitians.
No doubt the outfield is supporting the batsman at the moment a bit when compared to the other day, right? Because when we saw like 1 week back during the 2-day battle between these two schools, the pitch was a bit slow, and also the outfield was like really so slow. But now it has turned to be pretty normal, and it seems to be the ball is traveling much better than the other day.
Yeah, but still Trinitians have got the advantage and keeping the game on their hand until now, after half of the innings been over. A good defense there.
There's no doubt there is a huge responsibility lying at the moment on Chamidu Wickramasinghe, the skipper of Antonians. Till he remains there, there will be some hope in the batting camp.
Of course, Bilal, that's what we were talking about earlier also. Even that was swept well by Chamidu, but still a single there for the Antonians. Coming back to the point, talking about the Antonian batting lineup, they got a really deep batting lineup. We saw in the innings match also where Antonians lost 4 wickets for 74. And then the next 200 came in no time for the Antonians. Lahiru Chandimal playing a great inning knock for the Antonians on that day.
Exactly, Nasir. What I saw in the Antonian batting lineup is they have a lot of gears to change. So it's not about, at the moment, it's not about having a proper run rate. So they have exactly batters who can be really so destructive. So there are 24 more overs to go. So I hope that there will be a change in the speed. There will be a change in the batting gears.
But it is a must for these two to build up that partnership, that must-needed partnership. Once again, well defended by Trevin Matthews. These two are, of course, the most experienced campaigners the Antonian lineup have. Trevin Matthews and Chamidu Wickramasinghe, both playing for Sri Lanka. Two runs there for the Antonians.
Yes, Nasif, exactly. When it comes to these two experienced batsmen, you see the way how they are playing a sensible cricket at the moment. Because, they are not trying to go really so attacking at the moment. They are playing a defensive cricket without losing wickets at the moment. Definitely they are planning for a big partnership at the moment.
Indeed, Bilal. Once again, there was a close chance for the Trinitians. The spinners are doing great for the Trinitians side, as Tirakaratunga and Tarinder from the other end keeping on the attack. Yeah, there will be a change in voice in the commentary box once again. And joining with me from Trinity Media Unit, it's Lorenyo. Hi, bro.
Hello, very good morning to you. Lovely match today. Lovely sitting for a good match. The weather seems quite nice. and the Trinity have seemed to tip the scale in this one, don't you think?
Yeah, of course. Trinitians having the upper hand in this match, having taken 5 wickets already. Half of the Antonian batting lineup is already destroyed by these two spinners in the middle.
But it's a bit too late to set on your scores because you have Chamandeep Vikramasinghe and Travin Matthew.
Yeah.
Definitely two people who can change something for the Antonian lineup.
Yeah, even after Travin Matthews, you got Lahiru to come. So there's a huge batting lineup waiting for the Antonians. Another call, but no, says the umpire. Actually, Travin has come a bit early today, maybe because of too many wickets were lost by the Antonians earlier itself. So Travin has come in to most probably with a plan to play that anchor role, letting Chamidu settle in and go for the scores.
Definitely, because it seems that the Antonians will have to stay back and start setting up these runs because there was a small slip up in the small mid-series of their lineup. But still not too late to catch up and switch this to their favour. And definitely these are two players who can fit that role.
Yeah, of course. But they expected Chandimal and Azita to play a great innings today, but that didn't came off the bat of those two batsmen to the Antonians. So that was quite unfortunate for the Antonians lineup.
And also it's pretty clear that the Trinity bowlers have abused this wicket and taken advantage of this wicket.
Yeah, of course, as I already mentioned in the earlier session itself, Trinitians have done the homework that they required. They have come with that spinning combination for which this pitch is in favour of, because they saw what Antonians did in the innings match last week. Trinitian seems to have changed their whole plan after, not having Matisha Pathirana playing for them, and then we don't see pace coming from Trinity. It's mostly spin.
Yeah, but definitely, although we lost hope for a small second, the spinners have not, given up hope, and they've given their best, and it's clearly seen in the score.
That was hit well, struck well in the gap, and the ball runs towards the boundary. And there you go, the much needed boundary Antonians needed after a long wait. And that adds 4 more runs to the Antonians. That was Travin Matthews to score that boundary. That is what is impressive with the Antonian batting lineup. Bowlers coming in and scoring. Every player is with that all-round ability to do both batting as well as the bowling. When they are given with the responsible roles, they are doing it perfectly for the college.
Definitely, Nasir. It's same with the Trinity lineup, which makes this big match very interesting and very tense because you have two teams with very good lineups.
Yeah, of course, not to forget. In one ground, we are witnessing 6 national players and 3 from each school playing against one another. This is not a side that you will see in any other big matches, of course. This type of quality is what makes the Hill Country Battle of the Blues unique.
Definitely, Nasir.
At the end of the 28th over, Antonians are 88 for the loss of 5 wickets.
We now lost the students from both sides. Anthony and Trinity seem to be having their fun. Their bit of fun that they have every year that they miss for 2 years. I see that they are, pumped up and ready to, give their best at, cheering up and setting these players to play their best.
Yeah, of course, sharing that friendly rivalry that Trinity and Anthony's are always known for, and cheering the men in the middle, making sure that they give their best for their schools.
A single for the Antonians.
Antonians today are, of course, with lots of hopes because the last one-day encounter that they won were in 2012, which was under the captainship of Kanishka Ranraja, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, Antonians didn't get the chance to win. They had a draw once, but then this time there's more possibilities for the Antonians. So they are with a lot of hopes to bring the trophy home once again. Meanwhile, not to forget what Trinity produced in that period between 2012 till now to the international cricketing arena itself. You have Lahiru Kumar coming from Trinity. You have Nirashan Dikwel, the final captain to win the outright in between the Trinity Antonian Battle of the Blues clash. So that's some quality cricket did Trinity produce to the international arena.
Definitely, Nasir. And even last week we saw some big changes in the setting up why the Antonians winning the series, and we saw that their hopes were to a big extent.
Yeah, of course. After 2019, under the captainship of Tiksha Gunasinghe, where Antonians were able to put on a score of 298 in the innings match, that built the confidence that Antonians required at a high extent, because to go against Trinity and to put on that much of a score, and that was continued by Chamidu and his team too in the innings match last week, because they once again scored 288 and declared the Trinitians to follow on.
It was not the best of days for the Trinity lineup that day, but nevertheless Antonians did play innings that was well to be deserved.
Yeah, after 2019, Antonian seems to be dominating the hill country cricketing arena, because we saw Antonians won the innings match in 2019. Then they lost the one-day encounter actually after playing Royals for the Division 2 finals just the day before the one-day encounter, and coming from Colombo and playing the one-day the next day. Antonians couldn't put up their best on field, but then once again coming back to Askiria itself, playing the Kandy Schools Premier League, Antonians took over Trinitians in the semi-finals and they won the title. So that was how the Antonians dominated the cricket arena in Kandy in 2019, and thereon we didn't have matches due to COVID outbreak and many other issues that followed on in Sri Lanka.
Definitely we see even the students from both schools having their hopes high, because 2 years of absolutely nothing, no matches, no hopes, no chances to show their talents, and coming back with such classy cricket work and whatnot is something that is well to be remembered for both sides, not just Trinity or India.
Yeah, of course. Both sides having lots of hopes relied on this match. Trinitians and Antonians who are in the stands, if you go and ask why are you here, they are mostly because of this excitement and enjoyment that they get by witnessing this match that is played in between St. Anthony's and Trinity, where they share the friendly rivalry that they share for more than 100 years actually. So that's a lot to talk of.
That big match spirit is something that is very unique, especially to these two schools. 100 years, that's not a small time.
A lot of history, a lot of quality players to the international arena. You ask anyone who's the best bowler and best batsman Sri Lanka ever had, then you get answers as Sangakkara and Muthaiya Muralidharan. Both of them coming. That was a close call once again, but that was a misfield and the ball is going towards the boundary, but still Antonians will manage to get just a couple of runs there.
Trinity still have managed to keep them under pressure. I mean, it's not a lot of boundaries. If you compare this match with the match last week, you can see that the Antonian batsmen are under pressure and want to stay, hold their ground, and put a big score on goal partnership.
Yeah, of course. To build that partnership as being vital for these two batsmen in the middle, because last week we saw how aggressive they went, and there you go. Just now we were talking about being aggressive, and the Antonian skipper steps out and puts the ball out of the park for a 4 runs. And that is the style Chamidu plays. When he is in the game, he can change things. He found that gap and he came dancing out of the crease and went for that boundary. That was a very sensitive play from the skipper, Chamidu Wickramasinghe. And also we can see the run rate increasing for the Antonians little by little. That was sensitive once again, well defended. There was a misfield by the Trinitians, and Antonians get the advantage and scores another run.
Antonians finally losing on to their 100 marks, the 3 figures in this match.
Yeah, already 30 overs gone. Antonians are 97 for the loss of 5 wickets, which is considerably a low run for the Antonians batting lineup with the depth and with the power that they got.
Bowlers from Trinity can definitely be proud of what they've done until this stage, but they should not lose what they've been fighting for, because at any moment you can slip up and it can tip on to the Antonian side.
Yeah, after the 7th over today, I mean, while Pacers did start off very well, after the 7th overs I didn't see any pace attacking coming from the Trinity sides in both the ends. It has been more of a spin attack, and they are keeping the runs low. I mean, Antonians got the same setup with more spinners playing for them. Actually, this man in the middle, Travin Matthews, is someone who can... there's a bit of... That's the friendship that we see that is shared in the middle. How Travin Matthews rushed out, leaving his bat and pads off, helping the Trinitian there.
Win or loss, Nasif, this is what we need to cherish at the end of the day.
Of course, that's what Trinity and Anthony's are rich for.
A very important man in this figure. Injury to him can mean some damage to the Trinity lineup.
Yeah, of course, the one with 3 wickets already on his name.
Thaluvima Dharamana walking off to the stands. Situation does not look too good for the Indian lineup.
A huge loss indeed for the Trinitians.
A very key man in both fielding and in bowling to the line.
The play to continue. Supun Wadige is brought into the attack.
Supun Wadige replacing Thaluvima Dharamana. A new spinner to the attack. Let's see the damage he can do to the Antonian lineup. Nice delivery. Back to the bowler.
Once again, there was a thick edge on top. Antonians will settle in with a single. Not to forget that these two men in the middle batting, they got 10 overs to ball too. Especially Travin Matthews having a huge load on his shoulder to get those wickets for the Antonians. That has been his duty for the college. Even for the national team it was. Because he is someone who shared 5 holes with, along with Dunit Wellalage when he paired for the Under-19 Cricket World Cup a few months back. Driven well there for a single.
The outfield seems to be pretty quick compared to last week's setup.
Of course, last week it was really slow, but still Antonians managed to put on a score of 288 in the initial session. Once again driven, and this time through the gap, but still a single there for the Antonians. What we see as a difference in the Antonians lineup today is that there's no much of playing with the muscle today for the Antonians. They are going with the ball, and with those defensive shots, they are not trying much difference. And this time it was hit hard.
Well fielded by Trinity. Managed to keep the pressure that they've been keeping on for 30 overs.
Actually, the one who kept muscling up the ball last matches, I mean Chandimal Hera, he's been missing, and that is the part that makes a huge difference in today's Antonian lineup. I mean the scoring rate.
It seems to be Nasir, because 30 overs in and they are still at 2 figures, 99 for 5.
The scores are the score is 100 for the Antonians, and 100 comes up in the scoreboard for college for the loss of 5 wickets. Too late, but then at least from here on, Antonians need to accelerate their scores to go for that 250 mark at least.
19 overs left. If India manages to dismiss this partnership or keep this pressure that they've been holding on for a bit more time, then we can expect the guaranteed result. But if the partnership persists, then yeah, as you say, this can tilt to the Antonian side.
Another single there. Antonian seems to be playing those tiny gaps that they get to not leave off any dot balls, but still get those singles and doubles and keep the strike rotating to get settled a bit. And then hopefully in the last 10 overs we can see Antonians putting up a good show.
It's quite clear that this
One
partnership...
last hope.
One last hope. This partnership is what changes the match, because Chandy Singh and Praveen Matthew have a big responsibility on their hands to flip this to their side.
The hope for Trinity will be to get a wicket at this stage, to get off this partnership, and the hopes that Antonians have will be to go for those big shots. That was well fielded by Ranadu Somaratne, the all-rounder for Trinity. We saw what this man is capable of too in the innings match, both with the ball and bat. He does a lot for Trinity. Another national player.
Ranadu Somaratne played a magnificent innings last week. The best fielder of the match.
Yeah, and he scored a 50 for his name too. What we are witnessing now is a national cap, bowling to a national cap, and from the non-striker end, another national cap. That was a wonderful fielding effort by the Trinitians.
A very rare but beautiful sight to see, Nasir. Such class and talent in this field. Hill Country Battle of the Blues.
Of course, the two dominating schools in Hill Country when it comes to cricket, and even in the country. You see, out of the playing 11, 6 players, playing 11 of that national team, 6 players coming from Kandy, and that also from St. Anthony's and Trinity.
Very remarkable from both schools, which is why this Hill Country Battle of the Blues is a very special match to both schools, and even Kandy in that matter.
Not just the friendship, of course, the talent that shared in this ground is immense, that you can't just say with words.
End of the 32nd over, and the scores are 103 for 5.
There will be a change in the commentary box. Joining the commentary box, it will be Shahid Khalil and Yusuf to take on from the Trinity Media Unit.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Joining with me, Yusuf Zuri, an old Trinitian. Welcome, Yusuf. Yes, of course. St. Anthony's batting first, 103 for the loss of 5 wickets, end of 32 overs.
Good afternoon, Shahid. Feels good to be back in the commentary box after a while. Of course, at the moment, Trinity having the upper hand, but they can't let go of this. Chamindu Wickramasinghe is still there. He's, of course, has a menacing history with St. Anthony's College. Got a century in the big match last time around.
Yes, of course, Yusuf Chamindu Wickramasinghe and Trevor Matthew both represented Sri Lanka. Loads of experience for these two youngsters.
Because I think most of these players will know each other. We have Ranadu Somaratne playing from Trinity. Once again, solid delivery by Kularatne. Arkam Mutalib behind the stumps, he's been good. He's been leading his troops very well. Your take on what's going on all over, Shahid?
Yes, of course, Akram has done his homework pretty well, I guess. The good energy shown by Trinity fielders. We didn't see this in the two-day encounter. Good to see that young Trinitians are back in action.
Of course, given the nature of what happened last week around, the Trinitians must have regrouped, and Arkam might have had a few words to say to his boys, and they've come back with a banging energy here. They've been...
Here comes Kularatne. Wide delivery. Oh, Akram Mutalib. A very good try by the wicket-keeper.
Nearly got hold of it. Nearly got hold of it. I think there was some bat involved there.
Yes, I guess with the deviation, definitely bat involved. Pretty good effort by Akram. There I go, the Antonians coming from Katakosta to Askiria for the one-day encounter.
They are in their numbers here to support their team, both schools. Of course, this time around, both matches happening at Asgiria.
So if you are watching live, come to Asgiria, join the party. We are playing the one-day encounter of lapse of 2 long years. Come and enjoy the party.
Of course, something non-cricket side. I think I'm really liking the Antonian jersey this time around. Nudge down to extra cover. Of course, Shahid, nice to be back in the commentary box after a very long lapse.
Yes, of course, Yusuf. The live production brought to you by Trinity College Media Unit, brought to you live from YouTube and POTV channel number 20. A special thanks goes to the President Fadil Fazal and his team for this wonderful production.
Of course, a lot of effort going behind bringing such a production here to all the viewers here. Big expense going into this.
There you go, you can see the team involved. They are working hard from morning.
Of course, it's been a very, very tiring day for all of them here. Because it's easy for us to come here and do the commentary, but to set this all up, it certainly takes a lot of effort.
And of course, these are not professionals. These are students who does all this hard work. A special credit to the media unit and the president and everyone involved, Yusuf.
They've done an immaculate job. Of course, Trinity now still with the upper hand in this game. 103 for 5 at this stage. Samindu Vikramasinghe still out there for St. Anthony's College, but pretty much a very, very slow moving inning for St. Anthony's College. 32.5 overs done. Shahid, what would be a good total considering the nature of the pitch and how things have panned out so far? Is it just good bowling by Trinity, or is it something to do with the slower nature of the pitch?
I think slower nature of the pitch, because these days in Kandy there's a heavy rain. I guess around 180 to 220 might be a good score, given that St. Anthony's have a very good bowling lineup and Trinitians have not proved with their batting. There you go, driven for a single.
Coming back to where we were, Shahid, I think yes, St. Anthony's will be fancying themselves how much ever a low total they get, simply because of the fact that they have a fantastic bowling lineup. And then the Trinitians are yet to prove themselves with the bat with this edition of the big match.
End of 33 overs, St. Anthony's 104 for the loss of 5 wickets. Here comes Thiraka from the Hantan end. A very experienced bowler.
104 for 5 at the end of 33. Looped up delivery once again. Thiraka Ranatunga has been consistent with his bowling. He'll fancy himself to get a few wickets here.
Yes, of course, Yusuf, we saw him bowling pretty well in the second innings with the two-day encounter. Here comes Thiraka to Vikramasinghe. A well defended.
Traveen Matthew is of course a very, very capable batsman. We saw him play for Sri Lanka under-19s against Afghanistan in the recently concluded World Cup. I think he held his end very well, supporting his counterpart here, Ananda Somaratna of Trinity College. So I think he'll have fond memories. But of course it's a mountain to climb for St. Anthony's College here. They'll be fancying themselves to, get Trinity out regardless of what score they score, simply because of the fact they have an amazing bowling lineup. But of course, the Trinitians, they're playing at home turf, they're not going to back down.
Yes, of course, Yusuf, but don't underestimate the St. Anthony's batting lineup. Even the number 11 batsman can hit one or two shots. They are very good in their batting and as well as their bowling. But Trinitians need to keep them at least under 160, 150.
I think credit has to go to Arkam Muttalib, the way he has marshaled his troops. Fantastic work. I mean, he has been strategically very sound with his bowling changes. He's been conserving the overs of his top bowlers for the most needed parts. And I think what's very, very commendable is that they've still kept the pressure on, even though the wickets are not falling.
Anthonians are playing smart. Yusuf rotating the strike in the current condition is the best way to go. They know because they have national experience. Both Vikramasinghe and Travon Matthew. And our 34 overs, St. Anthony's 105 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Traveen Matthews will take strike.
Manala Kularatna representing Trinity College after his brother.
Pasan Kularatna was an integral part of Trinity's successes last year.
Of course, both are two very good paces playing for Trinity College.
Of course, they come with the reputation of a cricketing family, and I think one thing Manula will try his best to is to live up to the reputation his brother did last year.
Here comes Kularatna to Travon Matthew. Oh, inside edge could have gone to hit the wickets.
Nearly played onto the stumps at that point.
Great delivery by Manala Kularatna. But he does the best is hitting the deck hard.
I think what he's doing is putting the batsman in very uncomfortable, awkward positions for them to adjust to, and he's giving their uneven bounce with his action, hitting the deck hard as you said, and I think St. Anthony's still not let off the leash of Trinity. 105, just 2 runs in the last 3 overs. Trinity will be fancying themselves to limit them to a very good score here. That's very chaseable in these conditions. Well placed, beautifully played down to third man, Trevin Matthew. He knew what was doing there. Intentional shot, driven square of the cow point fielder. No chance for the third man fielder.
The two-day encounter, Chandimal Herat and Mohammad Akil did the damage to Trinity. This time is Chamindu Wickramasinghe and Trevon Matthew.
I think what has been a characteristic feature of St. Anthony's Trinity matches in the last 2 to 3 years, especially this edition and the previous editions, is that there has always been one Antonian who has taken the game away from Trinity. If you take the 2019 big match, you had Chamindu Wickramasinghe, and then last week it was Chandimal and Akil again, and this week Chamindu Wickramasinghe still looks like he's shaping up for something big.
Of course, Yusuf, of course, Anthony is known for producing great cricketers, starting from the great Muthaiya Muralidharan. What a performer he was for Sri Lanka and for the world cricket. The highest wicket taker, no one close to him, and I don't think that record could even be reached.
Well, at the rate James Anderson is going, Shahid, you never know. He might play up until he's 55 and get a bit of 1,000 wickets, because he's never looking like he's aging.
Might be, Yusuf. Definitely he should play another 5 to 6 years to get that record.
Of course, Sri Lanka's current spin coaches, P.L. Wijayatunga and of course Ruwan Kalpage, both students of St. Anthony's College. So of course they have a rich history of top spin bowlers, and today we have 2 of them playing. Nimnaka Jayatilaka and Trevin Matthews, both of them very good spin bowlers.
We'll come back to you on that. End of 35 overs, St. Anthony's 110 for the loss of 5 wickets. Here comes Thiraka Ranatunga to Trevon Matthew. So we were speaking about cricketers from St. Anthony's. Why don't we talk about the Trinitians? Who comes first into your mind, Yusuf, when you speak about Trinity College cricket?
I actually can't. Niroshan Dikpal?
Of course, Niroshan Dikpal, the current performer for Sri Lanka, played really well yesterday for the Sri Lanka A team, scoring 83 runs against Australia A. And of course, Trinity College is known for Kumar Sangakkara, the brand for Trinity, the brand for Sri Lanka. What a performer he was for the national side.
Of course, talking about Sri Lankan cricketers, these schools have produced tonight. We have the third T20 coming to you live from the Pallekele International Cricket Stadium starting at 7 p.m. onwards. Sad news is that Trinity's very own Matisha Pathirana, who was a part of the Sri Lanka squad, subjected to a small injury with his elbow, and he is today in the house watching his teammates play in the Trinity dugout. Of course, our commiserations goes to Matisha, because he really deserved his place in the national team after that fantastic outing with Chennai Super Kings in the Indian Premier League. Well, things happen in this number side. We call it Nelson in cricket, 111.
We'll see, will it be the lucky number for Trinity? 5 wickets down. Will it be the 6th wicket and the most important wicket of Chamindu Wickramasinghe? Here comes Thiraka Ranatunga. Oh, just a narrow miss, I guess.
Nearly. We are still on 111 for 5. I think after the England tour last year with Chamindu, he's not looked at his best. He was below average in the Under-19 World Cup.
Yes, of course, Yusuf. Chamindu Wickramasinghe is known for his explosive batting, and of course, he's a very, very handy fast bowler.
wreaked havoc versus England in the home series last year alongside St. Joseph's College Jan Daniel. And of course, he wasn't as up to expectations in the World Cup, but was very, very healthy with his cameos. He played up front, giving the quick fire starts to Sri Lanka. Well, of course, today it's another story. 23, he's on. 111 for 5 St. Anthony's College.
And of course, Yusuf is a great asset to have, you know. He is capable of opening the batting, playing in the middle order, even in the latter part of the batting lineup. It's a great handy fast bowler, good captain, asset to have.
At the end of 36, 111 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching the live coverage brought to you by the Trinity College Media Unit, we encourage all of you to come and join the party here at Asgiria. Still more than 70 overs remaining in the day's play. Great placement by Trevon Matthew, playing the smart cricket he is known for, Yusuf.
Going back to what we were talking about in the last over, Shahid, Chamindu Wickramasinghe, he is a very capable opening batsman, a very capable opening bowler. But just a question put forward to you. Given the amount of cricket that's being played these days, do you think it's healthy for a cricketer to be, bowling a full quota of 10 overs and also opening the batting on a regular basis and playing long innings like Chamindu?
A burning question, Yusuf. To tell you the truth, it all depends on the player. If he is physically fit and if he thinks that he could do everything with the bat and the ball, definitely he should.
Well, given the nature of how the games we play now, there are tons of schools cricket matches going on, and then the under-19 national duties come in for players like Chamindu as well. And going forward into their career, you look at the Sri Lankan National Super League that's there, the 4-day tournament that's there, the ODI tournament that's there. With all of that, is it healthy for a player? Is it a discussion that needs to be brought in with regards to nurturing players? Do we have to bring in players who are very good at one art and somewhat okay in another art? Or is it still, not a risk bringing players like Chamindu?
To be exact, Yusuf, I can't give you a definite answer because the question is really, really complex. But what I want to say is it depends on the player. The physical conditions, the fitness levels, and his will to bowl and bat. It's up to the player, I guess, to take the risk. When there's a greater risk, there's a greater reward as well.
Very true, Shahid. I think even if players like Chamindu, even if they don't bowl their full quota of 10 overs, with the 5 or 6 overs they can bowl, they give a lot of balance to the team. And as Sri Lankans, we specifically feel that we lost Angelo Matthews, the bowler, and the amount of balance that was lacking in the team. I think it speaks for itself how much all-rounders are important, but at the same time how well they should be managed.
Exactly, Yusuf. Again, Chamindu Wickramasinghe, as we were discussing, a great asset to St. Anthony's and maybe one day for Sri Lanka cricket as well. When you look at players like Hardik Pandya, who is capable of, coming in the top order, playing in the middle order, even as a finisher. A huge appeal. Chamindu Wickramasinghe goes, I guess. Really sorry, it was a Trevon Matthew. A great delivery by Pasan Kularatne. Wonderful bowling by the youngster.
Well, of course, Shahid, it's the younger of the Kularatnes, Manula Kularatne, who lived up to his family reputation there, getting the valuable wicket of Trevin Matthew. Trevin Matthew was slowly climbing up the scoreboard, getting to 20 before a wonderful delivery. And of course, Arkam Muttalib behind the stumps. He's been fantastic. Yet another catch for him. 113 for 6. at the fall of the 6th wicket.
Here comes Lahiru Abesingh, yet another star for St. Anthony's in the two-day encounter. Will he play an innings like what he did in a two-day encounter, Yusuf?
48 in the first innings here at Askeria last week, and then a 50 in the second innings. Lahiru Abesingh is in red-hot form, but so is Manula Kularatne. He's been bowling really well. I mean, the scorecard doesn't show how well Manula has been bowling. He's been keeping the lines tight. He's been keeping the batsman under pressure. And I think it was 3 or 4 overs of solid bowling that got him that wicket.
Yes, of course, Yusuf hitting the good length and bowling in the fourth stump channel. A great channel for a fast bowler, a wicket-taking channel. Manula Kularatne has done his homework pretty well and come very, very hard for this one-day encounter.
I mean, one thing that's been standing out with regards to Manula is that he hasn't tried anything fancy. He has kept it to the simple basics. He's bowled it in that fourth stump line and always kept the batsman questioning what delivery is going to come his this way. And given the nature of the movement we are seeing with the ball, I think the pitch still has something to offer for the faster bowlers.
Here comes Manula to the new batsman, Lahiru Abesingh. A great delivery, a great way to welcome, I guess.
Lahiru Abesingh equally up to it, strong in defense. He's looked very convincing. And we were talking about the depth of the Antonian batting. And look at the batsman who's averaging almost 35 in this season stats. And also with 250s up right up there in Askeria last week at number 8, depth of the Antonian batting lineup.
Yet another star for Sri Lanka under 19 as well. Ejra just past the wicket keeper. Manula Kularatne, what a spell he's having.
I think at this level you need to hold on to those. Arkam Muttalib will be dearly disappointed. He has been leading from the front so far, and only time will tell how much it will cost Trinity College.
In 37 overs, St. Anthony's 114 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Lahiru Abesingh taking guard. Waduge of Trinity College will be bowling.
The live production brought to you by Trinity College Media Unit, covering across the globe through YouTube and POTV channel number 20. I heard that even my uncle is watching from Qatar. A great job by Trinity College Media Unit once again.
I think it goes to speak for itself. With this going on now on national television, like on POTV, it is bound to get international coverage. And with the expatriate community that these two schools have outside Sri Lanka, in the Middle East, in the Americas, in the Australias, I think it's bound to get a lot of coverage, because at the end of the day, all these old boys who were from these schools who are outside Sri Lanka, they miss this action and they feel at home when they watch these matches.
That is, here comes Waduge again, another inside edge. 2 is a call, and they are making it with, they have made the 2.
Lahiru Abesingh have been living dangerously so far, almost gave his wicket away in the previous over to Manula Kularatna and now nearly dragged it onto his stumps. Supun Baduge, the Trinitian bowler.
I guess Yusuf Thirakaranattung bowled pretty well in this end. I don't know why the captain chose to go with Supun Baduge, but we'll see.
Of course, I think Arkam's decisions so far in the match have been very, very sound. And I think he will have his reasons going into this. But even I was with you with regards to Thiraka. He looked like he would get a wicket at some point.
There you go. Huge shot from Abesing. Oh, a very good effort by Somaratna, I guess. Unfortunate for Trinity. Luck for the Anthonians.
Well, of course, they say fortune favors the brave. Lahiru Abesingha, 3 times already he's risked his wicket in his short stay of 5 balls. I think a word or two from the Antonian captain Zamindu, telling Lahiru to calm down. And still a lot 12 overs to go, a lot could change.
On the other hand, Trinitians need to capitalize on these opportunities because Lahiru Abesingha's wicket is going to be the most crucial wicket in the Antonian innings, considering his last performance.
I think this Antonian batting lineup, Shahid, they keep coming at you. We were talking about how key the wicket of Trevin Matthew was. We get the wicket of Trevin Matthew, and then you have Lahiru Abesingha walking into the stumps. At this point, Trinity need to keep their leash on with St. Anthony's, otherwise it is going to be a tough day in the office.
Yes, of course, it's a mammoth task for Trinity bowlers. Less experience compared to the Antonians, but that's not an excuse at a big match.
Of course, these players are accomplished players who have earned their positions in these teams, and I think they need to live up to the reputation and the history they are defending at this point. Hard shot down the ground to mid-on. Samindu Wickramasinghe moves on to 24. He's been quite sedentary, not scoring much, but giving the opportunity to the incoming batsman.
We'll come back to that in the next over. End of 38 overs. St. Anthony's 120 for the loss of 6 wickets. Speaking about last day's one-day encounter, what an encounter it was. Captaining Trinity College, Avishka Sinadir, replacement for Fubudu Bandar, and for St. Anthony's, Tiksha Gunasinghe. Yusuf, take me through that match.
Of course, St. Anthony's looked in a very convincing position to go on and win that game. But then Abhishek Anandakumar had other thoughts, went on to become the man of the match in that encounter. Now, Abhishek, of course, captained Trinity last year, but unfortunately, the events in the country and around the world not allowing him to go on and do the honor of captaining his team in a big match. Boundary, Lahiru Abesinghe. We told you how crucial his wicket was and how good in form he has been. Straight away pouncing on the loose delivery by Vibhavi Tallebola.
You can't bowl short at Lahiru Abesinghe. Definitely he is going to punish you. Stick to proper line and let the good length where Manula Kularatna sticked. So that would be the ideal length for Lahiru Abesinghe as well. Definitely. Here comes Vibhavit Alapola to Chamindu Wickramasinghe again. Will it be a catch? Yes, it is. Trinity strikes. Chamindu Wickramasinghe departs. Trinitians are celebrating his wicket.
Vibhavit has the last laugh. Once again, Chamindu Wickramasinghe trying to access that gap down to mid-wicket to get that boundary. But Vibhavit Alapola having the benefit of the fortunes. They are getting the wicket hot and bold. St. Anthony's College 124 for 7.
I think that ball hurried up to Chamindu Wickramasinghe.
I think something noteworthy that we've been seeing from both Trinity players is Manula Gururatna and of course Vibhavit Alapola is that they've been hitting the deck very hard, and that as a result the ball has been coming on much quicker to the bat.
And of course the St. Anthony's fast bowlers should take note coming in the second innings. I think with the current condition they need to defend a score around 160, 170 maybe.
Well, the Antonian captain Chamindu Wickramasinghe was there for a long time, and of course he is an opening bowler as well. He would have certainly read the conditions here well, and I think with the day going on the pitch is going to get beneficial for the spin bowlers with conditions drying out here at Asgiria. The new batsman for St. Anthony's College, Divyesh Ramaya, number 7 on the back of the jersey. We have seen that before, haven't we? Not so fond memories for Sri Lankans though.
Of course, another man who had the last laugh of Sri Lankans in the 2011 One-Day World Cup, none other than Mahendra Singh Dhoni.
Let's not go there, Shahid. It's too traumatizing to talk of those experiences. Even 12 years down the line, it stings the same.
The captain of Trinity College should be given the credit. A great field setup by the captain, an attacking field setup. He has improved really well compared to the two-day encounter. He's more towards attacking now. Again, Divyesh Ramaya trying to place in between the fielders, but straight to the fielder.
I think we have to talk about the bowling changes Arkham has been making. All of them have been giving returns. Divyesh Ramaya once again solidly dodges the shorter delivery. What's very characteristic of St. Anthony's College is that despite being a number 9 batsman, Divyesh is still having very solid technique.
Exactly, Yusuf will come back to that in the next over. End of 39 overs, St. Anthony's 124 for the loss of 7 wickets. Another bowling change. The vice captain Rananda Sombaratna comes in. A handy bowler he is for Trinity College.
I think Ranudha is a very good bowler, a very good batsman, but beyond that, he has a very calm head on his shoulders.
I think it all comes with the experience of the player. Ranudha playing for Sri Lanka and he's playing for SSC currently, definitely.
I remember his innings against Australia under-19s in the World Cup. Sri Lanka were in a spot of bother and he was there right till the very end and took Sri Lanka home. And I think that innings really brought forward how mature and calm-headed a person Ranudha Somaratne is. And given the position Trinity Anthony's College are in with 125, 7 wickets down, I think Akram Muttalib trusts Ranudha to do what's right at this point. You know, he might not be the most skillful spin bowler out there, but he knows what he's doing. And I think that's a big asset to have. Down to extra cover, single. Lahiru Abesingha, a lot rests on him now. Miss Fields gifted runs to St. Anthony's College.
Of 40 overs, St. Anthony's 127 for the loss of 7 wickets.
I think a lot rests on this pair at this point, Divyesh Ramaya and Lahiru Abesingha. Especially, I think these two will go down as the last pair of recognized batsmen from St. Anthony's College. But with 10 overs to go, if one of these two gets set, I think St. Anthony's are looking at something around 150, 160.
Definitely, if that's the case, it should be Lahiru Abesingha, not Divyesh Ramaya. He could rotate the strike and give a helping hand for Lahiru. But Lahiru should be the man.
Akram Muttalib going back to Vibhavit Allepola, took a wicket in his last over. He'll be wanting Vibhavit to get another wicket. I think Akram is missing out by not having a slip field at this point, Shahid.
Definitely, with the runs on the scoreboard and with 7 wickets down, definitely Akram should attack a little more. But we'll see what will happen. A quick single taken. 2 is the call. And they are settling for a single, but
Vibhavit Allepola now gets to play bowl 5 deliveries at Divyesh Ramaya, the weaker link of the two batsmen out there.
Should Akram bring the fielders close?
I think Divyesh will predominantly try to rotate the strike. So preventing the single should be the priority. I don't think he's a bang-bang batsman who will clear the infield and go for that big boundary. So I think Vibhavit Allepola, who is bowling a very solid line, and Akram needs to trust his bowler and set up a much more attacking field. This is way too backward for the situation Trinity are in right now.
There you go, well left by Divyesh Ramaya. Might be a number 9 batsman, but he's very capable of putting a helping hand for the Antonians. And Vibhavit Allepola bowling in that 4th stump line.
Something that's been very, very characteristic of the Antonian tailenders is that they hang in there. They hang in there for quite a while. And with someone like Chamindu or Lahiru at the other end, they can do wonders.
Again, a great delivery by Vibhavit Allepola. Seems to be in a trouble, I guess, with his knee.
Well, despite the situation and everything going on, the fans have turned up in their numbers here to Asgiria. Of course, a lot more action left in the game. Any one of you around here, once you're done with work, you can certainly drop by this Saturday here at Asgiria. The Antonians too have turned in their numbers to support their men.
Whip away to Divesh Ramaya. Again a good line and length, banging it short. Yusuf, we should speak about some history of this ground. Askiri International Cricket Stadium, Trinity College, the only school in the world to own an international cricket ground. A huge credit should go to late Government Sahanayaka, President Sri Lanka Cricket, and of course Minister of Parliament.
Nearly got him there, Vibha, with Talebola. Coming back to what you were talking about, Sai. I think Trinity College are really blessed to have such a great facility for not just cricket. I think sports overall. You have boxing here, you have the tennis courts that are being rebuilt here, and for the 150th anniversary, a lot of renovation that's happening in this ground. It's a fantastic facility for high performance sports, and I think, as you mentioned, a lot of credit should go to the founding forefathers of this particular venue for Trinity College. Vibha Talepola yet again a slow yorker, well disguised at that point. Divesh Ramaya equally up to it. Well, that was totally unnecessary. The batsman was well within his crease. And an extremely fast throw from the mid-wicket fieldsman right into the face of Mohammad Arqam. I think he should be fine. Just a shock reaction at this point. 129 for 7.
Asgiri International Cricket Stadium hosted the 1996 World Cup, Sri Lanka against Kenya. A record-breaking match in that season where Sri Lanka lifted its maiden Cricket World Cup.
Of course, fond memories there. St. Anthony's College's very own Muthaya Muralidharan representing the Sri Lankan team in that World Cup, played in this ground.
Yes, of course, Yusuf.
Times for Sri Lanka cricket at that point, and I think it's a wonderful story. The nature of how Sri Lanka went about the 1996 World Cup. Not just how wonderful cricket we played, but beyond that, the nature of how Arjuna Ranatunga handled the off-field issues. It's a fantastic story of man management for me.
Is when I mentioned about that particular World Cup, Sri Lanka played against Kenya in this very same venue. And Sri Lanka, for their first inning, scored 360 plus runs, which was one of the highest runs back then in 1996. And Aravinda De Silva scored 140, which is his personal best.
I think, 360 nowadays, it's still a challenging, tough score again. But back in 1996, when 240 was a winning score, to get such a score, I think it spoke volumes of how Sri Lanka were certain favourites to go on and win the tournament.
And of course, Yusuf, the last international match played at Asgiri was Sri Lanka against England in the year 2007, where stars like Kumar Sangakkar, Mahela Jayawardene, Sana Jayasuriya, Rasid Malinga all represented Sri Lanka.
Drop chance there by the short extra cover fieldsman. It's Lahiru Abhay Singh who has been very lucky today. Third time he's been dropped in his short stay of just 9 runs. You have to hold on to those at this stage. The fieldsman there. Coming back to what we were talking, I think Asgiri and international cricket matches side. We were talking about the 2007 game, the last game played here at Asgiri.
Yes, Yusuf, as I told, Sri Lanka played against England in a test match. Sri Lanka won that match, and in fact, it was the last test match for Sanath Jayasuriya himself.
And I think with the end of one of Sri Lanka cricket's and of course world cricket's legends, it ended an era of wonderful cricket here played at Asgiria International Stadium. We long for the day yet again where international cricket will return to this wonderful picturesque venue here in the hills of Kandy.
Definitely, Yusuf. And St. Anthony's very own Muthaiya Muralidharan took 9 wickets against Zimbabwe in his very same venue.
I think that was his best figures, was it?
Exactly, Yusuf. It was his best bowling innings. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the 10th wicket because Chamin Devas took it.
And he went on to get another 7 wickets in the second innings, and I think that was at the time the biggest match haul for any bowler in Test cricket. Times have changed now, players have gone on to get much bigger credits. I think there was one international bowler who recently got all 10 wickets, whose names I can't recall. Ejaz Patel of New Zealand in the stadium at Ahmedabad in the Test concluded recently, went on to get 10 wickets against India.
Change of voices. Mohammad Nasif and Fazal Majid will take you through the rest of the overs.
Thank you, Shahid. We got Mr. Fasal Majid with us again. St. Anthony's College Kandy in trouble. 132 for 7 wickets at the end of 42 overs. Just a run rate of 3.14. How are you feeling, sir?
Oh, good. I'm getting ready for lunch. The strong Antonian batting lineup struggling here. 134 for 7. Now the 8 overs to go. The best thing that they can do is bat the 50 overs. That's played well. There could be runs there, at least 2. They run hard.
Just batting the 50 overs would do a good deed for them. But we were expecting something like 200 on board, 250.
Absolutely. They batted very well last weekend. They put up 283 and it was excellent batting. Today they crumbled. I don't know what kind of mindset they brought into the game. One thing for sure, it's not a good one.
Lahiru Abesinghe, we know what he's capable of.
He is a good hitter, big hitter of the cricket ball, that's for sure. But he has been dropped at least a couple of times, right, in this innings?
Definitely, I think that was a couple of times he was dropped.
Even before he opened his account, he was dropped, I think, off the left-arm fast bowler.
Well, the drop chances, talk about the drop chances. We have seen so many instances where the people were dropped soon as they came into the grounds and they go for centuries, half centuries.
You're right, they ride their luck.
We have to take the chance when we can, definitely.
They capitalize, that's part of the game. Sometimes the rub of the green goes your way.
Well, the spinners have done quite a pretty job today. We didn't expect that to happen, but unfortunately for St. Anthony's College, that didn't go well either.
Yeah, there was a little bit of assistance for the spinners, but I'll tell you, this is a good batting wicket. We know plenty of runs in the wicket still. If you are prepared to play your shots.
So, what do you think? What should be the change now? They definitely need a breakout, right? So, these two batsmen in the middle of the crease, how are they going to do it?
The next 8 overs, they need to get at least about 50 runs. That's about 190 on the board, and see whether that's the total. You know, they have something to bowl at then.
Well, 7 overs remaining, and if you go with a run rate of 6, that's something like 42 runs.
Yeah,
in order to get 200, they at least need to score 9 or 10 runs per over.
Oh, that's played. That could be caught. Yes,
that's beautifully caught.
Very well held. Another wicket, another Antonian wicket gone. I think that's Lahiru is gone. Maybe called a No ball, that's a possibility.
This time the Trinitians make no mistake, and that's safely caught.
Are
they
they
got the
waiting for,
boundary.
I don't know, the batsman is reluctant to walk, or is he walking back? Very good catch, well bowled. The trap was set, and the man at deep, third man took the catch, eyes on the ball, and diving forward and taking a brilliant catch.
We saw a drop catch soon as he came into the crease, and that was dropped at the edge of the boundary as well. And this time the Trinitians make no mistake.
So Trinity right on top here. We expected a tall scoring game. Antonians winning the toss, but can't capitalize on it. Strong batting lineup today, just 135 for 8. I think that Trinity fielders in the ring put the pressure on the Antonian batsmen. They were not getting any easy singles, and that was a lot of pressure on the Antonian batsmen. They were not able to find the gaps. They were playing the ball straight to the fielders, or the Trinity set of ring of fielders were doing an excellent job. They dropped a few catches, but their ground fielding has been spot on up to now.
Definitely, talking about ground fielding, it has been impressive, really impressive, especially inside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinod. I mean, inside the ring, they've been really good, piling the pressure on the Antonian batsmen, not giving away any easy singles. Even Chamindu Wickramasinghe, he was there at the crease for a long time, but he did not see much of the strike because the batsmen at the other end were getting bogged down. They were not rotating the strike, so he just got to. He did not face many deliveries in his knock.
A bit of a slow delivery by Vibhavita Halapola.
Looks like the Antonian batting lineup is full of left-handers, more than right-handers.
I think that mattered a lot as well. The left and right hand combination didn't work quite much. We saw even after one wicket and so many wickets falling, the time we got left and right hand combination was very rare.
Really, yeah, you're right, because Chandimal didn't stay at the wicket for long. He was the star of last week's big match, and today his stay at the wickets was a very short one, and he was a right-hander, and not many right-handers in the side. So Trinity right on top. The captain of Trinity College, Akram Mutalib, has been doing an excellent job changing his bowlers, mixing his bowlers, rotating his bowlers very well. And the fielders have been supporting really well, except a few drop chances. The ground fielding has been right there on top. And 130 runs, 35 runs to 40 runs. Doesn't look the score that the Antonians would have wanted to when they went into bat this morning.
Definitely. I don't know who made the mistake. Was it me telling that it's a batting wicket? Or was it the Antonian batsman?
It's not you. Anyway, I think the curator must have got it wrong. Can't be 300 plus by both sides. There was a bit of churn. The Trinity spinners exploited those conditions. But that's the way the game goes. But still plenty of runs here.
Yeah, because Akram Mutalib introducing the spinners in the 7th over, there itself something was told that the spinners are going to be a great part of the game, and we cannot underestimate the Antonian side. They have a national dominant spinner, Trevin Matthew, as well as way more great spinners. So the game is still on for the both sides. That's what I feel. Yes. I personally like if Trinity is doing a great job, but my second thoughts are not going to be that much friendly with Trinity.
Well, smart piece of captaincy by Akram Mutalib. He brought in the spinners very early on. He's done the right things with the field placings. The bowlers supporting him. So far, everything going Trinity's way. I would like to know how many dot balls in the innings so far. Too many dot balls, chewing up. That's not a good sign for any batting side. Singles are very important part of the game, and that's where I think St. Anthony's has so far messed it up.
So just some arithmetic there. So if you consider the overs and the number of runs played, there have been 258 balls bowled so far. And if we consider as a runner ball, 258 balls and 135 runs. So there itself we can get an idea
That's
about
a huge difference, you're right. And today not many boundaries was scored.
Definitely.
There were a few boundaries. And they never ran hard. They didn't try to convert the ones into twos or take tough singles. They did not look for those singles. So that's the reason they're in a bit of bother. Not a bit of bother, a lot of bother.
The Trinitys have been really good generating that bounce in that last edge of the wicket. Every ball which was bowled in that good length, it had some bounce. And we didn't see we didn't see short deliveries at all actually, to be honest. Because in the one-day encounter, the paces were used in the short deliveries as the key. But today I didn't see it at all, to be honest.
They're bowling the right lengths. They've been bowling much fuller, getting the ball up there. And the ball has been doing a little bit for them. Keeping the pressure on the Antonian batsmen. Antonian batsmen, you can see most of them were not putting bat to ball. That's not a good sign, I'll take you to a little bit of history. The player who has dominated the series is Marlon Warnock of St. Anthony's College, Kandy. 1980 to 1984, he played 5 games. In those 5 knocks, he had 200s, 250s, and a 40. And he was the the main scorer, the top scorer on either side of those 5 games. So nobody has dominated the series like Marlon Warnock, a top cricketer, and he was in the Sri Lankan squad, but in the 80s there was not much of cricket, so he migrated. He is living in Australia at the moment.
Well, there has to be so much talented players who are unheard at the moment. I didn't ask about you, sir. What was your role? Are you an all-rounder or a batsman?
Well, I started as a batting all-rounder, you can say, but later on I became a bowling all-rounder. And I was mainly known for my bowling. And of course, I was not a bad batsman.
So you bowled
a left-arm leg spinner. Yeah.
Left-arm leg spin? Oh, yeah. That's very unique.
When it mattered, I made a few runs. Not very consistent, but I was there. I got there.
That's what's important.
So Lahiru, is Lahiru gone or what's?
Nope, Lahiru Abhi Singh is still on the wicket, and Jihan Amarasen, I think, is the other batsman on the other end. Lahiru Abhi Singh is at 13 runs.
Lahiru Abhi Singh is a capable batsman. He can hit the long ball. He's a hard hitter, and if he can stick there until the 50th over, until the end of the innings, we may see some fireworks. As far as he times the ball and gets shot selection is right, and he's pulls it. He could be gone. The bowler getting under it. Yes.
That's gone. The 9th wicket falls for the St. Anthony's College. The Trinitans delighted.
Dear oh dear. They're using that short pitch ball delivery very well. It's Lahiru gone. Chamin the wicket singer falling to a similar shot, similar delivery. Looks like they're not got the. They're still to understand the pace of the wicket. That's what's happening.
Well, I was exactly going to say what the Anthonians had to do now. I was telling that from the other end, Amarasen has to protect the wicket while Lahiru Abhi Singh complete the 50 overs and at least 2 boundaries per over. And within a fraction of a second, everything just changed.
Yeah.
And that's sad to say. And now the 9th wicket, the final wicket for St. Anthony's College, and it's the lower order which is exposed at the moment.
So nothing going the Antonian way. So it's a bit disappointing. We expected them to put a good score, a very respectable score, a sizable score, 250 plus. But here they are struggling at 135 for 8. And with about 7 overs to go for the end of the innings, I hope they'll play out the 50 overs. That's very important. That's very, very important at this stage. They don't lose these last 2 wickets without going the distance.
Well, a personal fact, I booked 2 tickets for tonight's Sri Lanka vs Australia match, but I was worried that this match would end late, so that I could not make it on time for the international match. But now I feel quite happy that this match will be ending early, and I can make it on time.
Well, the big question is Matisha Patirana going to play? Because the Sri Lankan cricket team, Sri Lankan cricket, must absorb him, give him a chance to play when his confidence is high. His confidence is high. He's just come back from the IPL. He played for CSK. He played under Dhoni. He played with the big stars. He did well. So this is the time to introduce him. Oh, another has gone over the keeper's head. At least a couple of runs. No, just a single. So I hope Sri Lankan cricket will do the right thing, that they will give him an opportunity to play, especially in front of his home crowd.
Well, this is the most interesting part. Matisha Patirana is at Askiri at the moment.
So he is not part of the...
He is not part of the Sri Lankan team today due to an injury, and he won't be getting the chance to play the big match as well. I saw him in the morning, I thought he's going to play, and I told that he's going to play, but then I got the bad news that he's injured and he won't be playing for Sri Lanka as well as for his college, so it's very, very unfortunate to know that.
That's a shame, isn't it? That's very, very disappointing. I thought I was told that he came to the grounds this morning. Maybe I thought he was going to be on duty for Sri Lanka today. But now you're telling me that he's injured, and he won't be able to take the field for Sri Lanka in front of his home crowd. That's very, very disappointing.
Well, talking about the international level, I think Matisha Patirana should have got a chance in the first or second match because, as you told, sir, he was pumped. He was in the hype. He was on form. He played with so many experience. I mean, no offense, but compared to the Sri Lankan T20 side, he was a player who came after playing with one of the most, not one, DJ Bravo, MS Dhoni, one of the most highest experienced players in the cricketing world. So maybe he should have got a chance just to show something. I thought he'll get a chance in the second match, but unfortunately he did not, and Sri Lanka, unfortunately, they did not get a victory as well.
Well, we know I'll nominate your name as one of the selectors in Sri Lankan side. Your thinking is spot on. Both of us are thinking on the right lines. You play a player when he's at his confidence is high. And he got everything. He came from the IPL, his confidence was high. He played with the big stars, and this is the time to introduce. And it's no fun. He comes and plays his Trinity Antonian encounter. He doesn't do well. Then they go and introduce him playing in the big stage.
And another thing is maybe introducing him in the first level, he won't be successful because he's new to that arena, international cricket. But that's the way, because when something is new, when you're not familiar with it, you make mistakes. But in order looking into the future, what my opinion is, they should give the chance, they should take the chance they have so that they can make him a good asset to the future.
I totally agree with you, because he should have been played in that one, at least one game. Forget about the 2 games. He should have been played, and but unfortunately they did not give him a chance. There was another bowler, I think Thushara, similar to his style of bowling. He played, but he didn't do well, I believe. Okay, that's a different story, but your thinking has to be, this man, this boy, his confidence is high. This is the time to introduce him into the side. So that should be the thinking.
Yeah, because no matter how hard you bowl on the nets, when it comes to the international pitch, the things are different. You are surrounded by international crowd, and the whole world is looking at you. So the mindset of the player is quite different. So the more and more matches he play, then the more and more greater he will be. So this should be applied on all those young stars who are thriving right now.
Yeah, I was thinking when they did not play him for the first 2 games that they were holding him back so that they can introduce the guy to play in front of the home crowd, up in Kandy, familiar conditions, everything. But now you say he's injured and he's at the grounds here. So that's a bit disappointing, isn't it?
Well, maybe if he was not injured, he should have played today's match, because this is last big match encounter and this is really, really unfortunate. When I saw him in the morning, I was really happy and thrilled that he's going to play today, but I saw him near the old pavilion, and I talked to him, and he told that he's injured and he won't be playing. So that's really sad for the Trinity.
The only reason I was going to watch the T20 game on TV, I'm not glued to it all the time, to watch him bowl, because he's quite an exciting talent, you know. He's different from the normal bowlers, and he brings that excitement into the game. And it's nice when you have an exciting talent, and to watch him in action. Now that I hope at least he plays during this series. He deserves a chance. I hope he will be a part of the team. So the left armour doing a great job here for Trinity. The Antonian batters treating it like a two-day game here, not taking any chances. The right options, because they are in about this is the last pair, and we are in the 46th over. Another 4 more overs to go after this. So they got to make sure that they bat the 50 overs, at least get another 10 to 15 runs, which may come in quite useful when they go into field.
Yeah, well, considering the fact that the Antonians' low board is exposed, now what they have to do is run a ball. Wow, that's a solid defense. I didn't expect that from a number 11 batsman, actually.
Don't underestimate the number 9, 10 and Jack. They are good, you know. They improved their game, improved their skills. Yeah,
Kavisha Perumal is playing. This is the first time I'm seeing him. I think he didn't play the 2-day encounter. Kavisha Perumal.
You mean
the new batsman.
The new batsman,
yeah.
Really? Oh, okay. They must have made a few changes from the side which played last weekend. But the Trinity bowlers have done an excellent job. The pace bowlers have been well supported by the spinners. The captain has been on the money all the time, you know, doing the right things, good bowling changes, field placing spot on. The fielders in the ring have really done an excellent job, piling the pressure on the Antonian batsmen. No easy singles.
Talking about the changes that Anthony's has done, Bimsara Jayasekara, the middle order batsman in the 2-day encounter, came as the opener today. Well, that's something we have seen in international level as well, because if you consider players like Shea Hope, Quinton de Kock, Niroshan Dikwell, they are the openers in the shorter format. But when it comes to the longer format, we see them stable in that middle order. So this is some good stuff to see the changes done by St. Anthony's College, but the outcome hasn't been that good today.
Yeah, it hasn't worked for them. Even though Binsar Jayasekara came in as an opener, is he a big shot player? Does he play the big shots?
Well, he's one of the most experienced players in the Anthony's side. Right. He's a senior player. I actually don't know much him in detail, but Mohammad Akil and Bimsar Jayasekara, the two openers, they both went off to the dressing room
quite early.
Yeah, within a few number of times. So
I didn't see any of the Antonian frontline batsmen sort of trying to play shots over the top, taking the bowlers on. You know, they're not throwing their hands at it. The ball was coming onto the bat quite nicely, and that's okay. I understand that part of the game, but I didn't see them trying to work the ball around either. That was disappointing.
I was going to exactly say that, like, they didn't try. That's right. If they tried and they missed, that's fine. But what I observed is they didn't try to go big. Even in the power play, the first power play, I thought that they would try to go big. Even if they try to go big and wickets fall, we can tell that they have a plan in their mind. But all they tried was to ground the ball as much as they can, and I didn't see the ball passing the inner circle.
Absolutely, you're spot on about the power play. Usually you try to hit the ball over the top, you know, you take some risks, because field limitations, and plenty of runs if you get the ball, you know, over the inside ring. And Antonian batters didn't do any of that, you know. They were not throwing their hands at it, you know. There was hardly any feet movement. They were just playing a seeded game. I mean, couldn't understand the mindset behind that thinking.
So taking into the future, The second innings, who do you think that will be a star for Trinity today? There's Pawan Pathiraja, another Somaratna.
Well, I liked what I saw of Sumaratna. He batted beautifully last week. You know, he has that long reach. He was hitting the ball right in the middle of the bat, and he was playing in the V. He could play those big shots down the ground, and he hit a few huge sixes. The good thing about Somaratna's batting was he was working the ball around. He was not only waiting for the big shots. So I hope if he gets going today, I think this game will be Trinity's.
Yeah, well, whenever he didn't try to go for a big shot, he made sure that the strike is rotated, the scoreboard is taking. Right, so Randa Somaratna, my idea is on him as well, but I'm also having hopes on Pathiraja as well as players like Vibhavita Helipur, because I've seen them play, and especially Pawan Pathiraja in the final innings of the two-day encounter, he was a bit accelerated with his strike rate as well. So the main two batsmen for Trinity is Randa Somaratna and Pawan Pathiraja, so lot to expect from them. And I'm curious about the opening and the batting order of Trinity College, how it's going to be today.
Let's wait and see. I mean, Somaratna, when he came in last week, in the first innings, Trinity were in a spot of bother. But he didn't get bogged down. He was, playing his natural game. He was getting the singles, and he was prepared to play the big shots when it was there for him in his arc. And he did a very decent job. And if he gets going today, if he starts to gets going today, I think this should be Trinity's match. Trinity, last week they didn't put up a good show except for Somaratna.
I agree.
Do they have, you say you're talking about Pawan Pathiraja, I think he made 100 against Royal. Do they have a set of good bowlers? Do they have a set of good batsmen? Yeah. Helipola is another name you said.
Yeah, Vibhavita Helipola. And I can't forget the names like Supun Vaduge, Rahal Amarasinghe. So these players are really, really talented as well. And the youngster Vidu Kadamage, the reason that maybe the selectors are putting him, he has another 3 years to play. But he's playing his first big match, the debut big match at this stage. So maybe the selectors do have some specific reasons to put him to the playing level. So I think, Vidu Kadamage, Supun Vaduke, Rahal Amarasinghe, those players are some players that we can have some faith on as well.
It's not a big total chase, they may be chasing 150 or 160 maximum, and it could be a tricky total sometimes, But Trinity should understand they should just go on and play their natural game. That's very important. I think Akram Mutalib has done a very good job as a captain today. He's done the right bowling changes, has had the fielders in the right positions. His bowlers have supported his captaincy. The fielders have done a remarkable job. The ground fielding has been spot on. The commitment has been 100%. And even though they dropped a few catches, the ground fielding has been spot on. That's well hit. But still,
and that's well fielded.
Very well fielded. They have been fielding very well of their own bowling, if you notice, right throughout this innings.
Yeah, the reflect fielding was amazing. I quite noticed Dinuka Tennakon, he I think saved more than 10 runs with reflect fielding, and he almost caught Samidu Wickramasinghe as well off his bowling. So fielding is the key for Trinitians today.
Absolutely. Fielding makes a huge difference. You saved about 20-30 runs in the field with good fielding, not giving those singles. And Trinity has been doing all the right things up to now. But having said that, cricket is a funny game. Antonians will be coming back hard. They're a decent side. This side is a good side. They have a set of good bowlers and a couple of early wickets. And Trevin Matthews is a Sri Lankan cap. And he's a good bowler. He got a 5 for last week. I was not very impressed with his batting today. He was not rotating the strike. He was not giving Chamindu Wickramasinghe much of the strike. He was chewing up a lot of balls, a lot of deliveries, But he's a good bowler. Did you find out what is this injury with Matisha Patirona?
Well, I didn't get time to talk in detail, but I'm sure we can find some detailed answers after the lunch, definitely.
Do you know him personally?
Not really. I haven't seen him much around school with his busy schedules. He's been playing overseas leagues as well as the under-19, and I rarely see him at school actually.
Really? Is he in your class? Is he in your class?
No, he's 1 year elder than.
Oh, I see.
And we got confirmation that he has elbow injury.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's very, very unfortunate because
we hope it's not a serious injury, that
Yeah.
he will recover from that injury and come back and start playing cricket. He's an exciting prospect for Sri Lanka.
well, disappointed to see that the Trinitians haven't picked the 10th wicket so far.
Come on, we know. Give the
That's
Antonians a
something,
break. Well, I personally felt that Chaminda Wickramasinghe is a decent opening batsman. He came into the Antonian side as an opening batsman. He's a free-flowing batsman. He got 100 in the first year in the two-day game. And I also seen him opening for the Sri Lankan under-19 side. So, like we said before, these are games he should open. And when you are playing, even though you're captaining, when you're playing batting, you're not a captain, you're purely a batsman. I remember my 1978 captain, Russell de Lamott. He was the captain of the side, he was the opening batsman, he led from the front, and he always opened the innings. And he batted beautifully, you know. And but like what we say, when he was batting, he was a batsman. He forgot about his captaincy.
Well, yeah, maybe the change in the batting order could have done a more good deed for the Antonians. And, well, we can't blame any person personally, I mean any single person, because talking about the batting lineup of Antonians, none of them took responsibility.
Absolutely.
So,
Chaminda Wickramasinghe stayed at the wicket. He was trying to... he did everything what he could do, I would say. It's just that shot didn't come on. And he stuck there at the wicket for a long time. But I don't think he faced many deliveries because he was at the non-strikers end. That's what I saw him most of the time. And then that puts a lot of pressure, you know.
Definitely. So I think the Trinitians were just better today.
Absolutely.
And, well, yeah, the better team will win the encounter at the end.
So, like we said in the morning, the last out of the 7 years, last year from 2013, Trinity has won 6 wins in a row, and one match has been tied. So Trinity carrying that good work until now. They are in a better position now, beaten outside the off stump.
This is just impressive. The bowling lines and the pace and the variations. From the time I observed this has been top class. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, absolutely, because the right arm paceman, the left arm paceman, all of them have been doing their job very, very well. You know, they've taken the responsibility. They know what lines, what lengths to bowl, and they bowl to their field. They're not given any freebies. And good performance up to now by Trinity, but like I said, when the Antonians come back to field, they will make it good. That's down the leg side. That could be 4 runs. Yes, 4 wides, I think. Like by signal by the umpire.
A boundary after a while. Well, actually, no offense, but these pair of batsmen have been pretty stable in the wicket.
Well, you can't expect much from the last 3 batsmen, you know, 9, 10 and Jack. But they've done a decent job. At least they know what is expected out of them to bat the 50 overs. And they are doing that quite well up until now. They've done it quite well. And so, yeah, you can say that if they can get up to 50 overs, they've done their job, even though they'll be bowlers. again nudged away to the third man fielder.
Well, these two can't be just bowlers. These two definitely cannot, because I don't know the way Kavisha, Piyuma, Jayad, Amarasena, even their defense, I just see something in them. They should have a bit of batting in their blood as well, definitely.
We know that if they are not bowlers, they are batsmen, they would have batted up the order, you know. So they are bowlers, I'm sure.
That's pretty sure.
The thing is, like you said, they've done a decent job until now, up to now. And I hope they'll carry that good work and make sure they get up to 50 overs.
That's a very unique type of leaving the ball.
Oh, very disappointed. Strong Antonian batting unit. Not getting it right today. They didn't win any session up to 50 overs. I don't think there was a single passage of play they really won. You know, total dominance by Trinity side. That's a bit disappointing. And they were the better side last week, and especially their batting stood out. And some good hitters in that side. Good batters. They all didn't come to the party today. Like you said, showing 100% good defense there, like an opener.
Definitely, that's what I'm impressed about, the defense, and especially the defense actually. It has been solid. It's like showing respect.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
keeping your crowd at the same time. So after this ball, that's 1 over to go. I think they can pass that 150 mark, and they do.
So
that's the 150 for St. Anthony's College, Kandy.
Well, last over of the innings to take place. And St. Anthony's College 150 for 9. Disappointing performance by their standards. They got a good batting unit, but today they couldn't put it together. Most of their frontline batsmen falling quite cheaply. Chamin Wickramasinghe was trying to hold the innings together, but he too couldn't. And the Trinity bowlers very much on top, and Trinity very much on top until now. And we got to see how the Antonians, they have to bowl out the Trinitians if they want to win this match. If Trinity bats 50 overs, 150 runs is not a difficult task, just 3 runs per over.
Well, 1 more to go. What are your predictions, sir? 150 it's now within these 6 balls. How will the game change?
Get about 10 to 15 runs, you know, go for broke, you know, try and chance your arm.
Manlakulatna to ball is final over, I think.
At least get bat on ball. That's very important, so that you can steal a single. That's very important. You keep your eyes on the ball, and you put bat on ball, and good communication between the two batsmen, and try to steal a few singles at least. Make sure that you don't get run out. Big appeal. Umpire not interested.
He's bowling over the wicket as a left arm pace, and I saw Vibhavit Thalapala bowling around the wicket and over the wicket according to the batsman. So the execution has been sending the ball away from the off stump, and that's been quite very decent execution. And the Anthonians did not face that well. They didn't like that.
Trinitians have come with a plan. They understood, you know, they have come out with a plan. They executed it quite well, and full marks to them. That's swung away. Could be out. Yes, direct hit. That's
the end. That's the end of the first innings of the 40th Richard Aluvinare Trophy. And St. Anthony's College is not able to complete the 50 overs. 49 overs and 3 balls, and that's the end. A run out to end the innings.
Superb piece of fielding, direct hit. The batsman was yards out. The fielder was pretty confident. He took the chance, threw the stumps down, and that's the end. that's the end of the Antonian innings. Not a very good score, 151. But like we said, if the Antonians want to come back into the game, they got to bowl out Trinity, and that's the only way they can win, because 50 overs, 150 runs, small target, and we got to wait and see. Maybe the innings will start after lunch. They will have lunch first, and then Trinity batters will come and start their innings.
Well, one point that we talked throughout the two-day encounter, that in every moment that the Antonians had a plan. The bowling changes, and with the condition and the batsmen changing, the Antonians always had a plan. But today we saw the exact opposite. The Trinitians had a great plan, and I think, in my point of view, fielding was the key. They did not let runs slip, and misfields were there, but it was really less, and the fielding has been top class, and the bowling line and length are amazing, so they deserve this result.
Absolutely.
They deserve this. That's what my
100%, because they supported their bowlers very well. Like you said, the fielding was, very much top class from ball number one. They dropped a few catches, but they bounced back, those fielders, and ground fielding was spot on, 100%, and full marks to them. And the bowlers did their job very well. They bowled in the right areas. They bowled to their field. So St. Anthony's not really, they did not come out with a plan. We did not see any plan. At least, even if they had a plan, there was no execution. I don't know what kind of mindset they had, what was discussed in the dressing room, how to approach this game. But disappointing, because we wanted to see a 200 plus or 250 plus, so that we'll have a high scoring game. Anyway, let's see how things will work out after lunch. And are we expecting a good lunch today? A steak or biryani?
I have no idea what's it. I hope it's not rice and curry. And hopefully I'm thinking of going out of the grounds and having a good lunch. I'm quite happy with the Trinitians' performances, and I just feel that I want to reward myself for witnessing every ball.
I like your style, Vinod. You say all the right things as a schoolboy. I'm surprised at times. Okay, dear oh dear.
So special thanks to you, Mr. Faisal Majid. We are having hopes joining with you in the second innings as well. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the end.
Thank you, Vinod. It was a pleasure. We'll catch up with you in the after lunch.
Definitely.
Live action begins here at the Askiri International Cricket Stadium.
Check.
Good afternoon to all our viewers from the Askiri International Cricket Stadium. Trinity College chasing 150 for the target. Kevin Dhananjan, former Antonian first 11 cricketer, joins me in the combox. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Yusuf. After winning the toss, the Antonians managed to get a moderate score of 150, but they would be somewhat happy with the score that they got after losing 9 wickets for just 136 runs.
I think given the nature of how the pitch has played, and of course with the bowling firepower St. Anthony's College have, coupled with how Trinity have not been very impressive with their batting this season, St. Anthony's will heavily borrow their chances on going ahead and winning this encounter. Remember, Trinity have won the last 5 encounters, so St. Anthony's will be hell-bent on breaking this streak.
Exactly, Yusuf. It has been 10 years since St. Anthony's last won a one-day encounter. It was way back in 2012 where St. Anthony's defended 183 runs at Katugastota.
Of course, then we've had the heroics of the teams of Niroshan Dikwal and so on, who have come on and dominated this encounter. But of course, St. Anthony's have been very strong with regards to the 2-day encounters, winning the first match, winning it last time around in 2019 and also this time in 2022.
And it will be Divyesh Ramaiah to start the proceedings from the Hantana end. The Antonians really should look to get some wickets early on.
Solid start from Praveen Matthew in the first over there. 0 runs given. I think Chamindu Wickramasinghe will be focused on stopping the flow of runs primarily, so that will eventually bring out the pressure and the wickets for the batting team. Supun Waduge and Viduga Dammage opening for Trinity College.
Divyesh Ramaiah start the proceedings well in a regular basis. He gets a lot of swing off the ball, and it could prove to be very good for the Antonians if he can get a wicket or 2 in this over. Early wickets always helps.
I'm surprised by the inclusion of Praveen Matthew as an opening bowler. I think it's usually Chamindu Wickramasinghe who does those duties. Any idea, Kevin, on why Chamindu went for that particular move?
I mean, it's always an attacking move to bring in a spinner, especially when you are defending a very low score. I mean, with the new ball, the spinners used to get more deep and the ball used to speed on, and as you all know that Praveen Matthew is a quicker bowler, and he used to get the bounce that no other spinners in the Antonian lineup get. So I think it's an attacking move, and I really like that move. And it's good to see Ramaiah bowling from this end as well without going for another spinner.
I think a double-pronged strategy from Chamindu Wickramasinghe. So far paying dividends. They've been able to maintain the pressure on the Trinity openers. I asked this question earlier in the first innings with Shahid as well. Now you look at players like Chamindu Wickramasinghe. He's a fully-fledged opening batsman. He's also a fully-fledged bowler. He can give you his full quota of 10 overs. But with the amount of cricket that's going around, especially even schools cricket, then he also plays club cricket. Then also you have the different formats of all these cricket that goes on, and added to that the national duties as an under-19 player. Do you think it's not a risk to bring up players like Chamindu who are good in all these departments, because they run a risk of injury with so much cricket being played? Down the leg side there will have to be both again. First runs on the board for Trinity, yet to come off the back.
And other district tournaments. I mean, this is particularly his last match for St. Anthony's, and I mean, yeah, a lot relies on him when it comes to this team, but then he has to think about his future as well. So I feel like it's a good move by Chamindu, but then again, since this is your last one-day encounter or last game that you represent for your school, you should take a bit of rest and practice more for this exact format.
I mean, in looking at it in an extensive way, I think what you're trying to say is that these players need to bring forward their best case in order to stand a chance in the club cricket system and so on to get into the national system. Going forward, maybe they can specialize.
Yes, with so much teams coming in, it's plenty of pressure on the players to put on a great performance to get into the picture. I mean, it's not that easy. Like, there are plenty of players who are on the line of getting into the national squad or into club cricket. So they have to make sure that they play cricket on a regular basis, and they have to make sure that they reach the expectations for the club owners or maybe the managers for them to get a regular place in the side.
Doesn't that warrant the possibility of burnout and injuries, all this? You know, it has to be a balance, doesn't it?
Well, it does, Yusuf, but there's always two sides in anything. I mean, there's a good and there's a bad, and I think it's up to the player to maintain his fitness. I mean, if he wants to play cricket, he can, but he has to make sure that his fitness level is up to mark where he can go on and play cricket on a regular basis, on a continuously. Like, as I said before, Chamidu is just after a club match or district match yesterday. I mean, you saw it from his innings. I mean, he didn't, wickets went in the front, but then he made sure that he was not getting much tired.
He wasn't particularly free-flowing going through it innings. Once again, Divyesh Ramaya continues for St. Anthony's College. I think something very characteristic and very commendable in terms of the Antonian cricketing system is that they have found a core set of players over the last few years who can take the baton from one batch to the next. If you look at the likes of the year of Tiksha Gunasinghe, I'll come back to that after this delivery. Once again, solid bowling by Divyesh Ramaya. At the end of the second over, it's 4 for no wicket. So Trevin Matthew to continue from the opposite end, coming back to where I was, Kevin. If you look at how Antonians have generally come down, it was a rough patch of cricket for them from somewhere around 2010 to 2017. But with the advent of Tiksha Gunasinghe here, I think they have found a way to carry on a generation of players throughout. Kalarasena Ratna took it a few years ago, and then you take it down to Nimnaka Jayathilaka, who was there. So there has always been a core set of players, and even this year, Divyesh Ramaya has retained his position, Chamindu Wickramasinghe has retained his position. They have a core players, and coming up next year, they have the likes of Chandimal Bandara, Lahiru Abesinghe. I think that's something they have built very well in terms of their cricketing system.
Exactly, Yusuf. Before answering that question, it is a boundary for Trinity College. It was a bad delivery ball down the leg side, nicely swept away by Veduka. Yes, Zuhri, as you said, it was after Tiksha's year that the Antonians maintained a core setup of players. Like, if you take the likes of Chamidu, Asita, all came out in that particular year. Chamidu scored a big 100 at his debut on the Big Mash. And yes, if you take a look at this team, there are 5-6 players who will be moving out after this year, but then you still have the likes of Lahiru, Matthew, and Pumal in the ranks.
I think that's something very, very commendable in terms of how they've built a system where they can sustain that winning spirit. Trinity have quite a few new faces. Of course, one of the big faces they'll be missing today is that of Matisha Patirana. He was supposed to be with the Sri Lankan team at Pallekele, but he's with the Trinity dugout today. Unfortunately, they missed his services up front. Shoulder injury ruling him out of the limited overs encounters versus Australia, and unfortunately today for Trinity as well.
It could have been more chaos for the Antonians if he had played with the experience that he got in the past few months. It would have been a piece of cake for him to bowl at the one-day encounter.
I think going beyond international cricket, he went on to play for the Chennai Super Kings and did very well in his only opportunity that he got as a player. I think he's been very, very ambitious about how and vocal about how he wants to go about his cricket, and I think he's had his deserved share of fortune to get where he has. At the end of 3 overs, 8 for nil.
It will be Divyesh Ramaiah to continue from the Hantana end. The Antonians made a slight change to their lineup today. They brought in Pumal in place of Vyasiru. I mean, that move could pay dividends as Pumal used to turn the ball as a left-arm spinner. And as you saw, the spinners got plenty of this wicket, plenty of the surface. The ball was turning square. I think it's a great move to bring in Pumal.
I think the pitch had quite a lot of assistance for the spinners, but I'm not sure if the Trinity spinners bowled particularly well. It was Vibhavit Allepula and of course Manula Kularatna who did most of the damage with the ball. Of course, both of them the quicker bowlers, and one thing they did really, really well was that they hit the deck hard and putting the batsman into awkward positions. Samindu Wickramasinghe's wicket was one such example. Divyesh Ramaiah motoring through, heavy appeal for leg before wicket. That is quite high, isn't it, Kevin?
Well, it was, and I feel that it was going down the leg with the amount of swing that Divyesh Ramaiah gets. Yes, as you said, it was the two main fast bowlers who got most amount of wickets. But then, if you take a look at the wickets that the Antonians lost, it was more of a similar length and more of a similar shot. If you take a look at wickets of Chamidu and Lahiru, they both tried to play the pull shot towards the mid-wicket area because there was no fielder in deep. But then if they tried to play it squarer, they would have actually connected it.
Will get through down to a single. Trinity so far is just a touch behind the required run rate, but they'll be happy with themselves. And I think if Trinity bat the 50 overs, it's more of their game to take. It'll be up on the Antonians to take up the early wickets and make sure Trinity is quite a bit of a vulnerable middle order that will be exposed.
Early wickets are pretty important for the Antonians as the score that they got is not a big one. It's just 150 runs. But you never know. Cricket is a funny game, they say.
I mean, you don't need to go that far with regards to that, Kevin. The one-day encounter last year around, Antonians were very comfortable with Kalhara Senaratne and Diksha Gunasinghe comfortably cruising towards victory. And then Abhishek Anandakumar had different ideas. But then that goes to say how uncertain this game is. Even if it's a 50-over format, it's heavy advantage. You can't really decide. The game is not over until it's over.
Exactly, Yusuf, and with the ground that you're playing here, it's not St. Anthony's College ground. I mean, when you take a look at the ground at Katugasture, it has a very fast outfield. The ground is pretty small. But if you take a look at Asgiria Stadium, the lines are pretty far away. It's very hard to get the boundaries and the ball is not travelling as well.
Especially the square boundaries for the mid-wicket and the extra cover regions for both batsmen. Pretty far, and if you're playing, most of these batsmen play cross-bat shots very well, the sweeps and the pulls. But the thing with such a big outfield is those shots don't always bring you boundaries. That means a lot of running has to be done, and of course the batsmen have to be up for it. And the field apparently will have the advantage with regards to that.
A very good delivery, appeal from Ramaya and the keeper, but the keeper didn't show much interest.
Magical delivery that. Ramaya continuing the momentum for St. Anthony's College at the end of the 4th over, 9 for none.
And it will be Trevin Matthew to continue from the Hunnasgiri end. He's already through his 3rd over, and the Antonians desperately need a wicket here.
Trevin Matthews reminds me of Ajanta Mendis. He's got a very Mendis-esque action, especially in terms of the run-up and, of course, his action. And he also is, as you said, he's not the typical spin bowler, comes with a bit of a quicker release. And that, of course, will pay dividends if he can get the advantage and the mystery he brings to the Antonian bowling armory. Near chance of a round at the bowler's end. Well backed up by the Antonian fieldsman. So one thing I've been noticing, Kevin, which I have really exactly no idea of, is that Chaminda Wickramasinghe has a specific cap. And I think one or two others in the field too have a specific cap compared to the rest of the Antonian lineup. Anything to do with that?
To answer your question, Yusuf, yes, it is the colours cap for the Antonian cricketers. There are 4 colorsmen in this team, namely Asita Wanyanayaka, Chaminda Wickramasinghe, Lahiru Abesinghe and Trevin Matthew. So it's not easy to win colours in any school. I mean, especially before the big match, if you can wear a colours cap, it gives more confidence to you.
And I think that's a big privilege these 4 gentlemen hold. I think it's a wonderful piece of information to know, and I think it gives incentive to other players to go on and win that cap and put in their best.
I was just about to say that it motivates the players around them, having 4 colorsmen in your team, and out of those 4, 3 of them played for Sri Lanka.
And I think Chamindu and Asita, especially Chamindu and Trevin, were very important parts of Sri Lanka's quite successful Under-19 World Cup campaign.
Yes, they were, and a lot relies on them today. They have to put on an exceptional bowling performance for the Antonians to win this encounter.
Trevin Matthew. Once again, huge appeal for LBW. I think the impact was outside off stump, and the line looked pretty straightforward. The fielding team obviously disappointed with that decision. Talking about under-19 national players, Kevin, I think Trinity have one of their own in Ranudha Somaratna, and he was very instrumental in Sri Lanka's victory against Australia from a position where we were almost losing. And I think he'll know these boys pretty well, Asita, Chamindu and of course Trevin, and Trevin will know. So I think a lot will rely on that middle order contribution from Ranudha as well, because he's known to have a cool head.
Not to forget, Ranudha is after a match-saving innings in the last week's concluded big match. He got a brilliant 50 to put the Trinitians in a better position. They were in verge of getting into follow-on.
Having watched Ranudha over the past few years, Kevin, what I continuously seem to notice about him is that he has a very calm head on his shoulders. He might not be the most talented batsman or the most skillful bowler out there, but he has a very good head on his shoulders. And I think that makes him stand out, and that's what caught the eye of the national selectors as well. Vivesh Ramaya will continue from the Hantana end for St. Anthony's College. Sudesh Ramaya.
Just to talk about the first half of the match, I felt that the Trinitians were better in the field today than what they were during the big match. Yeah, they did drop 3 catches, but they saved plenty of runs inside the 30-yard circle. I mean, they were certainly going towards the boundary, or maybe a couple of runs could have been taken off it.
And I think I was talking to Shahid about that earlier as well. You know, it was not just the fielding itself, but the body language that they brought as fielders. You know, Captain Akram Muttalib was very vocal behind the stumps. He was, you know, making regular changes and on-point bowling changes as well. I think overall they had a whole new level of energy today. The Trinitians, I think they would have gone back to the drawing board after that disappointing performance last week. And I think they have come back with a bang, but the job is still yet to be finished.
It's a pretty balanced start, but the Antonians would really like a wicket or 2 here. It'll put them on top.
I think the Trinity batsmen need to get out of their shell. Both these opening batsmen, they look very reserved, and I think it's probably the bigness of this occasion that has got to them. First time players in a big match, both of these young men. So I think that the occasion has got to them, but I think, you know, with now that it's almost 6 overs that they're into this innings, they need to come out of their shell and start being a bit more positive.
Yes, they do have to be a bit more positive, but then I feel that they have an ample amount of time, that, and the score that they have to chase down is not that big. So maybe that's running around there in their mind. An opportunity for a run out.
Direct hit. Very tricky, because umpire decides in favor of the Trinitians at that point.
To stress on my point, Yusuf, the Antonians have enough, the Trinitians have enough time to chase down the score. At the start of the second innings, they had to get only 151 off 300 deliveries. So they do have the time that they want. But if you don't start well, it puts a lot of pressure in the middle overs. So as you said, they should look to go on from here.
You brought up a very important point there, Kevin. I'll come back to that after this delivery. When I said Trinity need to get 150, I said Trinity need to get that off 50 overs. You told me they need to get it off 300 balls. So as a batsman, when you go out to that, you know, go out to that 22-yard strip, do you look at it as 50 overs of 3 runs each, or do you look at it as runs versus balls?
I'd rather construct my innings ball by ball. I mean, 150 off 300 might not look a big score, but then it's when you're in the middle, you will feel the pressure that you are under. I mean, a big occasion like a one-day encounter, just go ball by ball, put away the bad deliveries, respect the good deliveries, and end of the day, if you bat through the innings, you will end up getting that score.
I think that's a very important point there. A lot of batsmen have these, lenience to either of these philosophies, where they think it's run rate or is it runs versus balls. It's something very, very interesting to discuss. A lot of people have different takes on that. Asita Vaninayaka, St. Anthony's College, one of 4 colorsmen. I remember him opening with Chamindu Wickramasinghe in the last big match in 2019. They got hammered the Trinity bowlers for a wonderful opening partnership of 112. Asita got to 50 and Chamindu got to his century. First wicket, the Antonians draw first blood for Trinity College. Supun Waduge holds out to the extra cover fieldsman. It was coming with the pressure they were putting on Trinity College.
There is a bit of a discussion between the umpires to check whether the ball carried or not.
Well, Supun Waduge is not moving. He's convinced that it is a drop catch. The umpires deem it not out. And Trinity College have a reprieve there.
Chamindu is very disappointed. He was convinced that he caught the ball.
Chamindu is a fantastic fieldsman. There's no two words about it. And I think it's at the end of the day, it's the final word is the umpires. And I think that both teams, in the spirit of the game, will respect that and go on. But Supun Baduge, he needs to use this opportunity that he's got.
Asita is more of a conventional off-spinner. He gives the flight to the ball and he gets a lot of turn off the pitch compared to Trevin Matthew.
I think he's doing the right thing, sticking to that fourth stump line, inviting the batsman to take him on, and it keeps the option of a slip. And Chamindu is there at slip attacking. I think it's Trevin Matthew at slip who's the attacking fieldsman. Once again, cut behind square. First boundary in the Trinity innings. Twice the win for St. Anthony's College. The catch earlier being deemed not out. And now the very same batsman Supun Baduge scoring the boundary of Asita Vaninayaka. 17 for none at the end of 4, at the end of 6.
It will be Divyesh Ramaiah to continue from the Hantana end.
It's a small score, yes, 150 is the score to get, but I think Trinity at the same time need to focus on rotating the strike as well. They can't go on giving overs of 1 and 2 runs expecting that boundary to come through. You need to rotate the strike even if the boundaries are not coming. And I think Supun Baduge and Viduka Dammage, both accomplished and talented batsmen, they have the capacity to do that.
Yes, Yusuf, and if in case Trinity loses a wicket here, it puts a lot of pressure on the new batsmen coming in, as there is not much score on the board for them. They have got just 17 runs off 7 overs. Divyesh Ramaiah constantly hitting on that very good length.
I think he's been at it, hasn't he? Aggressive, bowling at that fourth stump line, swinging it both ways. He's certainly putting these batsmen under pressure.
Well, if you can see, Chamindu is still complaining about the previous catch which was ruled out. He certainly thinks that he caught the ball cleanly.
Of course, any fielder doesn't that, Kevin.
But even it looked to me as if though it was caught pretty cleanly.
Well, of course, it's one of those cases where you see it how you want to see it, I guess, as Harsha Bogle very, very frequently states.
It's time that the Trinitians and Antonians bring in a review system. Or maybe even a third umpire, just like how Royal Dominions used to have. Divyesh Ramaiah has looked the best out of all the bowlers that have bowled from the Antonian side. And it's just a matter of time till he gets a wicket. Again, a very good delivery by Divyesh Ramaya. Both these batsmen are finding it hard to get runs off Divyesh Ramaya.
One thing that's stood out with all the fast bowlers we've seen on display today is that they've stick to that one hard length and hit the deck very hard, and that's put all the batsmen who faced them under real pressure. And I would have loved to see, as we mentioned earlier, Matisha also being part of all the exhibition here.
From an Antonian point of view, I find it extremely satisfying that Matisha is not playing today.
Unfortunately, Kevin, I do have the opposite point of view. I mean, if he was fit, let's be honest about it, he's not going to be here at Askiria. So either way, it's a win-win for you.
I mean, even if he had played today, Shamidu had the experience of playing him, even Lahiru. You never know. After all, it's a game of cricket and it's up to which player has the better day and which player doesn't.
Of course, fortune plays a big role. But then Matisha is on the back of some stellar IPL performances as well. You can't rule that out. He's played in the best league in the world. And of course, as you yourself mentioned earlier, it could have been a piece of cake for him.
Words drop out of your mouth without your knowing at times. A very good delivery from Asita Waninaga, finding the edge of Supun Waduge.
Asita Waninaga continuing from the Hantan end for St. Anthony's College. He's playing his final game for St. Anthony's College, I guess, Kevin?
Yes, he is, and he will be disappointed with his batting performance. So he would be looking to put an exceptional performance with his ball. He is one of the players that the Antonians rely on a lot. When Shamidu, Lahiru and Matthew were not around, he was the one who carried the Antonian team in the beginning of the season. And yes, he was the captain of the Antonian side when Shamidu was not around. And it was really unfortunate that he missed out from the Sri Lankan selection, as I personally feel that he was deserving as well. Pretty good fielding from Shamidu.
I mean, yes, I agree with you there, Kevin. You know, Asita was being very, very good with his batting and his bowling. And I think it was unfortunate that he missed out on a national spot. But as you said, you know, in the moments of absence of all the rest of the three collegemen, he's shown some real promise and some real leadership and commands a lot of respect from the boys in the dressing room. And I think that's one thing that will live beyond his cricketing days at St. Anthony's College as he approaches the end of it.
The Trinitians are still finding it hard to rotate the strike.
Well, I think, Kevin, if you look at it, at the end of the 8th over, Trinity 17 for none, coming back to what we were talking about, the Trinity batsmen right now, they're not rotating much of the strike. But if they go on and stay on till the 20th, 25th, 30th over, I hope I don't jinx this, but if they go on and stay on till that period, I think they'll start scoring and they'll get more free-flowing. And this right now, what they're doing, might look like a master stroke. But on the other hand, if a wicket falls, God forbid, if a wicket falls at this point for Trinity, I think they will be very, very disappointed. So it's a matter of context as well, but both of them will be willing and wishing that they go big and do justice to the trust that's been placed with them to face this threatening new ball attack from St. Anthony's College.
And I personally have feeling that you will jinx it, Yusuf. This is coming from a hardcore Antonian supporter.
Divyesh Ramaya. Well, Kevin, that's the first of it. Solid fielding effort down at the third man boundary. Rather the deep point boundary by the Antonian fieldsman. This is what will frustrate the batsman even more, Kevin. The good shots, when they don't go for runs, that will frustrate the batsman even more than the dot ball.
Yes, Yusuf, even when you look at the big match, the Antonians should have easily got around a score of 350. if the ball did travel the way that it's used to do at Katugasura or even at any other playing surface in Sri Lanka. With a lot of rain in the past few days, the outfield has turned out to be very, very slow.
Divesh Ramaya.
But it has always been the nature of Asgiria, hasn't it?
I mean, it's an international venue, and then when you play schools cricket at an international venue, it's obviously quite big, even with the shortened boundary lines. And I think with time, I think players have gotten used to it, and a lot more schools cricket also being played at international grounds. If you look at Colombo matches being played at the SSC, the R. Premadasa, and then we have Palek used for schools matches these days in Kandy as well. I think it's something that we need to train our players to, the schools players, so that when they get to the international level, they don't find it extremely uncomfortable clearing those long boundaries.
In that context, the Trinitians are very fortunate to have this venue as their home ground.
Solid delivery by Divesh Ramaya there. Almost got the batsman kind of into an awkward position there. Supun Baduge did well to hold out that delivery. And yes, Kevin, this venue, I think, as you said, Trinitians are very, very fortunate to have such a wonderful facility. It's an amazing high-performance centre. And with the 150th anniversary of Trinity coming up this year, a lot of plans for renovation for this place. And I think hopefully it will grow into one of the finest performance facilities in the region.
Fun fact, the Trinitians managed to all out the Antonians for 150 in their 150th year.
Very, very good coincidence, Kevin. Was it a coincidence? Maybe, but yeah. Maybe it's a commemoration.
What if we are about to see another tie just like in 2014? It was a similar score back in 2014. I guess the Antonians got around 150 or 151 runs.
I think I am going to say, what if Trinity chase this down in 150 balls?
There's always three sides to it. Trinity can either win, they can lose, or the match can end up in a tie.
Of course, the fans have turned up in their numbers, of course, with the sun beating down here, with the lunch break coming in. There's been a slight reduction, but I think when the most meaty part of the game comes through, St. Anthony's will have the numbers in. And of course, Supun Baduge, he's got going now. Confident drive through extra cover, 4 runs to the Trinity total. 23 for none after 9.5.
That was the first real bad delivery that Ramaya has bowled today. It was right on the slot for Supun Baduge to drive it off.
I think he was frustrated after keeping bowling that line for all this time. There were no real dividends that came through, and he just tried a tad bit too much, and Supun Baduge was equally up to it to capitalize on it. I think Ramaya needs to keep at that length because the ball is still relatively very, very new, and you can use that for your advantage. And immediately, Kevin, if you look at that, after that shot, there's an air of confidence about Supun Baduge.
Yes, he did look very confident of that shot. He worked away the ball nicely for a single, and that's the end of the 10th over. Trinity College are 24 for the loss of no wickets. It will be Asita Wanyanayak to continue from the Humnasgiria end. The Antonians are desperate for a wicket here. And the Trinitians have decided to get a move on after a very slow start. And that was the wicket the Antonians were looking for. What a time to get just when I was talking that the Antonians were desperate for a wicket. They do get a wicket.
I jinxed it, didn't I, Kevin? Well, the Trinitians will not be happy with me, but it is what it is. A wonderful piece of bowling by the Antonian bowler there. First blood for St. Anthony's College.
It's okay, Yusuf. I'm very happy with the way that you jinxed it for the Trinitians.
Well, it'll be a question of who walks in next for Trinity. They have quite a variety of batsmen in the ranks. Will it be the much relied Ranadu Somaratna? Well, of course, does not look like him. Pawan Bhattiraja, Sri Lanka under-19 cap, performed very well in the England tour last year. Got 200s back-to-back and a 50 as well.
A friendly chat from Shamidu with Pawan.
Well, both of them know each other very well. They have been in the national setup for quite a while.
If the Antonians can get another wicket or two in another 2 overs or 3 overs time, it will put a lot of pressure on Trinity with the slow start that they have got. They have just got 24 runs in 10 overs, going at a run rate of 2.38. Yanaka giving a really good flight to the ball, inviting the batsman to play that rash shot.
I think a lot will rely on Supun Waduge now that he is there. Nearly gave his wicket away there. I think I need to stop praising the Trinity players because at this point it's doing no good to them.
It's really good bowling by Asita Wanyanaka.
Surprised that Chaminda Wickramasinghe hasn't bowled yet. He is particularly lethal and very quick with that new ball. Really thinking why he's holding back himself.
Maybe just as me, he feels that the spinners get better offer from this wicket than the fast bowlers. I mean, yeah, it was the fast bowlers who got the wickets for Trinity side, but then if you just look at the context of the game, the spinners had more from this wicket than the fast bowlers.
And I feel that the ball is travelling very quick off the bounce of the pitch. The batsmen really don't have time to react. And with the way Asita is bowling, Antonians are really in a comfortable position at the end of the 11th over. Just 24 runs for the loss of a wicket.
Just as you were speaking, Chamidu comes on to the attack from the Hantane. What if Chamidu gets a wicket? Can I put it on your back?
I'm not going to comment about it, Kerry. But yeah, I really hope he doesn't. But yeah, Pawan Bhattiraja, Sri Lanka under-19 cap, he's a colorsman as well. Donning the number 27 jersey for Trinity College. You've seen that number 27 jersey before, haven't we? Wonderful display of sportsmanship there. Pawan Bhattiraja having a fist bump with that point fielder.
And the reason that Chamidu came into the attack at this point may be the fact that Pawan Bhattiraja is on strike.
If we talk about matchups, and in this modern game, I think in this day and age we talk a lot about matchups, and I think with the introduction of Pawan, Chamindu might be thinking that he might be the best option to bowl at Pawan. Pawan, a very humble, nice person to have in the dressing room.
Great start from Chamidu Wickramasinghe, hitting that deck right from the beginning.
He's having no rest days, Chamindu. On the money right from ball 1. You know, if Pawan Patiraja was to get out of that delivery, you really can't fault him. It was a peach of a delivery.
Yes, it was. There's a request from the Antonian fans towards Yusuf. Yusuf, please jinx it again.
Not a request, I will accede to, Kevin. Well, if you talk about, you know, beyond the fortunes, the strategy how St. Anthony's have gone about it. You know, they've introduced the matchup. It's a clear, you know, it's at the end of the, from what we are seeing right now, it's clear as daylight that Chamindu has brought himself on to attack Pawan Patiraja. And Pawan is not clearly comfortable against Chamindu. With how this game is going, Kevin, 11.2 overs, 24 runs, Trinity having batting to come, it looks like this game will go right down to the wire.
It certainly feels the same to me as well. We've always seen the Trinity Antonian one-day encounter going down to the wire, even when the chasing side felt comfortable in the first 10 overs. There have been instances where there's an appeal for a wicket. I just lost the moment there.
I mean, these, as you said, these Trinity Antonian one-day encounters have been very, very uncertain. I remember the year Mohammad Alfar was captaining St. Anthony's College. Anthony's were well on course to win that game. They were, and Trinity were 81 for 6, I remember. And then was an onslaught, and they went down on score 281. And then from there on, the confidence took a beating, and they didn't go on to win. And I think even last time around, Antonians were well on their way to win with Tiksha's captaincy. And then Abhishek Anand Kumar had other ideas. So again, we've had a lot of twists and in the tail in different of these one-day encounters. But St. Anthony's College are yet to come out on the lucky side of all those has happened. They'll be hoping that they can break this streak today. Certainly a very defendable target, and they have got the weapons in the armory to do that.
And the Antonians should really thank the last pair for putting on that 13-14 valuable runs. If they got out for 137, it would have been a very easy score for the Trinitians to chase it down. I mean, mentally you will be pretty strong, but 150, that 150, puts a bit more pressure on the batting lineup.
It's a mental milestone, isn't it? The 150.
Again, another beautiful delivery from Chamindu to end the over. At the end
more Chamindu bowled in that over, Kevin. I'm asking myself, why didn't he bring himself on earlier? It was such a wonderful over. 25 for 1 at the end of 12.
It will be Asita one Inaika to continue.
Pawan Patiraja is happy to take his time. One player who can really go on to make those big scores if he settles in. Antonians will be wary of the threat he brings.
Asita getting turn and bounce that the Antonians will be looking for.
Big appeal for a big wicket. I think the ball impact was outside of in that instance. Pawan Pathiraja living dangerously. The Antonian fieldsman having a word or two with him. It's all mind games, isn't it, Kevin?
He's just encouraging the batsman.
Most certainly. Having played a bit of cricket, we do know the conversations that go on there.
Yes, we do know.
Asita Vaninayaka. Was that pat first or was there bat involved?
Anyhow, it fell short of the slip field. I think there was a bit of pat first before.
I don't think the ball can balloon in such a way upon impact on bat completely. Asita Vaninayaka, he's looked very threatening yet to get a wicket. Almost got that wicket, called not out by the umpires.
Pawan Pathiraja looking a bit dodgy down there.
I think Asita is trying to use a bit of a rough around there, I guess, and that's doing a lot of work and spinning the ball unpredictably in both directions. Pawan Pathiraja needs to be wary. Heavy appeal. That is clearly in front. Pawan Pathiraja will have to depart just for one run. A big wicket for St. Anthony's College. They will be feasting on their chances of winning this game. Could the 10-year-long curse end? We'll surely have to wait and see.
And it was Yusuf Zuri again jinxing it for Trinity College. The Antonians are really on top at this point of the match.
Again, exactly what I said earlier, Kevin. Now, if they had kept their wicket intact and gone on till the 25th, 30th over and 75, 80, 90 runs, that would have looked a masterclass. But now they have put the subsequent batsmen under pressure as well.
And it's Ranuda Somaratna who comes on to the middle. A reliable batsman for the Trentians. And he's fresh off a 50 from the concluded big match in last week.
Well, when it comes to Ranuda Somaratna, I have a lot to say, Kevin. But given the nature of the events that have been happening so far, I prefer to say silent.
You better. As we get on with the match, it will be a bowling change from the Antonians end. Surprisingly, Chamidu Wickramasinghe has opted himself out and he brings in Praveen Matthew from the Hantana end. There's a change again. It will be Chamidu Wickramasinghe to continue.
Chamidu Wickramasinghe, the Antonian skipper, will continue.
Chamidu Wickramasinghe coming from the Hantana end. Straight away. No, he doesn't
Heavy
get the
appeal
wicket.
by the Antonian fieldsman. Chamidu looked very interested at the beginning, but then settled not to appeal there. But it is bamboozling bowling by the Antonians at this point.
Well, just as Chamidu, I just got a bit excited. Anyways, Chamidu is really troubling the Trinity batsman right from the beginning.
Chamidu Wickramasinghe running in. Confident drive by Supun Baduge only to meet the fieldsman at power.
A lot relies from these two batsmen for the Trinitians. They will have to bat for a bit more, at least till the 30th over.
I think Supun Baduge, he is the set batsman. And of course, Ranudha Somaratne, with the reputation he comes across, he needs to do this for his team. I think this is his last match for Trinity as well. So he will have emotions running high. Once again, attacking line from Chamindu Wickramasinghe.
Well, what's interesting is even though Supun Baduge looks the set batsman, he has just got 8 runs so far. And we are almost towards the 14th over.
He's faced quite a number of deliveries. He'll have to do his team justice for all the deliveries he's faced so far by getting a good score, because I think his presence till the end with quite a bit of runs will be very crucial for Trinity's chances of having any fortune of going and winning this match.
And again, we'll be seeing a great matchup. Chamidu against Ranudha. Two of the star players of both these teams.
Both represented Sri Lanka under-19s in the recently concluded World Cup. One thing very outstanding about Chamindu is his hand-eye Ranudha, I beg your pardon, is his hand-eye coordination. He's very quick with his hand movements, and not necessarily someone who's incredible with his feet, but very, very quick. Someone reminds me of Kusal Janit, very, very quick hands, but limited footwork. Once again, you see that confident drive from Ranudha Somaratne. Well, no boundary is big enough for such a shot. Asgiria's second boundary in the Trinity's innings. Ranudha Somaratne, he's here for business.
It was a pretty ordinary delivery from Chamidu. I guess he was looking for that yorker, but then he totally miscalculated it.
This is what the Antonians must stay away from doing, trying too much. We saw the example of Divyesh Ramaya. I think the wicket of Vinuka Tamage was a result of all that pressure that was put on them. And Divyesh Ramaya might have not got the wicket, but he had a very crucial role in making sure that build up to the wicket. And I think Chamindu should not go looking for quick wickets at this stage, because they are ahead at this point in Anantha. And if they can keep the pressure on and keep to those basics, then Anantha is clearly the favourites to go ahead and win this game.
Well, there's a call from the umpire for a change of ball. The Antonians were complaining about it. Maybe it might have lost a bit of shape after that boundary. And these small breaks prove a lot wrong for the batsmen. I mean, when they are on the floor, when there's a break, we have always seen wickets fall down.
It's a big momentum breaker, isn't it? I think a very fantastic example of that would be the recently concluded IPL, where you had the incident of Roman Powell. 34 runs required of the last over. He was done with 4 sixes. And with 2 to go, there was a no-ball incident. The captain came in and it was a break. And Powell lost the momentum, and the very next delivery he was gone. So I think you have a very good point there. It gives a lot of time. It can be looked at in both ways. It can be, if you're under pressure, it can be looked at it as an opportunity to break and gather your thoughts. But if you're having the momentum, if you're having the flow, then it can be looked at as an opportunity for the bowling team.
Batsmen will get more time to think of lot of things during these breaks, so when they get on to bat again, they are pretty uncertain on what to do exactly.
Yeah, thinking too much never does you any good, isn't it? Certainly, a lot of uncertainty that comes in this kind of context.
And it's a good breather for the Antonians as well. They're having a bit of a chit-chat with their coaching staff.
Not sure exactly if it's the ball issue, is it, Kevin? We have confirmation. It is with regards to change of ball. Well, the Antonian captain having word with his fast bowler Divyesh Ramaya as to how we are going to go about this business. So procedures done, the ball has been changed.
And it seems as if though it's a newer ball that the
I
Antonians
saw
have
them
got.
unpacking it from the box, and I think it's a relatively newer ball. Well, the fans have turned up in their numbers, especially the school boys. It's not the easiest of times in this country to travel around and to enjoy yourself, but certainly the occasion like a big match presents itself, and I think it's certainly a moment of joy for everyone involved.
We've certainly had an increase in the number of fans who have joined with us today, comparing to the big match that we had last week.
Chamindu Wickramasinghe motoring in. Once again, strong appeal by the Antonian fieldsman. Clearly on the upper hand in terms of momentum right now.
It's really pleasing to the eye to see the amount of swing that Chamindu is getting, and he's constantly hitting that deck hard.
Not so pleasing to me, Kevin.
It is for me.
I would be pleased if he was in a blue jersey, not this one, the Sri Lankan one. But right now, I'll have to side red. Chamindu Wickramasinghe motoring in. Ranudha Somaratna once again, solid hand-eye coordination equally up to it.
We are moving towards the 15th over of the match, and it will be Asita Wanyanayake to continue from the Hun Asgiri end. And he starts with a piece of a delivery.
Heavy appeal from the Antonian fieldsman. Nearly getting the better of Supun Waduge. Supun Waduge is yet to reach double figures with regards to his score. Just 8 runs on board. He'll be feeling the pressure. One, to get to those 10 runs, and also to kick on and get a good score for Trinity to go on and win this match.
A lot of turn is on offer in this pitch. There's bounce even.
I mean, it was apparent at the end of the day as the pitch is going to get slower and going to offer more for the spinners. And St. Anthony's have a wonderful pair of spinners in Praveen Matthew and Asita Wanyanayake, both accomplished national cap-winning colorsmen who are in this team. So they will be fancying their chances of going ahead and getting this Trinity batting lineup out.
And what's interesting is that the Antonians have come on to this match with an extra spinner, dropping their top order batsman and bringing in another left arm spinner to the lineup. And At this point, I feel it is a great move by the Antonian management.
Ranada Somaratna will continue for Trinity. One run down to the mid wicket, fieldsman 31 still. Run rate touch above 2, required run rate is 3, so they will have to accelerate at some point, and Ranada is certainly capable of doing that. He'll have to be ably supported by the batsmen around him. Baduge still held on number 9.
This is great bowling by Asitavan United, inviting the batsman to play that big shot. This is the last delivery of the 15th over.
Confident shot, Supun Baduge will get across. Once again the boundary being cut off. Solid fielding by the Antonian boundary runner there. A bit more wet and the ball would have easily cleared the boundary. Marginal save. 33 for 2 at the end of the 14 points, at the end of the 15th over. And change of voices in the com box. It's me and Kevin signing off.
It's me, Bilal, joining the commentary with along the legendary Fazal Majid of St. Anthony's. How are you, sir?
Very good, Bilal. Thank you.
Great to have you back again in the commentary box.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So Antonians coming back hard here. 35 for 2, 15 gone. So wickets is the key.
Nice short pitch ball from the skipper Chamidu Wickramasinghe.
Is he bowling his first over? Has been bowling?
No, Fazal. I think he's doing his third one.
Really?
Yeah.
Has Travin Matthews bowled so far? Or is still coming to the attack?
He's not yet, I guess.
Bowled. Beautifully bowled. Kept low. Clean bowl them. Antonians are jubilant, striking hard. That's the third Trinity wicket to fall here. So St. Anthony is coming back hard. We got a match on our hands.
Exactly, Fazal. They are like trying to work with their plan because they have a very low score to defend, and they are doing exactly what they are supposed to do at the moment. Try to grab those crucial wickets at the moment. And the exact thing, what even we were speaking for since morning, is like the key points in this kind of games is definitely grabbing those quick wickets and, you know, putting the pressure on the opponents. And also, Fazal, don't you think that the pitch is like offering at the moment in favor to the bowlers?
Well, what I noticed was both set of batsmen have been struggling to get the ball off the square. Even though Trinity had tried to show better intent, still they have found it difficult to get the ball off the square. So run scoring is a bit difficult. I wouldn't say that there are demons on the wicket, but still getting the ball off the square is a bit difficult. They have been finding it difficult to beat the fielders in the ring. And 15 overs and only 35 runs on the board is not the best way to go about it, I believe.
Also, the run rate seems to be somewhat similar to the Antonians.
Yeah, very much similar to the Antonians. All the batsmen struggling to get the ball off the square. I think Sumaratha is on strike here at the moment. Is he? No. It's the tall, lanky guy who came into bat at the fall of the last wicket. He drove onto the cover fence. I thought it was Somaratna.
It's exactly, Fazal, when we just saw how the way that the pitch offered the batsmen and the bowlers the other day, and compared to last week, this pitch is like, no doubt, it's like totally different, because we see like the way how wickets fall like very consistently throughout the entire match.
Absolutely. Last week, the conditions, even though they were not very suited to cricket with all the rain and all that, the batsmen found a way to score runs. They really played very good cricket, especially the Antonians. But last week we had bright sunshine, but here the wicket is playing a few tricks, I would say. That run getting has been a bit difficult, and the Antonians are bowled quite well. So they're trying to make a match of this. They come back hard. They put their poor batting performance at the back, and they're fighting hard here.
Also, Fazal, it's noteworthy that it's just not the three batsmen who played so far for the Trinity lineup so far. They have it's no doubt that they have a deeper batting lineup. So there are definitely they're going to have a people to bat with some kind of sensible cricket at the moment, because here onwards the thing what would be running in their mind is building up some strong partnership. That's the exact thing what even the Antonians were trying to do since the morning, but they couldn't find a way to do it. Now the question is, would these batting pair would be able to make it?
Yeah, a couple of good partnerships for Trinity from now on, and also from the Antonian point of view, a few more wickets, will put more pressure on the Trinity batsmen. So both sides, it's a ding-dong battle out there, it all depends who keeps their nerve, and bowling has been fairly tight. Antonians are, the bowlers have done a good job so far, and there is Travin Matthews still to bowl. He's a decent bowler. He picked up five wickets last week, and also he had done a very good job for Sri Lankan side, Sri Lanka under-19 side. And now here, Chaminda Wickramasinghe getting that important wicket a few deliveries ago. So Antonian, the momentum is with the Antonians at the moment. So Somaratna is at the crease, that's right. He's a decent batsman, and bowlers have got to adjust their length because he's a tall lad, and what seems to be a good length ball to an ordinary batsman will be a half volley to him, because he's a tall lad, he's got the reach and he's got the shots, so they got to put pressure on him.
It's definitely, Fazal, there's yet more to come, and the vice skipper of St. Anthony's, Asita Waninaka, is also there to come with his spin magic.
Yeah, the Antonians got a decent bowling unit. They're a fighting unit. There's a good side, balanced side. Even though they couldn't do well with the bat, they are now coming hard at the Trinity side on the field. The momentum is with the Antonians. If they get a couple of more wickets before Trinity gets up to 50 or 60, you could say that Trinity will be finding it difficult to get to that total of 150.
Isn't that all about the amount of experience that these two teams are having at the moment, right? Isn't that so? I mean, playing a sensible cricket at the moment.
Absolutely, he's really bowling a good line and length. Vikramasinghe doing a decent job there, and Vikramasinghe, Trevin Matthews, Sumaratna, all in the Sri Lankan under-19 side, so they know each other quite well. Plenty of excitement around the ground, so Bilal. Music, the bands playing, Antonian's schoolboy corner, the Trinity school chant, same, and also the Antonian chant there, keeping the game very, very alive. You know, spectators enjoying the game as it is.
Yes, exactly, Fazal. They have been waiting for 2 consecutive years for these events to take place, and like we see a large crowd coming into the ground in massive numbers since morning. It's really it's really so nice to see this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Much better crowd than last weekend for the 2-day game. More spectators, more supporters getting involved with this game, and I hope this match will go down to the wire. You know, it's turning out to be interesting as it is. Wanyanayaka, I'm sure it's Asita Wanyanayaka bowling, I believe, on the far end. The batsman, left-handed batsman, having a go at it.
As I told you, Fazal, he's the vice skipper of St. Anthony's, and you see that he has a lot to offer the Antonian bowling lineup.
Yeah, he was a decent batsman throughout the season. He made some very, very good scores, but unfortunately, last week and this week, he did not have a good time with the bat. Very disappointing for him as well as the Antonian crowd. So he's got to come and make amends with the ball. I think he got a wicket. An LBW decision going in favour, and has been keeping it fairly tight.
Slip in place for Asita Wanyanayaka.
Sumaratna is a busy player. He likes to work the singles around. That's a strong point of his batting.
So sensible cricket from these 2 Trinitian batsmen at the middle. They're not trying to score big. They're trying to work out those crucial singles at the moment. They know the importance of building this partnership. A good partnership would take them across the line.
Absolutely, Bilal. They got to build a good, decent partnership. 50 runs, 60 runs, and another partnership, same, should see them through. So that's how they should go about their game. And of course, the Antonians must keep on building the pressure, and wickets is a key. Could be gone, yeah. Umpire raising his finger. Antonians jubilant. Poor shot by the Trinity batsman. Dead straight. Plumb in front of the wicket. It's all and St. Anthony's College at the moment. 4 wickets, 35 runs, 16th over in progress. Antonians are delighted.
There's no doubt that, Fazal, all the Antonians at the moment at Asgiri Stadium are very, very delighted at the moment, and they were in need of these wickets, because Ahlepulla's wicket is going to be really, really so crucial for them, because he is an experienced player in the batting camp. So he would have been really destructive if he would have remained in the crease for a long time.
Yeah, Ahlepulla is rated very high, but he had a poor game last week too. So names shouldn't count. End of the day, you know, just how you perform on the day matters. And same thing with the guys, Antonian batsmen. There were some big names, but they couldn't convert it into big scores last week as well as this week.
It's exactly, Fazal. It's all about how much effort they put on field on that particular day, right?
Absolutely. Pressure on the Trinity batsmen. They got to pile that pressure. They shouldn't let the grip off. Wickets is the key, we said. And St. Anthony is right on top at the moment, fighting back and fighting hard. good captaincy by the captain, leading from the front.
It's really nice to see the captain and the vice captain of the Antonian team leading them from the front. Asita Waninaika boarding from the other end, and then Samindu Wickramasinghe says, okay, I'm ready to give you the support that you need from this end. And he does it.
Be interesting to see at what stage the captain introduces the best bowler in the side, Trevin Matthews. Is a big name. He had 5 wickets to his credit last week, and his confidence must be on a high. All the bowlers up to now, they have done a decent job for St. Anthony's College. The Trinity bowlers too did a decent job for their side. The Trinity schoolboys not letting up. They are cheering their side all the way.
Exactly, Fazal. It's also really nice to see both these schools are not letting their teams down, and cheering since morning with big noise around this stadium. Something what all of us wanted to see for 2 years. It's nice to see them. They are back.
Bilal, I got a point here. I got a question. How come we don't see the school anthems being sung? St. Anthony's College same, Trinity same. We took a lot of pride when we were small kids. We sung the college anthem lustily, but here there is no college anthem. And maybe you should organize the guys in the AMU, Antonian Media Unit, and the Trinity to do that, because it's all happening here. Chance almost in the slips, overthrow, not overthrow exactly, trying to throw down the stumps. A close shave for the Trinity batsman. So Bilal, coming back to my question, how come school anthem is not sung by both schools?
Yes, Fazal, even I was wondering why these boys were not doing it.
Don't your cheering squads ask them to sing the school anthem from time to time? That's what we did all the time when we were at the cricket match, whether it's cricket or rugby. We enjoyed singing the school anthem. Runs there, at least 1, maybe 2. They're running hard. It could be 3. What the batsmen have got to do is convert the 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. They got to run hard, because runs are hard to come by.
Exactly, Fazal. I guess these students, these boys, they have different kind of slogans to cheer up their teams, right? Because we see a lot of noise from these boys with different kind of slogans, right?
Do you all have some sort of practice session for the boys when it comes to cheering? Is it a thing like in the past we used to have those practice sessions where we practice before a big game, there are cheerleaders, that kind of thing. Is it still on, or it's just not very much into it? Beautifully bowled, he's gone, I think.
It's an appeal, but seems like the umpire is not much interested with it.
Yeah, but the Antonians are going up for every single delivery. The moment it beats the bat, they're up there, sort of appealing hard.
It's no doubt that the bowling lineup of St. Anthony's are putting pressure on these two batsmen consistently, not letting these two to settle themselves in the middle. That's the exact thing what they were intending from the beginning, because they have a very low score to defend.
Oh, once again beaten, and he could be gone. No, umpire is being challenged.
We see a lot of appeals made from the Antonians at the moment. Every single delivery is starting to swing at the moment, and everything is working in favor to the Antonian bowlers.
Well,
Yeah, isn't that surprising? The team hasn't used Praveen Matthew yet.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. He's holding him back, but he will be coming into the attack very soon. I don't see the captain holding him back. He has to bring him into the attack. He's one of the frontline bowlers, and this is the ideal time to sort of get him into the attack. Trinity batsmen under pressure. Well, having said that, the two bowlers who are operating are doing a decent job. Well, it's sad. It's shame that we don't have the umpires can't go upstairs. There is no review.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Because we don't know.
We have no third umpires at the moment.
Because I don't know. Because the way these boys are going up, it gives the impression they are out. The batsman has got a nick, but umpire is standing his ground, and it's happening quite often.
Yes, definitely. And as I told you, Fazal, it's just not about it's just not losing four wickets in a quick succession for these Trinity batsmen. As I mentioned you earlier, they have a very deeper batting lineup, and they have some great names in their squad who can rise according to the situation and make the destruction what they wanted. So it's the key for the Antonian bowling lineups is no doubt that keep picking on wickets at consistent intervals.
There is a change at the far end. The left armer being introduced into the attack. Well, I liked the way he bowled last week. He looked a decent left arm spinner. He bowled quite well last week, I think if I'm not mistaken, he got the wicket of Somarathan last week. He can mix it up. He bowls a Chinaman too, I believe.
At the moment, a very sensible cricket played from these two batsmen. Tried not to go for big shots at the moment. Try to work out those singles and pick up those crucial 2-3 runs at the moment.
There are plenty of gaps, plenty of singles on offer. The batsman doing the right thing, playing it down to long off and taking a single. If they keep doing that, getting those easy singles, then it becomes sort of a challenge for the bowler, how to stop them. Well, okay, there's a change of switch of fielders here. The fielder at fine leg is brought down to almost extra cover. That area is vacant. There is always a single there.
Very well fielded from the skipper of St. Anthony's, Shamidhu Wickramasinghe. He's doing all what he has got to do for his team, cutting off those 2 runs and putting up a great pressure on these two batsmen.
So end of another over. 19 gone. 47 runs on the board, 4 wickets gone. St. Anthony's fighting hard, fighting back, and they are doing a decent job. As it is, the momentum is with St. Anthony's, I would say. Unless these two batsmen in the middle put together a decent partnership, get them to something like 70 or 80 runs. That's what the Antonians will not want to happen. They got to pile on the pressure.
Player, everyone would expect him to do something really big for the team.
A couple of overthrows. Wickramasinghe having a shy at the stumps on his follow through, and that has gone for a couple of runs. Overthrows. He'll be disappointed with that, but he got to take those chances, you know. If he can throw down the stumps, you never know. Is the captain still operating, Mr. Chamindu?
Yes, of course. He's doing the job for St. Anthony's, and like unnecessary throws, you know, takes off the pressure from the Trinitians.
Beautifully bowled. See a lot of batsmen getting beaten, especially the fast bowlers. There's a bit of bounce on the wicket, I believe.
He's offering all his experience. There's no doubt, Fazal, he's offering the team all his experience that he has got in the international camp, then domestic cricket and school cricket back again.
Yeah, his experience definitely counts, and he's got to make use of it. He's been bowling a decent line, and for Trinity, Somaratna is a key. As far as he's there, Trinity could say, have that sort of confidence, he will take them through.
Fazal, when it comes to Chamindu Wickramasinghe, he's a key player for the St. Anthony's cricket team because he has a lot of experience. With him, he has played international level cricket. He has represented Sri Lanka in the Under-19 World Cup, and you know, having so much of experience. And he's getting everything right at the moment. He knows where he must exactly pitch the ball, which should definitely put the batsman under pressure, and you know, definitely they would find really hard to score runs at the moment.
Absolutely, because he's a decent all-rounder. He's not only a batsman. I think batting is he's a batting all-rounder more than a bowling all-rounder, and he is doing a decent job for his side. He's keeping things very quiet in the middle, asking questions from the batsman. Go once again. Bit of movement, taking the edge. He's got two slips in position.
Exactly, Fazal. When it comes to the Trinity, when Trinity was bowling for the Antonians, they didn't have two slips when it was around 20th over. But Antonians are having two slips even after 20th over because there's no doubt the pitch has started offering the bowlers a lot at the moment. He's getting the exact swing that what he was intending from the beginning. He's swinging the ball away from his right-hand batsman. So don't you feel that Trinitians should definitely go with a left-hand, right-hand combination at the moment to overcome this threat?
Well, you're right, but I don't know much about the Trinity batting lineup, so it's difficult for me to say. Even the Antonian batting lineup is full of left-handers, but here I think they are more right-handers than left-handers. So end of another over, is it? I would like to see Trevin Matthews coming to the attack. Yeah, okay, the left armer will continue to operate. He just started bowling last over. Or is it Trevin Matthews?
No, Fazal, it's Jayodhya.
Yeah, not the left armer. Is it the right arm off spinner or the left arm? Yeah, he's got to go with the left arm. He just bowled one over. I don't see any reason why there should be a change. He's quite a decent bowler. He's a good bowler. And he's kept it tight. Got a very strong offside field and he's attacking the off stump, so he's got to bowl to his field. That's very important, and some of these batters could be using the slog sweep. I hope he's got enough protection for that. Very quick run there. This is what the Antonians didn't do. You know, they were not taking those quick singles, and the batsman on strike did the right thing, because
Trinity Fazal, at this venue, the dimensions of this ground is like, it's no doubt it's very big, and you know, it's about playing a sensible cricket at the moment, just trying to go for big shots at the moment. It's all about to build up a strong partnership here onwards for the Trinitians. So it would be the key factor. It would be the key factor for them to change the game in favor to them.
Yeah, these two batsmen got to build a partnership if Trinity are to be in the game. This wicket and the next wicket, whereas Antonians will be looking for a couple more wickets. He looks fairly a good bowler. Even last week he bowled very well, and I think he got the all-important wicket of Somaratna.
Two batsmen seems to be getting settled in the wicket, because they are trying to middle the ball every single ball that they face. Even their defense seems to be solid at the moment. Let's see whether Jayodhi would be able to breach this defense.
That'll be an easy single. Gets passed through the inner ring of fielders. Protection on the on deep cover. Now plenty of singles if you are looking for singles. The most important thing is to work the ball around into the spaces. You got a fairly decent crowd, isn't it, compared to last week?
Yes, of course, Fazal, it seems to look really good. A massive crowd gathering around this Askeri Stadium after a long time with their college colors to support their respective schools, and also it's something really nice to see that both these schools are sharing their space with friendship and unity together. So far, no any problems.
Absolutely, absolutely. You got to have them both set of school boys as well as spectators. They understand it's very important to continue the good friendship that has been built over the years. And you guys must have been very disappointed the game was not played the last couple of years as schoolboys.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course, Mr. Fazal. It's gonna.
Oh, beautifully bowled once again. He could be gone.
It's a loud appeal from the skipper.
The captain is doing a very, very good job. Umpire has been challenged all the time.
It's definitely, Fazal, we were like so disappointed to not have a big match through the last 2 years, because you know we planned for everything, and you know all of a sudden the COVID-19 pandemic hit on us very badly, and everything went around.
Yeah, I remember we were to play the match the next day, and then they enforced lockdown. Yeah. That was once again, he could be gone. Big appeal. Beaten.
Exactly, Chamindu is doing what he had in mind. He's just not trying to, like, you know, he's just not trying to make the batsman defend his every single ball. He's trying to make the batsman play some stroke so that he can get a small nick, which should favor the Antonians.
Asking questions from the batsman all the time. Not letting the batsman to relax. And we got a good contest here. Two Sri Lankan caps. One is, I think the guy who is batting is Sumaratna, if I'm not mistaken. Again beaten outside the off stump. No, not Sumaratna, I think it's the other batsman. He seemed, I don't know, he's getting beaten all the time. Not lucky, lucky not to get the edge. Antonians fighting hard for that edge. And they got two slips in position. Maybe they got to the wicket keeper and the slips got an understanding they're standing at the right place. And Nick should carry to the fielders. That's very important. The slip cordon. Has played well. Beautiful and very well. Has gone all the way into the fence for 4 runs. Tremendous shot. He opened his shoulders and hit it hard, beating the field at short extra cover, and there was no stopping that one, all the way into the fence. And that's what, as a batsman, you should be doing rather than just poking your bat at it.
Yes, definitely, Fazal. And Shamidi doesn't offer much loose length balls, and like all the time since he started bowling his spell, he was trying to maintain a length where it would be somewhere around the 4th stump and swing it away from the right-hand batsman, which is a great threat for him.
Again,
you see that he's doing the same thing over and over and again, and one loose ball, which would favor the Trinitians to expand their shoulders and play their natural stroke, would be really costly at the moment for the Antonians.
He seems to be hanging his bat, whereas in the previous delivery he just went, went through with the shot, and he got 4 runs.
And also it was a brilliant stroke from Manuja.
Yeah.
It was a typical cover drive.
Beautifully played, full-blooded shot.
And a nice bat swing as well.
Once again beaten. Very frustrating for the bowler there. Beat him on 5 occasions, and then one delivery, the batsman went hard for him and got 4 runs. So it's very, very frustrating for a bowler when you start beating the bat and you don't find the edge, you don't get him clean bowled, and but you need to have patience. You have to understand that. Cricket is a game of patience at times. The side which shows better patience comes out on top, whether you're batting, bowling. So yeah, the left armer to continue from the far end. I think we should be happy the authorities of both schools did well to get this game underway after 2 years, and normally it's played in March, it's a March Madness, but this year, even though it was delayed, they still wanted, edge. There could be runs here, at least 2. Could be a, for a moment, there was a misunderstanding in the middle.
These are the things what Trinitians must avoid at the moment. Only the focus must be on building up a big partnership here onwards, because already they are in a big danger because they have lost 4 quick wickets for 56 runs at the moment. A big partnership here onwards built by these two can lay the platform.
Again beaten. Antonians going up, every single delivery which is beaten. Umpire being challenged, umpire not unmoved. good contest between bat and ball here.
Definitely, there's a big work for these two umpires to do on field, because you know they are keeping on appealing consistently.
He swept that one from the stumps. Got to be careful. If he missed that one, I think he was very, very adjacent that time. Again sweeping deliveries which are on the stumps. You got to be careful as a batsman. If he misses, I don't think umpire will have any hesitation in raising his finger.
This, of course, was what I saw in Manuja was like he was very strong with pace attack, because he was seeing the ball very well. Even when he faced Chamadu Wickramasinghe, he was very, very confident with his strokes, because he used to see the ball very, very well. But now when it comes to spin, he seems to be a bit struggling at the moment.
He's doing a very, very good job, the left-arm spinner, keeping the balls on the stumps, wicket to wicket. He's bowling to his field. Keeping the batsman quiet. End of another over. Number 21 gone, 23 gone. Antonians mid-wicket conference, all the fielders in a huddle. Slight break in play, stoppage. So what do you think, Bilal, is going to happen? What are your predictions?
I have exactly no idea at the moment, Fazal, because even when St. Anthony's was batting first, they were also in a such similar stage, and they managed to get into a score what they exactly didn't exactly get a score what they had in mind, but they managed to put themselves across the mark of 150 runs.
Are the Trinity batsmen doing the right thing here?
I hope at the moment they are doing the exact thing what they are supposed to do, because these two batsmen are not trying to go for big strokes, and they are trying to play some sort of sensible cricket at the moment, like try to work those ones, twos, play those gaps, and like to pick the exact loose balls what the Antonian bowlers offer them.
So there is a change in the bowling. Wickramasinghe
There's a change of commentary voices in the commentary box. This is Akif with Conan here.
Hello Akif, how are you doing?
Fine, it's a very fine evening, isn't it? And now we have Divyesh Ramaya on the attack.
Pretty intense, don't you think, the match right now?
Indeed. Both teams are playing toe-to-toe, and they don't seem to be giving up even for a moment.
We have both Ranod and Manula giving up partnership that will be very vital for Trinity and its future innings.
Indeed, they have been holding their ground for some time. Divyesh Ramaya on the attack, and it's a huge appeal, but nothing given.
Trinity holding it back for a few overs to set a grounding partnership.
Indeed, they would be trying to protect their wickets now because as we saw in the Antonian batting inning, that the loss of wickets was the main cause of their scoring a very low total.
Definitely. But the bowling from the Antonian lineup has been pretty magnificent.
Indeed, they have been able to defend such a low score with such an enthusiastic way. They have never shown any frustration or any hopelessness. They have always been enthusiastic.
But nevertheless, we have these two Trinitians holding it back and bringing some hope for the Trinitians.
Indeed. Again, it's Divyesh Ramaya. A huge appeal, but the umpire doesn't seem to be interested.
A lot of close calls this match, don't you think?
Indeed, a lot. So much for the Trinitians liking. Appeal, but still the umpire doesn't seem to be interested. There's quite an intense conversation between the bowler and the umpire, and the captains joining in. But the umpire seems to be not interested.
As I just mentioned, there's been a lot of close calls, not in the favour of the Antonian side.
Yeah, indeed.
Once again, Divyesh Ramaya. Strong connection.
But got ball. And at the end of 24 overs, 64 for the ball of 4 wickets, the run rate of 2.5.
Regardless of the situation, we have students from both sides giving it all and cheering on their fellow teams.
Indeed. Despite the way the game is going, both audience seem to be really hyped up and really enthusiastic, showing real entertainment and enthusiasm in the stands.
It's a very lovely sight to see, not just the people in trousers, but even the small boys in shorts very eagerly watching the match and cheering their teams.
Indeed. After a long time, Praveen Matthew again on the attack. He only bowled 3 overs in the initial part of the Trinity inning, and now he is back on the attack. Maybe bringing on Praveen Matthew, would it bring a change? Or what do you think? How will it affect batting now?
Praveen Matthew is known for his good bowling, good line and length, but I don't think the Trinitians will clear off. But let's see. Only time will tell.
Indeed. Ball well, unable to get a run off that ball. Again a dot ball.
Manukal Ratna seems to be reading the bowler instead of charging off, which is pretty vital in this case and pretty crucial.
A huge appeal for a stump, but these close balls really seem to be getting the better of the batsman, don't you think? They really seem to be afraid to go on the offensive right now, playing close to the race, playing very defensively instead of going on the aggressive.
The luck seems to be on the TT side today for some reason.
Indeed.
Taking patient and taking his time over the batsman lineup.
Just a single of that over. Trinitians 60 for 4 at the end of 25 overs. The run rate of 2.45.
A lot of credit should go to the Trinity bowlers for taking the Antonians out for low score, which is why the Trinitians can manage under this low score for 25 overs.
Indeed, the Antonians must have really felt bad about being able to score such a low score, but they have been really doing a good job restricting the Trinitians to the same month.
In what else can you expect when you have three national team players fighting alongside each other?
Of course, of course. And again, we have Ramaya on the attack, and maybe the Antonians are trying to use a combination of pace and spin to grab some wickets before the Trinitians could get off the mark and score some boundaries, perhaps.
Ball for Mandapura. Pretty interesting decision taken by the captain Kandy to use this diverse attack on the lineup.
Indeed, they really, the Antonians would maybe hope to save their best bowlers for the latter part, or maybe then try to grab the wickets before the Trinitians get off their mark.
Dot ball adds to the suspense and the excitement of the game. Don't you think?
Of course.
Beautiful shot for a single.
Oh. The Antonians seem to have perfected their fielding setup, not letting any boundaries and giving only singles and twos. It's really must be frustrating for the Canadians, being unable to score boundaries.
But one thing that's pretty impressive by these two batsmen on the field is that they take their time, and they take their time, especially in the
huge appeal, but the umpire doesn't seem to be interested.
Drawn off the leg side, but not too sure.
Seem to be having miscommunication in there.
The Antonians do seem a bit frustrated, don't you think?
Of course. It's been too long without a wicket, and they really would hope for one right now, especially Ranjit Somaratne, batsman on the Indian side. Wide Maybe the way Shramaya is getting a bit frustrated after all. Will the Trinitans benefit from this? Antonians getting frustrated. Indeed, maybe this frustration could lead to some mistakes and openings that the Trinitans could exploit. And on the other hand, the same could happen to the Trinitans as well. Them being frustrated could lead to them committing mistakes and thus sacrificing important wickets.
A quick single, Manla pushing for 2 and they stay for a single. Again, the pressure and heat is pretty intense with every ball at this moment.
Indeed. Both teams would not like to give up the trophy, and now they seem to be really tied up in a position of equal strength.
The Antonians don't seem to be giving up. Neither do the Trinitans.
Of course. Neither lion nor eagle never gives up.
Another single.
And at the end of 26 overs, the Trinitans 65 for the fall of 4 wickets.
Discussing on new strategy and what to expect and how to deal with it. Will this change the outcome of the Antonian bowling and fielding?
Indeed, with time moving and the weather seems to be really changing. There's quite a bit of wind right now and some dark clouds gathering around the perimeter. Maybe we could be expecting some rain towards the latter part of the evening, so the Antonians maybe would hope to finish the game before it comes to the worst.
The Trinitans do hold the same thoughts, although the wind would be beneficial to them if this match gets late by rain. I don't think either side would be appreciative or satisfied with that outcome.
Of course.
Kevin Matthew to Manula and off for dot ball.
Antonians really seem to be using bowlers right now, and maybe Chamido is trying to grab some wickets before the rain comes in. Misfield, and it goes to the boundary. A real mistake.
Boundary will be needed by the Trinitans to ease off the pressure. I don't think the Antonians will be very pleased with what just happened.
Of course, but they would be really hoping not to commit any more of such mistakes. But of course, they happen. It's human nature to make mistakes.
Along the cricket in the sun is not very easy to cope up with, and yes, indeed, are humans. Regardless, this partnership does seem to be hurting the Antonian lineup, don't you think?
Indeed, a solid partnership really does have a toll on the bowlers and the fielders, especially psychologically, and it could prevent from them using grabbing wickets. On the other hand, it could really good thing for the Trinitans having such a solid partnership after losing 4 wickets, helping them improve and going on the aggressive as we just saw. Manula Kularatna coming out and aggressive instead of defensive.
They seem to be finding out and pushing on, get some boundaries and get this over. And we see some fielders pushed off.
Indeed, now that the Trinity and batsmen have got the pitch and the outfield and the bowlers, and now they seem to be really going on the offensive. Seems only sensible to move the fielders to the outfield without having them clumped up in the inner circle.
Definitely, because for around 25 to 30 overs, for 20 to 25 overs, we did see most of fielders in the inner circle.
Of course.
Okay, Shaman's intentions were to pressurize and put some added pressure to the batsman, but seeing that did not work, I see they have to change their strategy and avoid these boundaries.
Indeed, now that the Canadian batsmen have not accustomed, the Antonians have been using it's only sensible to vary their strategies before things get out of hand.
Partnership of 32 from 60 balls, something that the Indians can be happy about. A sigh of relief for the Lions. But I don't think the Antonians will be pleased with what is happening right now.
Of course, they really would love to break up this partnership, grab a wicket, and put some pressure on the Indians. And that's why they are bringing Vijay Ramaya back on the attack and maybe try to devastating pace.
Coming the polishing the ball real hard. I think he expects some swing on this ball. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, with the wind coming in and out, they'd really like to use the environment to their advantage. And a huge appeal, but the umpire doesn't seem to be interested. There's been quite a bit of close scores, especially Ramaya's and Chamindu's overs. A lot of kicks, appeals, but the umpires seem to be standing on their position.
The Antonian heart seems to be broke several times in this match, especially in these innings. Ramaya. Solid connection by Manula.
Interesting thing, Lolanyo, is that so far in the whole match we have not seen a single six. Really rare thing in ODI, being the fact that even in the test match we saw a couple of sixes on both innings and all, and the players seem being reluctant to score a big hit. What do you think is the reason for such things?
Exactly, because even in the test match, as you said, we saw a couple of sixes from both sides. But I think both sides are going on the defensive today. I don't think they are going for an aggressive stance.
And there it is, another appeal, but still again the umpire doesn't seem to be interested.
Another broken heart for the Antonian side.
Indeed, but even if nothing given, these close scores and appeals would really be having a psychological toll on the Trinity and batsmen, don't you think?
This pressure is gaining with every appeal, but this would lead to them being aggressive and stepping out and finding some boundaries, which is very heavily needed for them to reach the target of 150.
Indeed, but also there's a downside for that. They are good. Also lead to mistakes and lead to wickets.
Definitely, anything can happen. Let's see what Vijay Ramaya will do. Going on back to your point about sixes. As I told you, because of the pressure that both teams have created because of the low score, I don't think the players would want to step on the aggressive because of the wickets falling fast and all these conditions leading to it. So which is why, although it's unfortunate, I think it's a good decision for the batsmen.
Indeed, they would really be hoping to keep the wickets protected and another appeal, but wide given the umpire seems to think that it didn't connect with the bat.
This is second wide from his consecutive over. Divesh Ramaya does not seem to be pleased with the results from his appeals.
Indeed. Even though it causes psychological effect on the batsman, it also has a downside on the bowlers being frustrated after being appealing for so long.
His line all in change, Divesh Ramaya.
Divesh Ramaya delivers a solid ball, unable to score a run on that.
Manu Gurunath taking his time to read the ball and protect the wicket and not do anything too risky for their team at the moment.
Indeed, the Trinitians don't have such a high target, so in their best interest to protect their wickets and keep calm and maybe score in this pace.
Definitely.
A good attempt, but just a single.
Although at the moment it seems wise for Trinity to hinge on these singles and doubles. Boundaries are something that we need at the moment, so hopefully we get to see some boundaries in the next few days.
Hopefully the crowd would really love something to cheer about. They would also love to see a wicket, especially the Antonian audience and the parade. You can see them really enjoying the papare sound and the flags waving and the crowd dancing and cheering on their respective team.
The crowd seems to be having their own game at their own stands.
Indeed, there seems to be really a competition between both crowds as to who is the loudest.
Very entertaining from both ends, Anthony and Trinity. Both paparis battling out to see which papari has the best dance and has the best entertainment from both sides. Very beautiful sight to see from both sides. Once again, Tony Matthew from the Sobra.
Huge appeal, but yet again a heartbreak.
I beg your pardon, it's Jayod Amarasena into the attack. Let's see what he has to bring into the game. Will it be favorable for Anthony or will it be favorable for Trinity? Only time will tell.
And yet again the Trinitians struggling in case of Jayad's bowling. Yet again a dot ball.
Jayad seems to be using a good length.
Indeed, he really seems to be letting the ball fly before landing and that prevents the batsman from getting a good hit, trying to get solid hit on it.
A huge appeal from Anthony. And again, very unpleasing for the lineup. Indians lucky.
Indeed, luck really seemed to be on their side, but you can say things change faster than a dot ball yet again. The Trinitians really seem to be getting frustrated right now, being unable to get off the mark in this over.
I think it is very interesting and strategic from Chamindu to switch the bowlers and not let Trinity batsmen to get used to their lineup.
Indeed, and also to save their best bowlers for the latter part of the inning where the Trinitians really would try to go on the aggressive to get the rest of their target.
Winton overs done, and the score on the board is 7-3 for the fall of 4 wickets.
After a long time now we see Lahiru abasing her on the attack.
Seems to be an injury or some sort of leg sprain for one of the players.
Indeed, let's hope it's nothing serious because it's Chamindu, the captain, of course, so him going out at such a time would really be bad.
The Antonian Trinity friendship shows here, right? So another putting on and checking on your player.
Indeed,
very lovely stuff.
Shows real sportsmanship on both sides and appreciation for players, like how the game is going.
And here we can see the Trinity side cheering on their team, hoping and praying that they will see some boundaries, see some action, so they can have something to be excited and cheer about. But nevertheless, they don't seem to be coping up or losing their hope. They seem to be enjoying and having a good time. Also, for those of you all watching at home, if you all have any time, drop on to the Trinity College International Stadium and have a bit of fun.
Oh, it's a wide, hugely off the target.
Pretty nasty delivery. I guess the frustration has piled up and is showing.
It's really getting the better of the bowlers. Batsmen would like to exploit the situation, the advantage.
Batsmen also do seem to be a bit frustrated because boundaries have been thing of the past and they're expecting to see some goals or sixes. Good delivery by Lahira Joseph.
There seems to be a bit of a conversation between umpire and Chamindu.
Hopefully things are alright. We see smiles from both ends, so yeah, things should be alright. Pushed on, deep square leg, single for
Skipper Chamindu seems to be talking with Lahiru, maybe trying to implement a new strategy or vary their strategy big grab the wicket to sustain Manula Kularatne and Somaratne to the current run rate without being able to get the mark.
Antonian fielders camouflage at the boundary lines, waiting for boundary, waiting for a chance to break this partnership and have their head on.
It's Lahir on the attack and again only a single attempted through, but only a single was able to be scored.
Trinity avoiding any risks or potential threats that would have to their partnership, which would be extremely detrimental to the innings of Trinity.
Indeed.
They are taking it slow, but a couple of boundaries would not be too bad for the Trinity lineup.
Indeed. Almost 3/5 of the inning gone. I think it's time that they started going on the offensive instead of playing safe. Lahir on the attack and yet again a dot ball.
38 of 78. The partnership seems very strong. Moving on and closing on to its 50. This is very threatening for the Antonians, don't you think?
Indeed, any solid partnership. And frustrating for the bowlers. They would really hope jump the wicket and maybe then put some pressure on the new batsman. We have Hero running towards the wicket. And yet again a dot ball, and at the end of 30 overs, 20 and 76 for the fall of 4, with a run rate of 2.53.
A switch of voices in the commentary box. We have Fadil Fazil joining us. Awesome.
And having a great day once again in this clash in between St. Anthony's and Trinity. Both teams playing fair, both teams showcasing their best possible at this stage of the game. It was a good turn from Jayodh Amarasinghe there.
I think the Anthonians are starting to capitalize on the dry turf, using those spinners up front now than they were earlier when they were using their seamers. Again, it's not the fastest paced cricket you'd expect for a 50-over innings, but the run rate is flowing here and there. I think it's quite the same run rate we saw a week ago actually. I think in certain times the Anthonians were ahead of this run rate last week at about 3.3, but then again it's not to blame that there's not a hectic total to chase.
Yeah, indeed, the total seems to be really nearing for the Trinitians. Not much away they are on to getting that total of 151. But still the run rate keeps very low. The run rate is low and Antonians are bowling tight. That was driven well.
And I see the Trinitians don't want to take any risk with the batting. They are going to sit still and play a few shots, pick on those loose balls, get those singles, have the runs flowing, but not too fast because, again, not a big total to chase here at Asgiria.
Yeah, indeed, not too much risks for the Trinitians to make. I mean, we saw how Ranadu played in the innings match. It was quite opposite to what he is doing today, playing with defenses most.
Just capitalizing on those loose balls would help. I think that's the game plan they came in with. First of all, to bat. Lost a couple of wickets here and there, but then again, they're catching up. This partnership is kind of looking good for the Trinitians.
So for the Antonians to break this partnership and look forward to get the remaining wickets and end up the game in their way.
I think even the Antonians are starting to capitalize on the turf and getting used to bowling at Asgiria. I think the innings matches have taught them how spin works wonders when the turf is drier and brittle.
Of course, Father, but then the combination of the Antonian bowling setup, I mean, on how one spinner is attacking from one end and from the other end, there's pace coming. Because initially it was Divyesh Ramaiah and Matthews to start with, and then Asitha and Shamidu came in the second 10 overs. And now in the third part, fourth part, it's Jayadhya attacking from the end. When Nahiru is attacking from the other end. So that partnership of a pace and spin is consistent by the Antonian side, and that's the plan they are playing today.
And you can't lie, it has quite worked the wonders right away. The pace, and then bring in the spin, and then again the pace. Mixes up the batsman's feelings. Then again, I think the batsmen have kept their composure here and started to realize, what they have to do in order to get their team overboard. But then the Antonian captain has also kept his composure and said, they're not attacking, so let's attack. Let's show them what we've got on our end and pull in a few throws.
Indeed, Fadil. I mean, the way Antonians are attacking and putting that pressure into the batsman has been vital. I mean, the way the captain, the skipper, Chamidu Wickramasinghe, the way he creates those important chances for the Antonians. So many appeals did they make in today's game.
True. There was constantly, I think, every other over or every over in certain situations where the Antonians were screaming their hearts off for that one wicket, that LBW, that tip. Sometimes, but again, it's college cricket and DRS is just a dream. So I think they have to respect the umpire's call on certain days and move on with a positive head. And I think that I respect about most of the school cricket is that sometimes it's too obvious that that it's straight, short, slow ball, and it's hitting the pads in the right place, and the umpire's like, no, I don't think it is out. So they just respect that call, It's like, okay, we'll take another chance.
That's what you expect from two teams like this.
It's like classic cricket.
Indeed, Father.
Enjoyable cricket is something else that you watch, and I think the atmosphere tells it all. That it has been an enjoyable evening. There are certain times it has got very boring, but at the end of the day, this pressure is still on. Trinitians have got less than 20 overs to make about double of what their current score is, and bring that trophy back home after that first innings lost a week ago.
To retain the trophy from 2019 onwards. 2019 also Antonians won the Battle of the Blues trophy, the John Halangara trophy, but then they were not able to capitalize on the one day and bring the trophy home after 2012. Antonians never won a one-day encounter with Trinity since Kanishka Ranaraja won in 2012. So it has been a big dream for college cricket to bring that ODI trophy once again home for St. Anthony's College, Kandy.
And I think at this juncture, you can't judge. It's not too far for either teams. because the pace of the game is slow. Sometimes some analysts would say, no, it's going clearly and good. But another team of analysts would say, no, Canadians are still in the grasp of the game. But it all, even till last year, the last time we had the one-day match, when it all came down to those last and that last wicket, that was so pressurizing, and then when Abhishek Anandakumar got that wicket, it was just an eruption in the crowds.
I still remember the way Umair Raizan went for that last wicket. And it wasn't a big score too, even 160s was the target that was set by the Canadians last time, and they defended it. So considering the bowling attack as well as the batting side, I mean both teams are playing their part of the game, and both teams are capable of winning this game and turning the game their side from here on.
Trinitians pushing for singles now. I think sometimes a bit tipsy there and being a bit too selfish on those singles. Some singles they could miss out, but I think they want to put that run rate back on the board. So sometimes it's looking like we're playing a test match out here when it's not. So they want to keep that hopes up as well.
It was so unfortunate today here at Askiri, as we didn't witness a single six yet coming from both the teams.
We have almost, I guess, about 20 overs of cricket left. So hopefully we see a few sixes, see a few more boundaries, and have a good show of cricket. I think the Canadians would want that, and the Antonians would want that, to coming down here from some old boys from long distances, just to make that commitment, show that support, wave that flag, and say, I am an Antonian, I am here. I am a Trinitian, and I am here to support my team through the line.
Exactly. Not just, I mean, from places in Sri Lanka, but also overseas. People are here. I mean, Antonians as well as Trinitians are here to cheer their school, and to especially share that friendship, that rivalry that these two schools are sharing for years more than 100.
Truly, the brotherhood is struck, I think. And even for those people who are tuning in from home, tuning in from YouTube, Facebook, or even POTV, I think they too want a match where they'd be in the edge of their seats. That's ODI cricket, that's one-day cricket, where you want to witness some thrill, some atmosphere, some eruptions in the crowds and everything. So I think we want to see cricket like that nowadays.
Yeah, of course. I mean, through the way how this game is going on, we surely can see some thrilling moments at the end of the game. I mean, with Trinity also scoring at a lower strike, but that was it hard.
Just short for a 4 game, capitalizing on that loose ball. The pace was there. He just had to flick of a wrist and gone down, and just short of a sixer. He was just talking about boundaries, and there he delivers.
That's once again the man, Ranadu Somaratna, playing for Trinity. He is a man who's capable of going for those boundaries. I mean,
he's using his height to his advantage and his wrist work. He's not a built person, so he catches those loose balls well and just flips them to wherever he needs them to go.
Even in the innings match, in the 2-day game, the only Trinitian to put up a score that's about 30 and who scored these boundaries were Ranadu Somaratna alone. Even the national camp, Pawan Bhadraja couldn't do much of a work for the Trinitian side.
I think Ranuda has shown that he's part of the Trinity team for a reason, and he's been there and he's showing that prowess as a middle order batsman, coming in at about 1, 2 down, 3 down, showing that he can take his team through. And this partnership building between Ranadu Somaratna and Manula Kularatna is really being in favor of the Trinitians. In 88, the loss of 4 is kind of a good situation right now, judging by the score that they are chasing.
Of course, for the Trinitians having the upper hand, this was the part that Antonians missed out. I mean, building that important partnerships in between wickets. So Antonians didn't capitalize their partnership really. That is where Antonians lost so many wickets, back-to-back wickets.
I think somewhere along the way, the plan kind of went more individualized. You know, after the performances that most of the players from the innings match showed, you know, the 70s, the 50s, the knocks that were so compassionate and so able to watch. It was like eye-watering cricket. So I think somewhere along the way they were like, no, one of these players will put up a show for us, so we can just sit back and let them play the game. And I just feel the game plan of making partnerships was lost. I remember, I think this was the last ODI match as well, where the first couple of wickets between the Antonians were all run-outs because there was no batsman to batsman communication. It was not happening right. So I think this is something that has struck. They fixed it, but then again they are maintaining and trying to expect from those individual players to perform. And I think that's not right cricket. It's a team game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, while playing the team game, we can't like totally say Antonians didn't play a team game. They did try their best to build up that partnership, but individually they all knew that they are capable of doing something on their own to put up a big score, to go for those boundaries and all. So individually they tried their best to play on their style. I mean, that is the style in which Antonians played the two-day game also. I mean, in their own style, they went for those boundaries and all. Chandimal as well as Lahiri, they played their own style of cricket. So that is what happened today also, but that didn't go in favor of the Antonians.
I think Trinidadians actually capitalized on their mistakes from the innings match. They went back to the drawing board, realized, no, what's wrong? What's wrong with our tactics? It's our home ground, and they are showing us how to play in it. So let's see where we went wrong. Is it the continuous use of the spinners? Did they put the pacers enough? Where should the wickets have fallen? And I think they've struck the right taste where they realize, okay, the best way to do it is not let them have good partnerships. Let them have partnerships, but
there was a misfield there.
Misfield, and that takes them 2 runs.
Giving 3 runs is not good for the Antonians, but still more pressure on the Antonians as they may not what to expect from the Antonians at this stage of the game, where you want them to put more pressure and get those few wickets that are vital for the college at the moment.
I think sometimes like games like these, which are like
straight to the wicket. Was
close, but the umpire says no. I don't think that's hitting the wickets. So
pitched right, directly. I mean, straight to the wicket.
I mean,
there
from
was much of a turn too. So many close chances did Antonians, I mean, miss out through the umpire's judgment also. But respecting their judgment is what
I mean,
you expect from these crews.
We don't know. They are professionals, and we don't know what this. We see cricket, we watch cricket, we play cricket, we play a style of cricket that's a call for a stumping. And again the umpire says, nah, he was in.
Very upset of this situation. Not a happy captain.
Not a happy captain. I hope frustration doesn't build with decisions like this. You know, sometimes young captains, young teams, when not a lot of the chances are converting, they start taking out frustration, screaming, being like, how can that be? How can this be?
Yeah, that can
miscalling the
that
judgments.
can make the
and
situation
stuff.
even worse,
Even
to
worse,
make
yeah.
more mistakes and allow the opposition to score and get to that mark.
There was again a quick single. I think Canadians using this pattern of quick singles and doubles to slowly creep their way up the ladder to that not too big of a target.
Indeed, just 59 runs from here on. The 17 overs that's remaining. So that's a lot of balls remaining to score that 59 runs.
So I think at this point what the Antonians game plan should be is pressurize on the batsman. Tell them we are in control here, not you. So
But
then
yeah.
that when that pressure starts pushing into the batsman, even though they know, okay, we have 17 overs, we can play this, but if there's an attacking bowling action coming in, those balls are coming in at the right length, the right variations, the right spots, then they're a bit afraid, they're a bit back, they're like, oh no, maybe we should start pushing. And then they start getting pressurized. And that's when the Antonians should capitalize, when they put the pressure in and show them that they are compassionate but not pressured.
But as what's happening right now, it seems like more pressure on the Antonians. As you know, these two batsmen have settled in well in the middle, one scoring 33 and the other on the non-striker center, scoring 24 runs. More pressure to the Antonians. I mean, these two have now already read the pitch well, and they know how it's reacting. So even singles or doubles, they are safe. I mean, they are having that upper hand to Trinity side.
So they've set themselves well, and they're not, taking any chances, trying to hit those slow balls out the ground or anything. It's capitalizing on those loose balls, putting them on those gaps, and looking at where they can make a run or two. I think that's an easy game plan at this moment for the Trinity. But the Antonians might want to start putting more pressure in, showing that they aren't pressurized, but putting more pressure in.
Obvious, I mean, in the bowling change that Antonians have brought up, Kevin Matthews has been brought into the attack. So of course Antonians need to create that pressure on Trinitians too.
Bringing another spinner into the attack. This time Matthew headed down the ground for yet another single.
They don't look happy at this moment. Even the fielders in the middle, they are pressurized. They are in need of that one wicket from here on, so that they can have chances to convert the game on their side. Just one more wicket.
To dismantle this partnership. That's what they're looking for. Or that's put through the gap. There's a fielder in the deep. We'll get there, but then they'll get two. Exchange of words with every ball by the captain, coming to his bowler saying, no, this is not what I'm expecting from ball here, ball there, change of plans, you should put it here, put it there, that's what. So I think a good captain should do, coming down from his fielding
Even
position.
his line and length that Chamidu today ball, being a captain, he got his role well, and that's a chance once again.
This time the wicket keeper not confident, knew he was in, but just look at the umpire, maybe something positive, but yeah.
The rest of the day for the Antonians here at this area. Once again, the ball by Kevin Matthews.
And that's 96 for 4 at the end of 34 overs. run away from 100. Quick and swift single to make 100 for the Trinitians. Ranuda seems to have ditched his helmet here. Another quick single. Acrobatic catch to save the batsman by the wicket-keeper. Quick singles are putting more and more pressure to the bowlers and the fielders in the ring. Yet another single. Just tap away. Just capitalizing on the fact that the bowlers are a bit out in the ring. 101 for 4 at the end of 35 balls. I think if they work through this partnership, it's a strong one, so they can get over the line very easily. But they'll take time. They are playing a close game, slow, steady pace cricket, something you rarely see in an ODI, which is at the latter of the last 15 overs, all you see is sixes, wickets and fours. But here, it's not a big total for them. So they are stepping back and taking those singles as to an advantage.
Very sensible batting, right? Good little partnership. Another wide down the side.
These extras are things that the Antonians don't want to be giving away at this moment. I think these extras plus the wides and all those missed loose balls are adding to the frustration of the bowler. You can sometimes see it in his eyes and in his actions.
So these two came to the wicket at 35 for 4, if I'm not wrong. Good little combination. 5, 16 runs. Very sensible batting.
Good shot selection and the placement where to put the ball has always been right.
Over. So it looks like it's greatly game from here. A wicket ball where Antonians can come back into the game.
Definitely. Like if they could break through this partnership and then maybe 1 or 2 more wickets, not let them hold a good more partnership, then the Antonians could capitalize and take home the trophy after 10 years.
Wait, 10 years that is now won, is it?
They haven't won the one day, but of course, though innings matches have been a taste to play for the Antonians here at Asgiria and at Katguastota. But then the Trinitans have capitalized on these low scoring headers, I think.
I remember the first couple of decades, Antonians dominated the series in the last 2 decades. It's really all the way. Manula Kularatna has been playing very well last week. He didn't show up, but this week they've got very sensible, kept Simratna very good control. So right on top Trinity at the moment, 154.
So that's the end of 36 over, 103 to 4 again, falling off at run rate of 2.9.
A bit disappointed with a very low scoring game, right? Last week the weather was not suitable for cricket. We not expect much, but St. Anthony's College went on to make 283 on the first day, and I think that's largely due to this boy Chandimal. He went who came and set the place on fire, and then Lahir batted well, and Akil of course he played the sheet anchor role. That was good cricket all the way, but today pretty slow going, taking into consideration so one-day game, one-day international, but very poor scoring.
So I can't take my eyes off the run rate here. It's less than 3. I can remember last week when I was looking at the run rate of the Antonians, and I'm like, it goes up to 4, 3.8, and at certain times I'm like, did they forget that the ODI match is next week? And then today I come in and it's a different story.
You're absolutely right, Father. Yeah, last week I think we lost 2 hours of play. There was a late start of the game. We did not expect much cricket, and but the Antonians came and batted superbly. But today, a different story altogether.
I mean, no doubt there about last batting performances of the Antonians, which is impeccable. There's no bowling defense at Trinity was just shocked and stunned. But then Trinity came back well in the second innings, but it was too late.
Then again, Chandimal came and lit the park, didn't he? When in the second innings, St. Andrews was something like 5 wickets down for a small score, and Chandimal came and hit a few sixes and took the game away once again from Trinity. You know, and that's how the game progressed last week. You know, there was excellent batting. You know, something to admire and appreciate. But this week, unfortunately, it has been very, very slow going by both sides. Even Trinity making hard weather of this heavy weather of this small 150 score.
They swept through that gap and gets another quick single.
Trinity is trying to run the singles rather than playing any shots. The odd big shot is coming from Simratna, Kularatna, but very, very, very much watchful, I would say, and just want to push the singles around.
I think they just don't see the necessity of trying to push singles. A bit of a hebble there, but gets back safe. He wanted 2. Run goes like, no. Antonians feeling good. Don't take the risk.
I think the side which will be more disappointed is Antonians more than Green, because they came into the game. They came into this game with a lot of confidence, and they're not, like you said, they're not won this trophy for the last 10 years or so. So they were the favorites after last week's game. But then they threw away their chance. They came with a surprise the way they approached the game, the first innings, the way they batted. There was hardly any intent. So Trinity doing the right thing. They can't play the big shots. They're pushing and running, you know. Antonians never look for the single. There was, I think, if you go to the 300 balls they faced, I mean, half of them were dot balls, I think. Even more than half.
just trying to play the big shot sometimes doesn't work. You have to sit back, relax, and enjoy the game of cricket. And then the loose balls will come to you, and those slot deliveries, those long balls, those full tosses that can just be whacked and swept away for the boundaries, and then the pressure will start building on your opponent. Now, the Trinitians playing the slow game and building pressure on Anthonians very slowly and helplessly.
Very soon you'll see a few, some of the big shots coming from the Trinitians because they have the confidence now. They are within sight of total, and this is the time you tend to get a few freebies or take a few chances, and that may happen. Antonians' only way they can come back into the game is get a couple of quick wickets and put Trinity on the back foot.
I think what the Antonians mostly have to rely on is not getting too frustrated by the pressure, handling the pressure right, and bowling, keep bowling how they are bowling right now. Not too many loose balls, the right deliveries are coming, and then...
Oh, he could be gone. Elbow shot fell BW. Pretty adjacent. Umpire unmoved.
Rather hard to say from this point of view, but maybe the umpire is seeing something else. See,
he got straight to the. I thought, like quite close. I wouldn't say. He's in a better position.
Yeah. Then again, there have been certain instances over the day that people might argue that.
That's pulled away. That could be 4 runs. Yes.
Maybe it's a 6.
He's gone all the way into the stand. 6 runs.
Landed right on the boundary line, waiting for a confirmation of 6.
I know third umpire review here, so.
Yes, it's a 6 maximum. The first maximum of the day, actually. Some pressurized, powerful shot coming from Ranudam.
So that's a good shot for 6 runs. So Trinity, just once you get your position like this, the momentum is with you, and you are likely to, you're the favorites now, unless something dramatic happens here.
Just as you said, now that the Trinitians are set and confident, playing the big shots. I think this was a group discussion. Maybe Mangla came up to Ranudam and said, I have the bigger contribution here. You can step back and park, and let's get this over with, because the light's coming down, and we might have maybe half an hour to play, because Kandy is never predictable.
Especially Askiria, we have this situation, trees behind the bowler's arm and all, even on the Duckworth-Lewis or Parabola system, Trinity should be having the better rate, I think, to win this game at this stage.
So I think at this moment in the game, Trinity is much more favourites to win. But then again, the Antonians are not far away. They want to change the game. Just breaking this partnership and then coming to the would change the tide of the game vastly for the Trinity.
They got to get a couple of quick wickets. They want to get back into the game. That's the only way they can get back into the game. Wickets is the key. At one stage, Trinity was 35 for 4, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And almost they won in the 17th or 18th over, I believe. Yeah.
Now they've capitalized and come back, keeping the same 4 wickets, but falling over 70 runs there. Manla Kulratne just a single of his 50 on this one-day match.
Well, full marks to these 2 batsmen. They have batted very, very sensible cricket, sensible batting. They knew their game, they knew their responsibility, and they've done all the right things, tick all the right boxes, and they've done a great job for their side, taking them very close to victory, just 36 runs away from what could be another victory for Trinity.
With a quick single, swiftly done.
They're running the singles very well, they're frustrating the Antonian fieldsmen. Antonian fieldsmen, they got to be a little bit close and see whether they can engineer a run out here. You know, they got to break this partnership. Either doesn't matter how it comes. You know, best chance is a run out because these boys are running their singles, taking risky singles, and putting the team under pressure.
This is something I've noticed in first-class cricket, and mainly in T20 matches, is where quick, swift singles to be taken. That starts putting pressure on the bowlers and the fielders very, very fast because there's still decent runs flowing because 6 singles in a over is still 6 runs. That's the equivalent to a bar.
Absolutely. You got the game. The batters who understand the game, they know the importance of singles. But you are just waiting to play the big shots, then it's going to be hard on you. You know, you build pressure on yourself because once you keep ticking, keep the scoreboard ticking, and keep the strike, you keep rotating the strike, runs just keep to start flowing, and that's a very, very vital part of the game.
So we just step back and watch the communications that are happening all throughout those exchange after the overs. You can see how friendly players are, even though they are in a pressurized environment trying to get that win for their team. They're still laughing about it. The captain is exchanging words with the batsman. It's like, okay, so you're going to smiling, they're laughing. And that's the brotherhood. That's what Antonians and Trinidadians have shared on the field, and always been there. Even though it's a rivalry, even though it's over 100 years, it's never been a rivalry that was violent, that people would look at and say, like, figuratively violent rivalry. It was brotherhood.
Again, another quick single. Oh, he could be gone. Yeah, he's gone.
That puts an end to Manula Kularatna's epic.
He was trying to get his 50.
He was rushing for Ranudhu Somaratna there, but then I think that was a very bad mistake. It was just hippie fielder, and then the fielder just capitalized on it, just had to knock the ball into the wicket.
This is very, very unnecessary. Both supporters from both schools converging on the field, coming onto the field, very, very unnecessary because we are at the last stages of the game. We don't need any interruptions. It's not going to help anybody. And even the Trinitians onto the field, I don't understand why is that.
I think the applause is due because Manula Kularatna has kept a good composure of the game and led Trinity to such a stance, just a single away from his 50 runs.
Well, he batted beautifully. There is no question about that. But they can have those celebrations out of the grounds, outside the boundary lines. No need to invade the field. The Antonians too, they don't have to do that. They can have all the fun outside the boundary lines. Don't sort of interrupt play, especially if the light is not good. Especially the light is not good. We don't need those stoppages, time, So unnecessary run out. I think there was no single at any stage there. He wanted to get to his 50, lack of communication, and a bit of 3D Acharu enjoyed by the Antonian Katakasde boys. I'm quite sure these boys have a lot of understanding of the field when it comes to what music to listen to, what food to eat, what movies to watch. But in the middle, bit of Acharu.
I think that was so unfortunate. Ranudhu Somaratna forcing him into that single, and Manula was not there for that single, but he had to take it for his peer out in the field, sacrificing his half-century.
So the captain has walked in, Akram Muttalib, left-handed batsman. He did a very good job in this morning with his captaincy. the bowling changes, the field settings. So that should give him a lot of confidence coming here.
I think Akram coming in right now is into a set field. He just needs to finish. I think he's confident because of how he played in the morning. He knows his balls well, and so he just needs to finish off this match right now.
Is he a good batter, Akram? Good striker of the cricket ball? Or?
Akram can play the ball in the right time. He's not the most aggressive or most violent player you see, or not the most smooth and classic player. It's a nifty chap who plays those late shots. It's unexpected right, and he'll get the job done. That's of course what Akram does. As a captain and as a wicket keeper, he's been there for his team. He's not he's an unorthodox player, some would say.
And he looks like a busy little player. He likes to see bat and ball. That's played lofted shot. That could be 4 runs or even a 6.
I think that's gone for a 6. Catch was taken from man beyond the boundary line.
No, I see.
So I think that's a 6. Now I think Ranuda playing the big shots now. Set batsman, knows how to play the balls. Big, tall figure, not strong but tall figure. Asking for it, not too confident there.
Simaratna capable of playing the big shots. He played that one beautifully over long off a 6. Coming down the track, taking the spin on the half volley and lofting it hard and high for a maximum. Well, what I liked about the game today was the crowd. The crowd has been really, really interesting. They have been very entertaining. They had a lot of fun off the field. Schoolboys from both sides, and especially all these musical bands playing. Lots of fun and entertainment off the field.
I think even more than the innings matches last weekend, we see a much more vibrant atmosphere. And it's something expected because this is something where you are definitely to see an answer who's going to win. It's not like first innings is won by a certain team and then the match is drawn, or so on and so forth. It's like either you win or I win or we both take it home.
Yeah, one side definitely has to win in a one-day game, so, and also a much bigger crowd than last week, and the crowd really enjoying getting involved with the game, and good for the game and good for everybody. You know? That's what the game is all about. That's what Trinity Antonian cricket is all about.
Just over 10 overs left at this day of cricket, and Trinitians in a crucial juncture. They've got about 30 runs to get to finish off this match in style, and I don't see why they shouldn't be taking it slow. But I'll also say I doubt that they would want to take it too slow.
They can't be too cautious. The only reason they may sort of up the ante or sort of get on with it is because the light is fading.
Hit them on the ground. Players rushing in.
A small kid running onto the grounds, carried away by one of the Antonian fielders onto the right of us. Quite hilarious, actually.
You see the age, the various range of an age that you come up to when you show up to a big match. From those grade 1, 2 kids, 6 years old, up until 60 to 70 years old gentlemen from 10 years or past their college life here at Asgiria.
So another 27 runs to be got. The target is what, 151, 152?
151 as of what I know. Yeah, it's 151 that Trinity has to get to
He's at
get over the line.
40th over in progress. Yes, another one.
Quick single again.
Sumaratna has adjusted his game. Last week he was more enterprising, he was more entertaining, he was prepared to play some of the big shots, but this week he's adjusted according to the situation.
Akram puts the ball between the two fielders and gets that single again.
Sumaratna has taken the responsibility very seriously and done a very good job to his side. His side was in trouble at 35 for 4. He partnered, and the boy who got out, he made 49. The last batter who got out.
Again, put between the fielder. It's 2, maybe 3 there. No, not taking the risk.
So end of another over. That's 40 overs completed. 10 to go, and just 25 runs or 26 runs to be got. The bands are still playing all over the grounds. One at the Antonian Old Boys tent, other one at the Antonian Schoolboys tent, and one at the Trinity tent, Trinity Schoolboys. Captain on strike. Vinod, welcome back. Where were you all this time?
Oh, well, I thought of dancing for a while. Missed it today, and I can't miss on that definitely.
I thought as much. I thought as much. You must be with the crowd, you know, with the schoolboys, having a bit of fun.
So, what a match it has been. I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed about Trinity College. Manula Kulana, he played really well. I mean, like, he's a good friend of mine as well.
Oh, really?
And him missing his half century by just one run, and that's a run out. Like, I don't know. I personally felt it, to be honest. And I'm super pissed right now because that was really unfortunate.
He was eager to get to his 50. I think that's what happened there.
The thing is, after you play such a long innings, a really quality innings, and just, I don't know, giving it up like that, it's really disappointing for the crowd as well.
Yeah, the Trinity crowd was expecting a 50 from him. He batted very well. He batted very sensible cricket, and also took the responsibility very well. Trinity was in a bit of bother at 35 for 4. Took the game away from St. Anthony's College. Kularatna and Sumaratna, two batsmen, they put their heads together, built a nice partnership.
Well, for a moment when I was down there, I thought the man who was on 40s were Ranudha Somaratna, and then I realized that he was number 6, and it was Manula Gururatna and the end. That was pretty interesting, and what an unexpected journey for him.
I thought Somaratna is the one who was the leading scorer there, but Like you said, it was Kularatna who was doing the bulk of the scoring, but Sumaratna has got up to 40, and that's what's expected of him. He's been very consistent in this big match. I mean, the one-day game, last week he batted well.
Well, Akram Muttalib coming early compared to the two-day encounter. Maybe it's his last big match. Pawan Pathiraj, did he come? I don't think so.
You mean to say he did not open the batting?
Yeah, did he come?
I don't know most of the Trinity players, to be honest.
So the Trinitians have opened their account for victory and just 21 runs, 22 runs short of their victory. And they know 41 overs. Well, the victory is kind of sealed now for Trinity College.
Oh, very much on the cards. Unless something dramatic happens. You know, cricket is a funny game. You never know.
A hat trick, perhaps. Can change the whole game. Well, what do you think, sir? Trinitians, we cannot say they were good because 151 the target. I thought that they'll achieve it within 35 overs, but they came up to the last minute. So what do you think? Is it the development of the Anthonian bowlers or just the Trinitians taking their time and just playing their game?
I found that most of the batsmen, frontline batsmen, struggled to get the ball off the square. After Trinity openers showed some intent, compared to Antonian openers. But they struggled to get the ball off the square. The singles were not coming, the big shots were not coming, and it was very frustrating when the scoreboard is not moving. And then they made some mistakes, pressure building. So that was the Antonians bowled well. They bowled pretty well. You can't take anything away from them at this stage, those stages of the game. But then the two batsmen who made the difference was Kularatna and Sumaratna. They batted very well.
Well, yeah, we cannot say anything to Anthonian bowling because they are giving a good fight. Maybe at the end of the day, the Trinitians will be the ones who are getting the cup. But we cannot forget about Anthonian bowling because they almost defended 150. So Samit Wickremesinghe back again in action. And that will be called a wide.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, they fought back very well. They're given a good fight. But I think this year, the Antonians were the favourites to win this game more than Trinity. But Trinity has played the better cricket today. And they should end up as the winners. But we never know. You never know. You never know. Again, another
once
wide.
again, a hit off the leg stump, and that's called a wide as well. Well, at the end of the big match season, both the teams got some reasons to be happy. Right? No one's disappointed. Trinity winning the one-day encounter and St. Anthony's College getting the first innings victory of the 103rd big match encounter. So, what a wonderful 2 weeks' time it has been.
Beautifully played, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, the most important thing here is the match was played after 2 years. I think full marks to the two administration of both the schools, that we had a game of cricket, the big match, and now the one-day game. So that's the most important thing, because 2 years we couldn't play this game. School boys are really, really disappointed, more than the old boys. Charging for the second run, yes. Very comfortable in the end.
That was quite lucky because they didn't contact each other in that run, but at the end, they were lucky.
I like the way this boy approached the game. Sumaratna, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
We were talking about him in the first encounter as well, how confident he is from the time he came and protected the strike, and we saw some good class of cricket from him.
He reads the game quite well. That's the important thing here.
Once
Yeah, he
again,
plays.
strike hard through the gap. That clears the boundary. Beautiful four by Ranudha Somaratne.
He knows when to up the ante.
The footwork coming down the track and just punching the ball. Just sensational.
He knows a few shots like that will take Trinity to victory. He has done all the hard work. Now he can free his arms a little bit.
Trinity getting closer, run by run, to their victory. You can see all Trinitian cricketers are there as well.
Once again, plays it down. I like the sound which comes off his bat. He times the ball well. When it hits it hard, he's right in the middle of the bat.
This has been an excellent season for Ranudha Somaratne. And I can remember he was selected for the under-15 Sri Lanka squad as well. He went a tour on Malaysia. I was playing cricket for the under-15 team those days as well, and we can remember he left to Malaysia for some kind of a franchise representing Sri Lanka. So from that young age, he has been in top form and he's just showing it consecutively, and that's slipped, but saved at the end.
So what happened after under 15? You retired from the game?
Yeah, that's practically that's what happened actually. The thing is, with the O-level examinations and with the COVID pandemic, I would say I didn't give much commitment and dedication for it with the busy schedules and stuff.
Are the Antonian heads dropping here? So that's another over completed. Another 10 runs to get, I believe, and 11 runs to get, and 8 overs to go. Plenty of overs left. The light fading, but the crowd still enjoying. You know, it's been a full day's entertainment for them. They enjoyed the cricket. Plenty of noise being made outside the boundary lines. All spectators, whether they're school boys, old boys, everyone has had a good day of entertainment, fun, clean fun. So Trevin Matthews didn't do much with the ball today. I don't think he got any wickets today. Did he get any wickets?
Yeah, I don't think he did, and we didn't see the original Trevin Matthew around the Somaratne trying to sweep it away.
Somaratne is a tall, lanky lad, isn't he? He's got
Broad
the
shoulders
reach.
as well. He got a long reach, as you mentioned all the time.
Very, very long reach. Bowlers have got to adjust their length bowling to him.
What I've seen from Somaratne is his footwork. That's what impressed me a lot when he's coming down the track and when he's batting on the crease. His footwork has been like top class. Always the bat follows the foot, and all the balls he faces, he makes sure he middles the bat. So I think those are the points behind his success so far.
Matthews, the ball operating.
That's the 50 for Ranudha Somaratne. What an innings.
Oh, the Trinity cheer supporters invading the
Indians
field.
are happy. He's very happy. Look at his celebration, his final big match encounter, the one-day encounter, and he deserves it. Starting from the two-day encounter, he deserves this. Exactly. Ranudha Somaratna, remember the name, the man for Trinity College, Kandy.
So he batted well. Kularatna batted well.
We cannot certainly forget Kularatna. He was the man who took came ahead while Ranudha Somaratna was on the other end. That partnership was the key to Trinity's victory today, definitely.
Who was the top wicket taker for Trinity?
I think Tharana Vimaladharma took 3 wickets, and after he was injured, Vibhavit Alapola took quite as well. I'm not much sure about the detail.
If you were to adjudicate the man of the match, whom would you give it to? Has played well. Who deserves it?
Well, there were quick follow-up wickets of Trinity College. And the partnership between Ranudha Somaratna and Manukuratna was the point where Trinity was taken to the next level. So I think Manukuratna, he missed his half century, so Ranudha Somaratna played for a longer while. So I think maybe Ranudha Somaratna in my part of view.
Really? But Kularatna is your friend. So
Well, he is my friend. But he has another year left as well.
oh, I see. Okay.
So unfortunately, he missed his chance. So Ranudha Somaratna will be playing more. But I don't know. I think it has to be one of them. That's my point. Why don't you share your points, sir?
Well, it has to be Somaratna if he takes them to victory. You guys want just one more delivery? Okay, take it, sir.
So there will be a change in the commentary box. Lolan Rahulan along with Shahid.
Joining with me, Lolo from Trinity College, Kandy. Trinitians 144 for the loss of 5 wickets. I think they are smelling the victory here at Asgiria.
Hello Shahid, how are you feeling? I can feel the excitement in these people waiting to run off to the field.
Of course, Lolonio, Trinity College, after losing the first innings in the 2-day encounter, they have come back hard and strong, of course, here in Asgiria. Another quick single by Captain Akram Mutalib. I think he wants to stay here until the end to see his team crossing the line and winning this 40th encounter between Trinity and St. Anthony's.
Ranudha Somaratna, the person, the anchor who made this all possible along with Manula Kularatna. Unfortunately, Manula had to depart a bit early.
Of course, Manula Kularatna, the man for Trinity, performed really well with his bat and of course with his ball as well. Oh, there you go, a slight mix-up.
A bit of commotion, Trinity feeling and wanting to finish a bit off the early.
Yes, of course, they want to finish it very early, I guess, to start the party. There you go again, Trevin Matthew, Somaratna 2 is the call, but they are settling for a single, moving on the scoreboard to 145, just 6 runs to win. As we are coming close to the end, huge credit should go to Trinity College Media Unit, President Fadil Pazal and his team for a wonderful job at the 2-day encounter and as in the 1-day encounter as well.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Akram Mutalib stumped unnecessary by the Trinity College skipper. Anthonians have a small hope right now, but they are just 5 runs to defend. Will they make it, or will Trinitians will finish off in style? Nevertheless, Akram Mutalib, a great player for Trinity College, captained really well, marshaled his troop, his bowlers very, very beautifully when Trinity were bowling. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it at the end when Trinity are nearing to cross the line. There you go, the supporters in the field. A usual sight at a big match in Sri Lanka. Until no one is harmed, it's okay to enjoy, I guess.
146 for 6 wickets, 4 more runs more. What will happen? Another wicket down after Mutali box off the stand.
Of course, Lorenyo. To be honest, I wanted to go to watch the Sri Lanka-Australia match at Pallekele to make it at least 1 hour before, but the way Trinitians batted made me to stay at the end, and I think it's worth the wait.
The suspense, the excitement, all in this big match season. Something that is very unique to the Hill Country, especially this Trinity versus St. Anthony College match. This big match is something that holds very dear to the students and the general population of the Hill Country. So who will this go to? Trinity College or St. Anthony's?
There you go. Tharana Vimaladharma performed really well with the ball, and I think he wants to make the finishing touches done as soon as possible. Trinitians, there you go. They played really well in the 2019 one-day encounter and clinched the victory. I still can remember Abhishek Ananda Kumar took the last wicket where Umair Raizan caught the catch in the long on area. Trinitians, here you go. To Tharana Vimaladharma. Straight to the fielder, no single taken. I think Trinitians should keep their calm, Lolanyo.
With every ball, the crowd goes wild. Another ball.
A quick single taken. Moving on the scoreboard to 147. Just 4 runs to win for the Trinitians. Will run the Somaratne finish it off in style for the Trinity College. I guess it's the end of the 44th over. Trinity College Kandy 147 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Even all of you watching at home, I'm pretty sure you all are at the edge of your seats. Which will this go to? St. Anthony's or Trinity College? But at this point, it's pretty sure with 4 runs to win, the Trinity College has had a clear margin over St. Anthony's.
Definitely, Lalanyo, a huge credit goes to both the administration, Trinity College and St. Anthony's for organizing this event after a lapse of 2 years. Definitely, they might have faced many hardships, but whatever it is, they have organized a proper big match. Kudos to them as well. The ground staff, the security, the teachers of both the colleges, the school officers guild, the media unit, the press, the sponsors, everyone who is involved has done a great job.
Definitely, Shahid. With all of them, the unearned heroes was why this was all made possible.
I think this is Trayvon Matthew to Somaratna. Driven away for a 4. No, they are settling for a single. As a Trinity fan, I'm a little excited maybe. But whatever said and done, St. Anthonians played really well in the 2-day encounter. The man to remember, Muhammad Akil, Chandimal, Herat, Lahiru, Abe Singha played really well.
Absolutely.
They showed character, they showed sportsmanship, came back very strong at the Trinitians and clinched the 2-day encounter. Swept away for another single, moving the score tally to 149. Just 2 runs to win.
Trinity taking their time. Single by single, they're closing on to their victory.
Slowly but surely, Trinity College are crossing the lines here at Asgiria.
It's just a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. Two runs to win. Trayvon Matthews. Will they finish it off in style or will they go single by single? Only time will tell.
I think they have 5 overs more. It's better if Rananda Somaratna gets the opportunity to finish off because he was one of the major reasons. That's a wide delivery. Trinity score tally moves on to 150. Just 1 more run to win. Trinitians are pumped up here at Asgiria after the first innings loss against Anthony's in the 2-day encounter. There you go, the Trinitians, a huge shot, but no says Rananda Somaratna. I think he wants to finish it off in style. It's understandable.
The crowds are getting wild. People are at the edge of the boundary line waiting to run into the field as the Trinity clinch their victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a privilege bringing you the live action from Asgiria. Please do turn. There you go, huge shot. Fielder under it, there misses. Trinity College clinches the 40th one-day encounter here at Asgiria. There you go, beautiful scenes. Fans are all over the ground celebrating Trinity College win after the first innings lose against St. Anthony's in the two-day encounter. History repeats in Asgiria after 2019. Huge kudos to Ranudha Somaratna, Manula Kunaratna, and of course the skipper himself, Akram Mutalib.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, they finished it off in style. Absolutely wonderful cricket at this past few days.
There you go, the man of the match, Ranudha Somaratna, carried by the crowd. A huge cheer for him. Great scenes here at Asgiria. Nevertheless, St. Anthony's played really, really well. Kudos to them as well for putting up a great show and showing sportsmanship, both the teams. That's what we want in the Hill Country Battle of the Blues, the friendly rivalry that Trinity and Anthony's is known for.
Definitely, Shahid. As you can see, colors blowing up in the Asgiria Stadium, red, gold and blue. As you can see, Trinity hence their ODI victory. And as you can see, the Trinitians are very pumped up and very happy. And absolutely wonderful cricket played by both teams.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you are tuning in live, just for now, St. Anthony's College batted first, and end of the 50th over, they scored 150, chasing the Trinitians. They scored 151 for the loss of 6 wickets after 46 overs. Playing for Trinity College, Manula Kularatna, Ranudha Somaratna, and the captain, of course, Akram Mutalib, played really, really well. A day to remember for Trinitians, of course, the Trinity cricketers. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a great opportunity and a privilege to bring you the live action through Trinity College Media Unit official YouTube channel and POTV Event TV channel number 20. Thank you very much for tuning in from the morning with us. Of course, I think we have done a pretty good job. Until we meet you in the 104th Hill Country Battle of the Blues at Cartagostode. There you go. The Trinity coaching camp celebrating the victory. The master in charge, the coaches, the support staff, everyone in the Trinity dugout are celebrating. A beautiful day of cricket, Lolanio. A day to remember by both the teams. Whether Trinity lost, Trinity won, even though Antonians lost the match, they showed great sportsmanship that they are known for.
Definitely, Shahid. The fight they put on, they pushed them on to the 43rd over, which is something very remarkable from their bowlers. They never gave up. They pushed on to the last minute, and something which is very remarkable from the Antonian bowlers. Who will be the man of the match, the best field and all, the best batsman, the best bowler? Make your guesses and be ready for the closing ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, followed by the celebrations of the Trinitians after they clinch their ODI victory.
Again, Antonians and Trinity, both very balanced lineup. We are really happy overall. Even the fans showed great sportsmanship, brotherhood. They are dancing together, even though Trinity won the match. Antonians are dancing together. We saw the same in the two-day encounter as well. This is what Trinity College is known for. There you go, the man of the moment, Ranudha Somaratna for Trinity College. To bring you the summary, we have a member from the media unit.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a match it has been. The 40th encounter, one-day encounter between Trinity College and St. Anthony's College. I'm here to bring you the summary. St. Anthony's College Kandy won the toss and they decided to have a bat first. That didn't go the way they wanted. To Mohammad Akil gone for 1. Vimsar Jayasekar gone for 10. Kamidu Shehan gone for 37.
Asita Vandinaika gone for 6. Shamidu Vikramasinghe, the captain, gone for 29. Shandimal Herath, the man with the hopes, gone for 7. Trevin Matthew gone for 20. Lahiru Abhay Singh gone for 13. Divesh Ramaya gone for 3 runs. Jayodhya Amarasena gone for 5. And Khavisha Piumal gone for 4 as well. And the Anthonians were only able to achieve 150 and they were all out at the end of 49 overs. Talking about the Trinity bowling, Malakulatna bowling 9 overs and conceded 21 runs, just 21 runs. And Vibhavi Thalapala bowling 9 overs, giving 22 runs and picking up 4 wickets. Malakulatna 1 wicket and Vibhavi Thalapala 4 wickets. Ranudha Somaratna bowling 8 overs and conceding 24 runs. The man of the moment, he has bowled 8 overs and just conceded 24 runs. Dinuka Tenakon, good bowling, 8 overs, 1 wicket. Supan Waduke, 5 overs, 1 wicket. Tarana Vimal Dharma bowling 6 overs and 1 wicket, and Thirakaranthunga bowling 4 overs and 1 wicket. The Trinitians coming to bat. Supan Waduke gone for 12, Vidu Kadambake gone for 13, Pavan Patiraja gone for 1. Then comes the pair, Ranudha Somaratna and Manula Kularatna, the mans of the match today. Manula Kularatna just missed his half century, 49 runs, and Ranudha Somaratna, the man of the moment, 52 runs. Vibhavi Thalapala gone for 2, and Akram Mutalib gone for 8. And Taran Vimadharma 3 not out, Ranudha Somaratna 52 not out, and the Trinitians won the match by 4 wickets, 151 at the end of 43 overs.
Thank you very much, Vinod, for bringing in the stats. You have been working tirelessly throughout this match. Thank you very much once again. Joining with me, Trinity College Media Unit President Fadil Fazal. Fadil, please tell about your commitment towards this live action brought by Trinity College Media Unit. How hard it was.
Actually, I shouldn't boast about these things because it was a team effort done by the team, for the school, done by the students of Trinity College. The Trinity College Media Unit always wants to bring the best quality productions to the students and to everyone and anyone for their best convenience.
Thank you very much, Fadil. There you go. I think you can see the camera crew there. There you go, the camera crew and everyone who is involved. So ladies and gentlemen, St. Anthony is batting first, scored 150 runs, and of course the Trinitians crossed the line, 151 for the loss of 6 wickets. Until we meet you in the 104th Hill Country Battle of the Blues, be safe and take care. Cheers.
Thank you.
results. Mind you, St. Anthony scored 150, and I wonder whether it was our anniversary. We'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Trinity College teaching staff, the Australian ground staff, the cricketers, and not forgetting you, the audience. And I also wish to thank our sponsors on behalf of the organizing committee. That is, the Open House, Hotel, Dialogue, and all other well-wishers. I will now introduce to you the presentation. Director of St. Anthony's College, Reverend Father Kandy and the Principal of Trinity College, Reverend Father Jaisundan. President of the St. Anthony's College Cricket League, Mr. Angelo Vikramasuriya, President of the Trinity College Cricket Foundation, Mr. Clifford Fernando. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the traditional cutting of the post-match celebratory cake, played by Trinity College Culture Club. To do this, can we have the following dignitaries stand next to the cake as the two captains will do the honors of cutting it? Can the dignitaries, the Principal of Trinity College, Father Reverend Jaisundan, and the Rector of St. Anthony's College, Father Reverend Kandy, please make your way towards the cake. And now for the awards. First, let us hand out the tokens of appreciation for the match officials. These tokens will be handed over by the Principal of Trinity College, Reverend Father Jaisundan. The first batch of tokens will go to the umpires who officiated the event. That is, Mr. Nalin De Silva, Mr. Sera Singha, and Mr. Nausha. Second batch will go to the scorers, that is Mr. Ranjit and Mrs. Kusum. The next token of appreciation goes out to the match commissioner, Mr. Indrajit, who is also the secretary of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association. And last but not least, tokens will also be given to the two adjudicators, Mr. Rajka Bandara and Mr. Hasida Borwal. Moving on to the awards for the players. The best fielder award will be presented by the Rector of St. Anthony's College. Akram Muhammad was a
Next up, the Best Bowler Award. This award will be presented by the St. Anthony's College Cricket Wing, Angelo Vikramasuri. The best is Master Vivek Elabolo. I now call upon the Principal of Trinity College, Reverend Father Aralia Jayasundara, to hand over the token of appreciation to the Chief Guest, Mr. Callum Edrisinghan.
There is a coincidence that happened today that we must acknowledge. So the Trinity family has got together and decided to give a token of celebration to our principal, our father, both to the Anthonians and Trinitians on this special day. So I invite Mr. Marasinga and Mr. Krishandan Anthony Das to hand over our birthday gift to you, sir. Happy birthday.
The Man of the Match Award will now be presented by the Bishop of Kurunegala, Right Reverend Kirti Siri Fernando. And the Man of the Match is none other than Manula Kularatna. I now invite the chief guest to present the award that you've all been waiting for, the Sir Richard Albihari Trophy. Taking the trophy back home this year, again, the one and only Trinity College, Kandy. Well done both teams for giving it your all and making this year's big match an exciting one. Respike Finem and Lux Dicello.